The first thing I want to say is that if you clicked on this video, thank you for taking time out of your day and listening to what I have to say about a video game that's been discussed, played, and revisited countless times for the past 30 years. This is a review of the Generation 1 Pokemon games, Red and Blue, which were released in the USA and Australia in 1998 and Europe in 1999. Before we get started with anything else at all, I think it would be helpful to answer two questions that a lot of people looking at the runtime of the video have in the back of their mind. Why am I making this video, and why is it 4 hours long? One of my favorite things to do is go on YouTube and listen to some long-form media analysis while I'm playing certain video games or doing work that allows me the mental space to do so. As someone who has played a lot of Pokemon games growing up, a lengthy retrospective or two on these games is something right up my alley, and with Pokemon being the most valuable intellectual property in the world with a global cultural dominance to some degree for the last 30 years, you'd think there'd be a plethora of content talking about these games in an informed and exhaustive way, but that's sadly not what I found. Other reviewers that I've seen spend most of their time nostalgia baiting their audience while simply recounting the events of the game's story, while barely even giving their own opinions on what's unfolding, and others just regurgitate the same talking points that we've heard over and over again when discussing the first generation of Pokemon. This point goes hand in hand with the other question I want to answer. This video is over 4 hours long because it has to be. I don't think a lot of the surface level critiques I've seen are fair to the first generation of Pokemon, and some that I've watched have even been quite dismissive. A lot of them boil down to a simple plot summary before saying these games were great for their time but are just too glitchy and broken by today's standards. Sometimes I wonder if people with these takes even went back to really play and think about the first generation of Pokemon, because in my opinion there's a lot more going on under the hood than people seem to think. These games are complicated and have a lot to offer and a lot to look at. If you want to actually take a deeper look at these games, and that is something I want to do as someone who has practically lived in these games at one point or another, then it does end up being quite a lengthy process. I know 4 hours is a long time, that's longer than most movies, so you'll be pleased to know I've tried my best to make this mostly a listening experience that can be watched in segments. There are visuals to help reinforce some of my points and gameplay footage to show you the game and how it presents itself, but you can listen to this video while doing something else or have it up on a second monitor and you won't lose the big ideas. There will be timestamps for the different parts so that you can quickly find where you were if you need to take a break from listening every hour, which is something I highly recommend so that my voice and the points I'm trying to get across don't just become white noise after a while. The success of Pokemon started with versions Red and Blue when they were released on the Game Boy, and their success was not an accident. It may have been lightning in a bottle, a perfect storm of people, ideas, and the timing in which it was released, but it was by no means a fluke. I want to look at these games completely and critically and break down what works and what doesn't. To do that, you need to spend a lot of time reflecting on and writing down your thoughts, which I have done, and you need quite a bit of experience actually playing them, and that's something I have in spades. But first, I also want to talk a little bit about what I'm going to do and not going to do with the video in the pursuit of that previously stated goal. The first thing is that this video is being created for someone who doesn't know what a Pokemon is, but even if you're familiar with the property, it can be useful to know the ins and outs of the setting as we explore thematic ideas and understand why the developers created the game the way that they did. I also want to let you know that I'll be playing through the game to get footage with an emulator. Keep that in mind when you look at the same footage I've recorded and my cursor appears because I bumped my mouse or something while I was recording. I think that a vanilla examination of the game is important here, so I'll be playing the game without mods or cheat codes, although I did leave a money cheat on when I started the game by accident and I didn't realize it until I was a ways into that save file. I don't think this will be a big deal concerning my opinions on the game, as I don't plan on using the game's economy for any game-breaking advantages, and I'm well acquainted with how far money goes in the game from having played it for so long. I want to play the version of Pokemon that I and everyone else in the late 90s and early 2000s played on their Game Boys. I'm also going to be focusing on the game itself and not in the context of its release back in the day. We tend to want to excuse a lot of failings or prop up successes of media or products based on when it came out, and while I do think there's some room for those considerations, I ultimately believe it's best to get them out of the way so we can view the first generation of Pokemon as they are. We all know it's incredibly impressive that Red and Blue existed on the Game Boy. The simple fact that they got made with their hardware limitations feels like a miracle. However, just because it's impressive for 1998 doesn't make the game enjoyable to play today or back then, really. Plenty of things that are technically impressive are still not very good even at the time of their release. On the other hand, we also know that those limitations meant that the developers didn't get to do everything they wanted to do, but I feel that absence of content does not make the game worse. The fact that they wanted to make the world bigger but couldn't due to tech limitations or time constraints shouldn't be used as a ding against the game, and we should instead focus on if what we got was good enough on its own. With that being said, I'll also refrain from talking about things like cut content, the development process, or interesting facts and trivia about the first generation of Pokemon just for the sake of it. There are tons of videos that go over that kind of stuff much better than I can, and a lot of the trivia that I know likely won't be new to people with an interest in the subject. That doesn't mean I won't talk about the development of these games and cut content at all, but it'll only be when it's relevant to the quality of the game or the philosophy and practices behind its creation. I will say that it's likely you'll find parts of this video have what we'd probably consider interesting facts about Pokemon and its development, but that isn't the focus. Finally, I'll introduce myself a little bit. I don't think you need to know a ton about me to understand this or any future reviews I plan on doing, so I'll keep this section very brief. I go by Shiny Boy, a name which is a reference to the Pokemon series itself. I feel like I can be upfront about this without it spoiling anything since you've already probably figured it out, but I really do like Pokemon. I played it since I was 4 or 5 years old maybe, and I have had a long experience with the franchise and its merchandise and still have fondness for it today. I'm also going to get this out of the way here, but I'm not a Gen 1er by any means. For you younger Zoomers out there, a Gen 1er is simply someone who only likes old Pokemon and hates on all the new stuff. It feels strange to even say that, and it seems like those types of accusations have already kind of fallen out of style, but I'm trying to be preemptive to any comments I might get attacking my words and not the ideas I'm presenting. I'm still a fan of Pokemon. There are things that I like and don't like about every generation, and I like Pokemon games beyond the first 2 generations, I promise. A quick aside for those of you that don't know how generations of Pokemon work, there are times in this video where I will collectively refer to the games and the first 151 Pokemon as Generation 1 or Gen 1. A generation starts with a new game, will have spin-offs and possibly remakes within that generation, and the new generation will start when a large new batch of Pokemon are introduced, always done in the form of a mainline video game, and will often have new gameplay features and mechanics. So I've introduced the review and what I intend to accomplish, and I think we can start talking about the world we see in the games. Even though these games sit in a very small cartridge, there's a lot of content and parts to discuss. It's honestly kind of difficult to know where to begin, since I want to give enough context for someone who hasn't played the game to understand what I'm talking about when something new is mentioned. I feel safe in the assumption that you know what a Pokemon is, given that you've chosen to watch a video on the game that they're from and you likely don't live under a rock. But even the premise of the game, which is you're a kid who trains things called Pokemon, is important and intentionally represented in a way that might not be obvious at first glance. Everything in the world of Pokemon revolves around Pokemon. As you walk around the in-game world of Kanto, the harmony between people and Pokemon is front and center, and that relationship in-game is well thought out. The game's economy revolves around these creatures, and winning battles against other trainers can be a source of income. There are entire multi-level shopping facilities that sell nothing but items for your Pokemon. People live with them and work with them and even use them for travel. This world doesn't feel like our world just with Pokemon in it, at least not exactly. It feels like the world operated from conception with the idea that Pokemon have always been and will always be an important part of it. There's actually a decent amount of thought put into how people developed in this world where Pokemon were a factor. I actually think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is an apt comparison when we consider how seriously the setting takes its main hook. Maybe a better comparison than something like Digimon or I don't know, Bakugan. Everything in Yu-Gi-Oh! Revolves around card games and people playing them to a point where it's almost absurd. And although it's silly when you think about it for too long, it works because the setting wouldn't at all be the same if you took the card games out of it, similar to Pokemon. I think that this is a strength of both of these series because it weirdly makes the world more grounded and believable even though what we're watching is so fantastical and even a bit silly. It makes sense that people care so much about these card games since they're such an important part of this world's entertainment without even going into the fact that there are mythical and supernatural elements tied into the card games. For Pokemon, it makes sense that everyone talks about Pokemon and so many things revolve around them since that's an important part of not only the lives of individual people within the setting, but to the setting itself and how it functions. In fact, we can see how intentional this choice is and how well thought out the relationship people and Pokemon have here in the official player's guide from Nintendo Power. There's a section that answers the simple question of what a Pokemon is, and the passage says this: Pokemon are found throughout the world and come in many shapes and sizes. Though they are wild creatures, once they are captured, they can be tamed and trained. If cared for properly, Pokemon can be used in duels against other Pokemon. They are quite intelligent, however, and do not respond well to inexperienced or harsh trainers. If a novice trainer tries to use a high-level Pokemon in combat, the Pokemon may disobey orders or even go to sleep in the middle of the battle. Keep in mind that Pokemon see their trainers as companions or even friends, but not as masters. This passage is interesting for a few reasons, most importantly being that it's seen as normal for Pokemon to have a choice in what they do, even if they're technically captured by trainers. Pokemon are the substitutes for animals in this universe, but they're not just animals with superpowers. They're capable of thoughts, emotions, and relationships that are more complex than what we see in pets like cats and dogs in the real world. I think that this is an important part of why battling Pokemon in universe works without feeling exploitative or malicious. This concept is explored much deeper in later entries in the series, but this ethos is already seen here with the examples both in the game and with supplementary material. The relationship between people and Pokemon is a choice and it's symbiotic. A good trainer will enhance the strength and capabilities of their Pokemon, while Pokemon who win battles give their trainers benefits as well, such as wealth and renown. This approach to world building makes it easy to foster a fondness and connection to the Pokemon that you catch and train in the game. That's a big part of why the setting is so charming and accessible, especially when you compare it to something like Palworld. Palworld certainly has some Pokemon influences, and in this game you can capture similar little creatures, somewhat ironically called pals, and some of the differences are that in Palworld you can force them to do work for you, like gathering resources. You even have options like killing or selling them as well. That's not to say that it's abhorrent that you can do that, it's just a game at the end of the day, and the violence in Palworld is cartoonish, but you can see how considering the way Pokemon are treated and revered in the setting informs our relationship to them and therefore our connection to the game and its accessibility for so many demographics. Pokemon are poised as companions for us, which makes it easy to become attached to them.
Whoever said beauty doesn't last must have been thinking of us.
I'll always remember what a wonderful dresser you were.
So will I.
We've talked quite a bit about how Pokemon make the setting what it is, and with that background knowledge in mind, we can start the game properly. We're treated to what can be described as an opening cutscene where we name our player character and meet Professor Oak. He acts as a sort of mentor to our avatar, although in this cutscene it feels more like he's talking to the player directly. I don't think I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about how I'd change the game, mostly because I don't know much about game design or programming, and I think that keeps us from looking at the game as it is, but I've always found the intro to Pokemon a little weird, and I kind of want to talk about why I think that, and it's something small enough that I feel comfortable with suggesting a small rework. Professor Oak introduces himself before he takes the time to tell my character what a Pokemon is, but seeing as the boy we play as in the first generation is around 11 years old, they would certainly already have this information, which makes it strange for them to be talked to as if they don't. This problem gets even worse when Professor Oak asks for your name, despite being introduced as something akin to a friend and a neighbor to the player character. Sillier yet, the player character is prompted to remind Professor Oak of their rival's name, who is Professor Oak's own grandson. Your rival in Pokemon is an NPC who plays an important role in the game's story. I will refer to this rival character as his canonical name Blue, although developers made the smart decision to allow you to name the rival character whatever you want. You can name him after a friend of yours in real life, or a rival, or simply make his name a slur or expression of profanity. Although it's a funny meme in the Pokemon game community that Professor Oak forgot his own grandson's name, it's only a meme because it's such a strange interaction. It's so strange, in fact, that it's even something many of us as kids recognized as weird and made fun of growing up. If I were given the opportunity to go back in time and fix this a little bit, I would put the part where I name both characters as a disconnected menu prompt in the beginning of the game when I select the new game option before the introduction to Professor Oak, sort of like how it's done in games like Dragon Quest. This simple fix would go a long way to make the introduction a little less awkward without the need to ask both the player characters and the rivals' names. The beginning can focus more on introducing the player to the setting. He could remind you of what he does for a job as a Pokemon professor and that he needs your help in learning more about Pokemon, and that would be a reminder to the player character while also being an introduction to the setting. This makes it more of a briefing and a recap as opposed to meeting a good friend that somehow also doesn't know your name in a town of maybe 6 people, and it also sets up exactly what you should do as a player right when you start the game, which is talk to Professor Oak. Before we get into the actual events of the game that we'll be playing, I think now is a good time to take a little detour and talk about Kanto itself and the overworld you'll be spending most of your time in right before we get to walking around in it. The game worlds you explore in each generation of Pokemon are called regions, and this specific region is called Kanto, which is loosely based on the real-life area of Japan of the same name. The inspiration only goes so far, as limited graphics of the Game Boy only allowed the programmers and artists so much freedom when it came to bringing their world to life. The Game Boy was only able to show a very limited spectrum of colors, which included black, white, 2 shades of gray, and 2 shades of green. You might be a little confused if you're looking at the footage of Pokemon Red that I'm playing right now because it actually looks quite colorful. This is because if you played the original Game Boy cartridges on advanced hardware, such as the Game Boy Player for the Super Nintendo or the Game Boy Advance, then different colors would be automatically applied to different scenes. The colors aren't the only thing limited by the hardware, however. They also only had so much space for the sprites that are used in the game, so to put it very simply, every single tile piece and every single character that makes up the grid the overworld operates on uses up some of the limited storage on the game, and it's the same situation for the game's dialogue. What this means in simple terms is that they could only make so many different tiles that are used as the building blocks of the world, which means they reuse a lot of assets and images. I say tiles because Pokemon takes place on a top-down grid where each individual square of space is occupied by a tile asset, some of which the player can either interact with, traverse over, or be blocked by. It's difficult to understand fully, yet easy to imagine just how limiting the capabilities of these little cartridges were, which is why it's so impressive that many of the system's games were so detailed and advanced. But like I said before, the fact that they were impressive for the time doesn't really tell me if it still works today. So how does Pokemon Red and Blue hold up today visually? I would say that for the most part, the game is still appealing for anyone who has an eye for sprite work and pixel art, or even an abstract appreciation for classic video games and technology, but there are some caveats. The overworld works for the most part. Mechanically, as I said before, it operates on a grid where you and other assets can occupy single tile spaces. The player character can move up, down, left, and right, but cannot move diagonally. The grid movement works perfectly for the structure of this game, but let's talk a little more about the visuals of this game's overworld specifically. I usually had a good idea of what I was looking at the first time I played it, whether it be a path of grass or some water, but there are times where I was legitimately confused about what I was seeing, especially when I was a kid. If you walk north from Pallet Town where you start the game, you're met with tall grass, which I think looks and works really well, especially as it covers part of your character's face, giving it a sense of height, but we can also see some other things. This is supposed to be a tree, or maybe a shrub. No, wait, they're definitely shrubs. We see larger trees in the beginning of a dungeon later on in the game. I'm assuming this is a ledge, like a hill with a drop-off. When I was younger, I thought that this was a fence, and I was confused why I couldn't jump over it both ways. On that topic, something this game has an issue with is communicating verticality. I think the idea is that I'm climbing up a hill to get to the next town, and then when I come back down from the north, I can just hop down there, but can't do it the other way because I'm climbing up instead of jumping down, which is fine once you figure out what it means for gameplay reasons, but my point is that I'm not really sure what I'm looking at, especially before I'm familiar with the game's rules and setting. If I'm supposed to be on a hill or slope that winds up when I go north and winds down when I go south, I don't have any real way of knowing that here or anywhere else. The same goes for these sort of posts that act as the barriers for a lot of the game, keeping you from going out of the game's intended boundaries. It's just kind of strange that these posts are literally everywhere and I have no idea what they are. I'm not saying that I want the entire map to be open and fully explorable or that every aspect of the game's overworld needs to have a meticulous in-world explanation. I'm just saying that I wish the boundaries of the game I'm playing were a little more natural and made more sense. Even something as simple as putting water on the other side of these posts or maybe thicker foliage instead of the same tame patches of grass I see everywhere else would work better to make the player understand why these barriers are here and these strange pillars are literally all over the game's overworld, like you see them everywhere. For the most part though, the game communicates what I'm looking at just fine. Even though this tree is a little weird and short, I can see that it's a tree. I can tell this is a tree too, just kind of on the thinner side. I know I'm in a cave here. I know that this is like a mountain or a wall of rocks. I know that this is a staircase and that this is a door. I can kind of surmise that this is a dirt path and this is a proper road and that this is a boardwalk. I think that a lot of the reused assets that you see over and over again in this game aren't really a huge problem, and I actually feel like it gives the game a sense of place and cohesion. The game world feels pretty big, but it also feels like it's all part of the same place. When I visit one of the game's 10 cities and towns, there's usually something there or in its surrounding outskirts that separates it from where I just was, so every city has its own identity despite being made up of so many similar assets. And on that note, we'll talk more about specifics later when I run you through what can be called the campaign or main story of the game. Even though the places I go look similar, they also feel distinct, which is exactly how walking around a town in the real world often works. In original concept art for the game that was used as a pitch to Nintendo prior to full development, we can see that there were plans for more varied regions, including a desert area. I actually think that this is a case of limitations benefiting the game more than harming it, as I think that dropping a desert in the middle of a region that doesn't feel at all arid or dry would harm that sense of cohesion the rest of the game has. Some people may disagree with this sentiment, but I don't always think more of something is a good thing, and modern Pokemon games have a tendency to have different zones that feel a little artificial. It feels weird when I go from a route that's very sunny and full of greenery only to pass a checkpoint and come out into a desert with whipping sandstorms on the other side or a swamp where it's always raining. I know there has to be some suspension of disbelief when I'm playing a game, but such a drastic difference in some of the areas in later installments gives me whiplash, but that's simply not a problem in Red and Blue. The world feels very much like a place in a region with a consistent ecosystem, even if that ecosystem is a bit generic. We'll go into more detail about how the overworld looks at specific points once we start with the campaign recap, but since we're talking about visuals now, I want to introduce us to the battle screen, which is where the rest of the game outside of the overworld takes place. Later on, I'm going to go over the battle system and those gameplay mechanics themselves, but right now I'm just going to focus on how it looks because it's a really big part of the game's overall presentation, which is what we're focusing on now. As we discussed earlier, the player character and many of the NPCs in the world are trainers of Pokemon. As I understand it in the first generation, not everyone who catches or has Pokemon is a trainer that battles them, but many are. When the player character gets into battle, the perspective switches after an animation and music change, which is kind of fun, and you're thrown into a third-person view of the battle unfolding in front of you. It starts with the back of your trainer facing the front of the trainer you're fighting, informing you that the opponent wants to battle. Once you both send out your Pokemon, you'll be witnessing a similar situation where you're seeing the back of your Pokemon but the front of your opponent's. This screen might not seem like much at first glance, but it's incredibly important for contextualizing the events surrounding the game's mechanics, in this case a Pokemon battle, which is something this and subsequent games do really well. The perspective makes it very easy to understand what's happening without cluttering the screen too much. The top part of the screen is your opponent, the bottom part is yours, and the middle is reserved as a clear space to play out attack animations. This visual aspect remained foundationally unchanged for years because it was pulled off so well the first time here in Red and Blue versions. I recently saw a social media post that depicted an alternative battle screen for early Pokemon games, one where you see the front side of both combatants side by side, splitting the screen into vertical sections mirroring one another, and I noticed how ugly and artificial this screen looked compared to what we got. This shows that designers were thinking carefully about the authenticity of the battle experience and how important it was for us to feel like we were the ones battling, not just watching a battle play out. We've talked about how important Pokemon are to the game world, and now we're moving into how these creatures are represented in the game. Before we begin, I'm going to clarify that I'll be talking about how the Pokemon appear here, not how they appear anywhere else as of right now. Every Pokemon looks fantastic when it's done in Ken Sugimori's legendary watercolor art style and related material, and although we might talk a little bit about how Pokemon appear in other media later, we're going to stick to the games for this part. There are some very limited representations of Pokemon as overworld sprites in the game, but those are meant to be just that, loose representations. Most Pokemon fit rather poorly into one of these images that you see in your party menu and rarely in the overworld, but for the most part, the front profiles and the back profiles of each Pokemon we see in the trainer battle portion of the game are all we get. It's interesting to think that this was all a Pokemon was at first for most people that didn't see promotional material or original illustrations by designers for the game. Sure, we got other material as the games got more popular and the anime helped to round out the designs and solidify the details, but this was the start and it was what it was. So how did the Pokemon look in the first generation? I think that the front-facing profiles we see in battle and in the Pokédex menu hold up really well and do a good job at showing us these fantastic creatures. Most of the time. I'm very rarely confused by what I'm looking at when encountering a new Pokemon, even though some of the designs are a little rough to start out with. And anytime I am confused about what I'm looking at, you can learn more about what you're seeing by capturing the Pokemon and reading its admittedly limited data entry in the Pokédex, which is an electronic encyclopedia that provides data on Pokemon that you catch given to the player character by Professor Oak. For there being 151 of these guys in the limited data available in the game, they're surprisingly distinct and have a lot of charm for being made up of a handful of pixels. Most of the front portraits fall in the middle between serviceable and pretty good. Some of the portraits stand well above others. The fully evolved starter Pokemon Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur are cool and even kind of iconic. And there are other standouts as well. Beedrill, Arbok, Fearow, Pikachu, Nidorino, Clefairy, Gloom, Meowth, Tentacruel, Muck, Cloyster, Haunter, Kingler, Hitmonlee, Weezing, Staryu, Gyarados, Kabutops, and Snorlax are all my favorite front portraits in Pokemon Red and Blue. These ones tend to communicate size, power, or charm really well. A lot of the ones I didn't list here aren't bad and do their job just fine, but some of the front portraits don't hold up as well, especially now that we have knowledge of what these Pokemon are supposed to look like, with more details from the anime and future games. For example, Spearow looks really goofy and gets almost completely changed in subsequent games. Seriously, this sprite might be the worst one because it looks nothing like Spearow. Nidorina looks like a pig. Arcanine has something weird going on with its face. Machoke and Golem have really weird eyes. Chansey is shaped weird and almost looks like it's made of gum. Kangaskhan has strange proportions. Eevee and its evolutions are bland compared to their fully illustrated appearances. The legendary birds all look extra goofy, and so does Dratini. I don't think any of these are particularly egregious except maybe Golem, Machoke, and Spearow, but I still do think they're kind of bad and aren't the best representations of what we're supposed to be seeing, especially considering what we know they're supposed to look like now. So, the front portraits are pretty good for the most part, but what about the backs? Seeing a Pokemon from the front is only half of their appearances in the game, as the ones you choose to play with also have back sprites that you see during battles, simulating what a trainer would see while pitting their Pokemon against others. This probably isn't a surprise to those who have played the games themselves, but the back portraits are one of my least favorite visual aspects of the first generation of Pokemon. Most of the back sprites we see in the game are pretty poor representations of the Pokemon we're using, and it would honestly be easier to tell you which portraits are passable as opposed to which ones are bad. Blastoise is okay, Arbok and Pikachu are good, Nidoking and Clefable are both not bad, Abra and his evolutions are fine, Seal is a ton of fun and might actually be my favorite back sprite in the whole game, Rhydon is pretty good, and so are Tauros, Omastar, and Snorlax. Most of the other ones I didn't mention are pretty bad, very few of them are passable, but some of them are especially egregious. Bulbasaur has really strange eyes, it kind of looks like he's in Coraline's Nightmare World where everyone has the buttons on their face. Charizard is absolutely terrible, which is a shame since it's supposed to be an intimidating dragon. Nidorino's sprite is larger than Nidoking's, despite the fact that it's supposed to be much smaller in size, and all the size comes from its ears. Golduck is really top heavy, Mankey looks like it's made of spaghetti, and Bellsprout is a nightmare. Hitmonlee looks like a thumb. The legendary birds look just as bad from the back as they do from the front. While it may be a shame the back sprites look so bad, I will say I'm still very glad that they're in this game either way, considering this is still far more preferable and engaging than this, so I know I shouldn't complain too much. We've talked about how the game looks for quite a bit now. At this point, you can probably tell that I'm not a big fan of the back sprites, but I think other than that, the game looks rather good for the most part, even by today's standards, especially when you play it on more recent hardware or on an emulator so that you get the luxury of the expanded color palette. I'm not quite ready to start talking about the main story yet because I want to talk about the mechanics of the games and its strengths and weaknesses before I start pointing out specifics while I play through the game, as I'm going to try and limit tangents and keep everything in its own bracket. The first thing I want to talk about is the game's overworld, the Kanto region that the player character walks around in, because I think that it's one of the game's greatest strengths, which often doesn't get enough credit from the other people discussing these games. The idea behind designing Kanto is something that the team thought about a lot from the game's conception. In an interview done with some of the original developers of the game, designers were asked to elaborate on their world map and the creation of the continent. Game director Satoshi Tajiri had this to say in an interview on the subject. "We had that idea back when there were only 3 or 4 of us on the project. We thought about how the real world we experience is made up of local roads, highways, and lots of named roads that connect towns and cities. We figured, well, why not make a game like that? And that's how we designed Kanto. This also had the advantage of making it so we didn't have to fill every inch of the map the way we would have had to otherwise." When playing the game, we find this to be true. The connective tissue linking each city together are the routes in between locations, which are sometimes dotted with trainers and usually have water or tall grass mixed in to encounter and catch wild Pokemon. There are some dungeon-like areas as well, a few caves, some islands, a forest, and we'll discuss those in more detail when we get to them in the walkthrough, but just know that Pokemon isn't the kind of game that you can get lost in the traditional sense. There are branching paths which sometimes hold special items or Pokemon, but for the most part you're navigating what are basically twisting hallways and roads from one point to the next, whether you're inside a location or outside in the game's overworld. It's very rare that you're in an area where you can't see one of the game's borders around you. There are very few spaces in Pokemon that feel truly wide open. This might sound like a ding against the game, but I think it's one of the game's strong suits and part of the reason that I think it's so playable today, because it's perfected something that I think plenty of games nowadays still really struggle with, which is the pacing. The player character's momentum is hardly ever interrupted, and there's always a clear objective or unexplored path pushing you forward. Very rarely do I ever feel like I don't have a goal or that I'm lost, and even in situations where I'm wandering around for a minute or backtracking due to a roadblock, it usually means more opportunities to run into rare Pokemon in an area, or at least anticipating the possibility whether or not there's any rare Pokemon in the area you're in. Even in situations where progress is blocked, the way forward is related to a clear goal. Defeat this opponent, explore the spot I haven't been to yet, cut down this tree, move this rock, so on and so forth. It's simple and effective. The story is communicated to the player through basic dialogue between characters that you yourself do not participate in, other than a very rare yes or no response, meaning the player controls a mostly silent protagonist. Hardware limitations of the system meant that every line of text was taking up a piece of the game's memory, but even then the devs have built a world in which every NPC can be spoken to and has unique dialogue, although it's usually rather simple. Some of the game's mechanics are explained through optional NPC dialogue in the early game, which is useful for first-time players. I really appreciate that what basically acts as tutorial segments for the player are completely optional so that returning players don't have to go through instructions they already know. Having tutorial dialogue be optional NPC dialogue really keeps the beginning of the game moving along quickly. I do think Professor Oak or your character's mom should have had unskippable dialogue to quickly tell you that people might have tips for you on your journey so that brand new players would know that it's a good way to get information, but we don't see that here. You kind of just have to know to talk to people. I think most players can put 2 and 2 together, but I'm also thinking of little kids who play this game and might be lost on some of the mechanics and gameplay loops, even though I recognize that it's likely rarely an issue and most kids understand that communicating with others can help you learn new things. As for the dialogue itself, I've already stated that it's rather simple, and although the setting is by no means dull, most people would agree that the actual events of the game are not exactly deep, and a lot of those story beats are window dressing to the personal journey that your character embarks on. It's not exactly a bad thing, and it's something we'll touch on at different points as we begin to talk about those events. I think I've done enough setting up to begin the actual playthrough section of the review. I wanted to get rid of some of the bulk of what makes the game tick and fill in the framework of the world before I started playing through it and commenting on it. I wanted to keep the story section chugging along and limit tangents to a minimum before I go over what can be considered the endgame content, but there will be some detours along the way. I also think there will be some things that don't fit in anywhere else in the review that I'll tack on at the end, so if there's something I don't mention in the game's story or a mechanic that gets glossed over, stick around to see if I mention it in the end before you point it out.
To compete in the regional championships, you need to beat gym trainers from different towns and get their badges as proof. Can you do that?
Last time we mentioned actually playing the game, we only got as far as naming our character and rival as we spoke to Professor Oak during the introduction. There's only so much exploring you can do in the game's first area, Pallet Town. From the start, it's clear that most of the game's dialogue and script can be skipped if you don't feel like interacting with it. The player spawns in their room, and downstairs is your character's mother, who you don't even need to talk to before leaving home to go out on your own. If you do choose to talk to her, she just laments that all boys leave home someday before mentioning Professor Oak was looking for you. There are 3 buildings in Pallet Town, one being your house, the next door house being Blue's, and the larger building being Oak's lab. You'll notice right away that there are NPCs in Pallet Town who literally have no home and are just always outside, but that's completely fine to be honest, not here to shame the unhoused. Eventually you'll be heading up into the tall grass, which is where Professor Oak in person stops you and tells you that it's dangerous to explore without a Pokemon of your own, then prompting you to follow him to his lab. This is the part of the game that has spawned many years of discussions and arguments both in terms of aesthetics and gameplay mechanics, and is an element of the mainline series that has stayed largely unchanged since these first entries since it worked so well, and that's the choice of your starter Pokemon. Many people are probably familiar with these Pokemon and their evolutions through cultural osmosis regardless of your relationship with Pokemon as a property. Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur are the 3 choices you have as your first Pokemon, affectionately referred to as starters by fans. Giving people a big choice like this at the very beginning of the game is a smart way to make the player feel like they have some real agency in their own adventure, and along with the game's pacing, the amount of choices you have to make a playthrough your own is another one of Pokemon's biggest strengths as a video game. If you and your friends all got Pokemon at the same time, there's immediately something to set you and your adventure apart. Did you choose Bulbasaur, Charmander, or Squirtle? The best part about the choice is that there's not a wrong answer. All 3 are well designed and useful throughout the duration of the game, although people are going to have their favorites, which is another fun opportunity for discussions among fans. To this day, there are still memes and debates about which one is the best, and at least when it comes to the original 3, the discussions are usually good fun. I've even seen posts and videos where parents who grew up with Pokemon offer their children the same choice in the form of stuffed animals to see their preferences, which is not only cute, but also shows the cultural impact this very choice had on so many people who are now parents today. I've often heard people say that the starter Pokemon you choose is a well-hidden difficulty selection mechanic, saying that choosing Bulbasaur is playing the game on easy, Squirtle is normal, and Charmander is hard. But even when I was a kid, I didn't think that this was entirely accurate, and I still don't. Each Pokemon has an attribute called a type, and some types are strong or weak against others in battle. Type advantages and how battles work is something we haven't talked about quite yet. Without getting too much into it, each starter is useful against certain bosses in the game, and the advantages are pretty evenly spread between the 3. I will say that each starter Pokemon has different points where it feels like the difficulty can spike due to their type, and you'll likely have to improvise and round out your team with other Pokemon to compensate for that type disadvantage, but most people are going to have a well-rounded team either way, so I don't think that makes any of them more or less difficult to choose when you consider the game's journey as a whole. If I can be allowed to weigh in my own opinion, I obviously think that all 3 starters are iconic and fun in their own unique ways from one another. My personal favorite and the first Pokemon I gravitated towards when I played when I was a kid is Bulbasaur, which is also the one I used for my most recent playthrough and is often my choice when replaying these games. Not only because my favorite color is green, but because I like the fact that Bulbasaur is a quadruped and feels the most out of the 3 as something entirely separate from but inspired by real-world animals. My second favorite is definitely Squirtle, and a little farther down from the other 2 is Charmander. Obviously I still like Charmander and think he's a great Pokemon, and I also really enjoy each starter's final evolution, but I will say that I personally have never been much of a fan of dragons as a kid, and Charmander's middle evolution, Charmeleon, is probably my least favorite of the 9 forms making up all 3 starters' complete evolutionary lines. When we choose our starter Pokemon, we're introduced to the game's battle mechanics by kind of being thrown right into it as Blue challenges the player to their first Pokemon battle. We only have 2 moves no matter which starter you pick, so it's difficult to get confused even without a tutorial. The nice thing is that there's no consequence for losing if you manage to, so there's no reason you can't experiment with what you have and learn at your own pace. Whether you win or lose, the battle ends, Blue promises he'll smell you later, and you're allowed to explore the grassy area north that Professor Oak had stopped you from traversing previously. As you head north through some tall grass and possible wild Pokemon encounters, you'll meet some NPC characters, one of which will give you a useful item for free called a potion. Potions are items that can be used in and outside of battle to heal your Pokemon. This teaches you that some NPCs might have gifts for you to take, and although not all of them do, it's something to keep in the back of your mind and subtly guides you into interacting with the world and its inhabitants. Eventually, you'll come upon the game's first city, Viridian City. As far as things to do or see, it's very much similar to Pallet Town in that there's not a ton here besides the residents, although this city introduces you although this city introduces you to some important staples of the series, being the Pokemon Center, the Pokemart, and the first gym, which is where the boss battles I mentioned earlier take place. More on those later. The center and mart are not terribly complicated. The center is where you heal and store your Pokemon for free, and the Pokemart is where you can spend the money you earn in battles on items for your Pokemon. The gym is not currently available, and neither is the route north, which is roadblocked by a man who hasn't had his coffee yet, causing him to be cranky and not letting you pass by the path near his home. Let's talk quickly about roadblocks and their importance in Pokemon games. As we mentioned previously, the first generation of Pokemon consists of what are basically a lot of roads and hallways, meaning it's relatively easy for the developers to keep players from sequence breaking the game or getting frustrated by being at places they're not appropriately ready for. Simply block the one path forward. When doing this, I prefer that the game uses more natural roadblocks. A big tree that you can cut down when you learn the right technique, or a big rock that can be moved once your Pokemon is strong enough, makes sense, and the progression feels earned when you move along in the story and find that skill you were missing to explore areas that were previously unavailable to you. Having someone who just magically pushes you back down a public road or stops you from progressing because he thinks you should check something out feels contrived and frustrating, especially when you're a kid. It might seem like a nitpick, but it's something that's always annoying when playing these games for the first time. It feels like an unnatural way to force the player to engage in the events of the game, whereas roads blocked by nature, Pokemon, or an actual event that can be interacted with by the players makes it feel a little more like a living world that you have agency over once you have what you need to move those obstacles. They both serve the same purpose. Representation and believability is important for immersion. I shouldn't have to listen to this guy who's telling me I can't walk on a public road, but the game forces you to, and he soon stops blocking you for no real reason other than the game decided it was time for you to continue. Since we can't go north, the player will explore around until they go to the Pokemart, where the cashier tells you that a package came for Professor Oak, and he asks if you can deliver it since you know him and are from Pallet Town. I've heard people say that this part is silly and that there's no reason we'd be asked to deliver someone's mail, but I don't think it's unbelievable for this guy to want to use a kid to save on time and postage, and it's something that's never bothered me, especially since Pallet and Viridian give off very small town vibes. It's believable that the cashier knows you're from Pallet Town because he's seen you around once or twice. We set back for Pallet Town, deliver Oak his parcel, and he gives us a new task: complete the Pokédex. We talked a little about the Pokédex and about how it automatically records data on Pokemon you capture, and we'll talk more about this in the post-game discussion, so put a pin in it for now. All you have to know is that when you add a Pokemon to your team, the Pokédex records that species of Pokemon's data. This is the point where we're unleashed into the world properly, and the next place we head to after heading north of Viridian City is Viridian Forest. Now, at this point, we're allowed to catch Pokemon to add them to our team. We do this by buying or finding Pokeballs, of which there are 4 types in the game with increasing odds of success, and using them in battle after weakening a Pokemon you encounter in the wild. The old man that hindered your progress previously will offer up an optional tutorial that shows a player the basics of catching a Pokemon, done by accessing your bag menu during a battle and selecting the ball. The success or failure is determined by an unseen equation that's affected by things like the Pokemon's level, its species, remaining health, ball used, and its status condition. A healthy Pidgey might break out of a ball thrown right away, but an injured one will likely end up captured. Having trouble catching a Muck even if its health is low? Try paralyzing it and using an Ultra Ball instead of a Pokeball, and it'll improve your chances. The system is surprisingly engaging despite being rather simple, and your factors for failure are your amount of Pokeballs and the possibility of accidentally defeating your opponent before capture while attempting to weaken it. The other limiting factor is the rarity of the Pokemon you want to capture. Viridian Forest also has a rare Pokemon of its own, this one being Pikachu. Pokemon rarity is based around encounter percentage, and each area of the game will have a set of Pokemon with their own encounter values. As I walk through the tall grass of Viridian Forest, there's a chance with each step that I'll run into a random encounter. These encounters vary based on what version of the game you're playing, and for Pokemon Red, there's 5 Pokemon you can possibly encounter: Weedle, Kakuna, Metapod, Caterpie, and Pikachu. Pikachu only has a 5% encounter rate, and Weedle has 50%, meaning most of the time you'll encounter Weedle, and after some time you'll eventually get that coveted Pikachu. Pikachu is frail defensively at the level it's encountered, so a careless trainer might accidentally KO it before it can be successfully captured, meaning the process of finding one has to be restarted. I encountered and captured one in my playthrough to add to my team, and it took me about 15 minutes this time, which is on the high end. With Bulbasaur and Pikachu, I got through a few trainers and picked off a few random encounters, and by the time I got to the end of the forest and into the next area, Pewter City, my Bulbasaur was at level 11 and my Pikachu was level 10. Viridian Forest itself is an area rife with bug Pokemon meant to emulate woods with logs and tall trees. The Pokemon and trainers you battle here are on the weaker side since it's still very early in the game, and although it's supposed to be an expansive forest, the borders of the area are simply a black void past the tree barriers. This kind of makes the forest seem like it's in a big room as opposed to an outside area, especially since getting in and out of the forest requires you to go through these building checkpoints on either side. I remember when I was younger and thinking this was a greenhouse of some kind as opposed to an actual forest. To me, it feels like it takes place in a giant indoor space. However, it teaches you a few things through exploration that are important to the rest of the game. If a trainer sees you, they'll want to battle, and you can find free items lying around in Pokeballs. You keep the item inside but not the Pokeball, sadly. For trainers, each one has a line of sight that, if crossed, will put you in a battle that you cannot refuse or run from when it's started. Trainer sight lines can vary from right in front of them to all the way across the screen, and usually paths are made in a way where you have to fight at least some of the trainers in an area if you want to progress. 2 of the 3 trainers can be skipped in Viridian Forest if the player chooses to, but the final one is set up in a way where you have to go directly in a sight to get to the area's exit. The next area, Pewter City, is the first town you encounter with 2 points of interest you can interact with, that being the first Pokemon gym you can actually enter and the town's museum. The museum isn't terribly interesting even to first-time players, showing us some Pokemon fossils and other objects of scientific interest, although it does reinforce the idea that Pokemon, their origins, and how they work are rather mysterious in this setting and under a lot of scientific scrutiny. The Pokemon gym is the main attraction and also the only way to progress through the game due to another annoying human roadblock, a guy keeping you from heading east out of Pewter until you beat the gym leader, Brock. It's finally time to talk about gym leaders and how battles work in this game before continuing with the story, as I have a lot to say here as it relates to Brock as the game's first real boss fight. In this game's setting, most of the region's important cities have Pokemon gyms, which each have one appointed gym leader, kind of acting like training grounds for people who battle Pokemon. We're told that every trainer is eligible to compete in what's called the Pokemon League Challenge. This is the main objective of the game as you go from city to city fighting each gym leader, and after winning, you're given a badge as proof of your victory and prowess over that gym's leader, who are seen as strong enough to earn their spot as members of the Pokemon League. There are 8 badges in all, and once you have those badges, you can challenge the final boss rush of the game, called the Elite Four. We'll get to those guys later, but all of this is to say that the main objective and gameplay checkpoints of the game have now been introduced, and the introduction is done through Brock. Let's talk about how battles play out before I get into what works and what doesn't with this section of gameplay. A battle consists of putting your entire party of Pokemon against your opponents, a party having up to 6 spots to fill. Each Pokemon has a level from 2 to 100, and your Pokemon can level up and become stronger once it reaches a certain amount of experience it gains from defeating other Pokemon, and different Pokemon grow and level up at different rates. Every Pokemon can have up to 4 attacks or techniques, simply called moves, at their disposal, and these moves can have different utilities to ultimately achieve victory. A move usually does damage, but it can also do other things instead or in addition to damage, such as alter a Pokemon's stats or cause a status condition that impacts the opponent's options during their turn. A Pokemon will have stats that can be viewed by examining a Pokemon from the party screen, and these stats govern how this Pokemon performs during battle gameplay. HP determines the amount of health points it has, attack determines its physical power, defense determines its resistance to physical damage, speed decides who attacks first and, at least in Generation 1, a Pokemon's critical hit rate, and special decides both a Pokemon's attack and defense as it relates to what are called special type moves. Different species of Pokemon will have varying amounts of each stat. For instance, all Pikachus are generally quick and have a good special stat but have low defense. Let's break down these parts further. Not all Pokemon are created equal, obviously, and different species of Pokemon will have different strengths and weaknesses that can be considered during battle. First off, every Pokemon has 1 or 2 attributes called types, of which there are 15 total in Pokémon Red and Blue. Types are often tied to a Pokemon's habitat, such as water Pokemon living in and having some kind of control over water, or flying Pokemon being able to fly and often resembling birds, dragons, or flying bugs. Some types are based on a Pokemon's capabilities. Psychic types exhibit proficiency in things like telekinesis, and ground-type Pokemon are often good at digging or live in arid, mountainous regions. There are other classifications that decide a Pokemon's type, like what their body is made of or what kind of animal it's based on, but there's usually a link between a Pokemon's type and its habitat, biology, capabilities, or real-world counterpart. There are 15 types in Generation 1, which are grass, water, fire, electric, normal, ghost, bug, flying, fighting, rock, ground, ice, psychic, dragon, and poison. Like I said, each Pokemon has at least one type, and some have two of these types that determine the moves they have and their strengths and weaknesses around other types. A Fire-type Pokemon will learn mostly Fire and Normal-type moves, Normal types being a sort of standard move that most Pokemon can learn, even if they themselves are not a Normal type. There is an incentive to use moves that your Pokemon shares a type with. Fire-type Pokemon will do a little extra damage with a Fire-type move. This is called Same-type Attack Bonus, or stab damage. A Normal-type Pokemon using a Fire-type move will not get that bonus damage. There are also advantages to hitting different types of Pokemon with different types of moves. A Fire-type move will do double damage against a Grass-type Pokemon, and this bonus to damage based on type is categorized as a super effective attack in battle. Against Water, however, a Fire-type attack will do half the normal calculation of damage, and there are some types that completely negate other types of moves, so it's important to have a well-rounded team and a variety of moves to cover your bases. Pokemon can have multiple weaknesses as well. Fire is weak to Water and Rock-type attacks, Fighting is weak to Psychic and Flying is weak to Electric and Rock types, and so on and so forth. As long as you're keeping track of what types your Pokemon have and keeping track of what's weak to what, you shouldn't find yourself in a situation where all of your Pokemon are at a severe disadvantage against an opposing trainer once you have 3 or 4 Pokemon on your team. So now that we have a better understanding of how the battle system works after we've broken it down, does it actually work out when you're playing the game? I'd say that when it works really well. We continue to see the context that surrounds the game's mechanics to be one of the stronger aspects of Pokemon. Leveling up in Pokemon is a reflection of your capability as a trainer and your Pokemon's personal strength. Watching Pokemon get stronger and learn new moves is a lot of fun, and seeing a Pokemon that you like and putting a team together that's going to take you to the end of the game is rewarding. Even in Generation 1, it's unlikely that one person playing through the game will have exactly the same team as someone else by the conclusion of your journey. The game's difficulty curve and part of the fun in personalizing your experience comes from having a full team of 6 Pokemon at some point in the game's adventure. I've seen people who only use their starter and never level up another Pokemon in their playthrough, but I always felt people who play this way are robbing themselves of some of the fun that comes from building a full team of Pokemon they like. Using only 1 or 2 Pokemon breaks the game's difficulty curve and becomes horribly repetitive once you're overleveled. My general rule when playing a Pokemon game is to grab your starter, catch the first Pokemon that you like once you get access to Pokeballs, and then add 1 Pokemon each time you get a gym badge. This usually keeps your team growing at a comfortable pace with the game's difficulty curve and allows you time to see a lot of what the game has to offer either from wild Pokemon or the Pokemon of other trainers. So, if the basic ideas are pretty good and seem to be well-rounded, where are the failings and how bad are they? Well, in theory, all types are created relatively equal even though not all Pokemon are. Some Pokemon will have higher stats and better point distribution among those stats than others, which isn't a big deal. I like the fact that some Pokemon are stronger than others because it makes them feel unique to one another. In practice, however, there are some serious issues that impact the balancing of the game. First of all, there are 165 total moves in Generation 1, and some types of Pokemon simply don't have enough or really any good moves to be used to their full advantage. And that type, being nullified by its lack of good moves, leaves certain Pokemon completely unchecked in the game's power scaling. You may have heard that in Generation 1, the strongest and most broken type of Pokemon is the Psychic type. That's because in Generation 1, it only has one weakness, Bug types, and no type resists its attacks other than other Psychic Pokemon. That's already a pretty low list of weaknesses, but the weakness it has to Bug types isn't really a weakness at all because of that issue with certain move types I mentioned. See, there are no Bug type moves that are worth using. Not really. Let me explain. There are certain moves that have the Bug type attribute, but none of them are useful beyond the early game, and even then their utility is almost non-existent. The Bug type attacks, of which there are only 3, are so weak that they're not a real option, especially not against Psychic type Pokemon that are among the strongest in the game. Most types of Pokemon in the game have moves that vary in usefulness and are impacted by how many times you can use them in between trips to the Pokemon Center, their chance to hit, and their power. An Electric type Pokemon usually starts with Thundershock, which is relatively weak and has a lot of uses. It might then learn Thunderbolt, which is strong and dependable but has fewer uses, and can sometimes learn the move Thunder, which does more damage but is less likely to hit and only has a handful of uses per rest. Bug type Pokemon do not have these instances of power scaling in their move pool. Since Bug types don't have a viable type advantage and learn no good moves within their type, added onto the fact that Bug type Pokemon are almost all quite frail defensively, it's difficult to find a real reason to run a Bug type Pokemon in Generation 1 past the very early game, especially since most Grass type Pokemon can do what Bug types do, but much better. The problem with Bug type Pokemon also exists with individual Pokemon as well. As I said, I have no problem with some Pokemon being better or worse than others, and I think that's actually good for the game as a whole. What I'm not okay with is some Pokemon being borderline useless when it doesn't seem like they should be. Take Hitmonchan for example. Hitmonchan is a fighting type, a type which also has an issue with moves. There's no consistent, decent damage move that doesn't have some kind of drawback or gimmick in Generation 1 other than Low Kick, which isn't great Great and it's only learned by Machop, and Double Kick, which is only learned by one fighting-type Pokemon, which is Hitmonlee. So, if Hitmonchan doesn't learn any reliable fighting-type moves in Gen 1, what does he learn? He learns the 3 elemental punches, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, and Ice Punch. That sounds awesome. Hitmonchan doesn't learn any good fighting-type moves, but because he's got a high attack stat, those elemental punches actually allow him to have an incredible type coverage against lots of different types of Pokemon, allowing it a utility that helps it fill a niche, right? Wrong. See, I said earlier that the attack stat governs how much damage physical attacks do, and defense obviously decides how much your Pokemon resists damage from physical attacks. In Generation 1, the special stat governs both attack and defense with special attacks, meaning a Pokemon with a higher special stat both hits harder with and resists special moves. The deciding factor for whether a move is physical or special in Generation 1 is its type. Fire, water, electric, grass, ice, psychic, and dragon are all special types of moves. Fighting, rock, normal, ground, poison, ghost, flying, and bug are all physical. That's right. All fire, ice, and electric moves are special moves, even the elemental punches, which sound like they should be physical considering, it's a punch. Hitmonchan has one of the lowest special stats in the game, which means that even when Hitmonchan uses Fire Punch on a grass-type Pokemon that's 10 levels lower than Hitmonchan, the damage will be laughable. Hitmonchan effectively has the same problem as the entire bug type. It doesn't really fit into the pecking order and doesn't do anything special or even really effective when compared to most other Pokemon. Poison Pokemon also have a bit of a type issue, considering the only types that poison is strong against is bug and grass, but there are very few bug and grass types in Generation 1 that will be hit harder from a poison type move, since many of them also have poison as their second type. A Pokemon can have 2 types, and both of those types are considered when the Pokemon is being attacked. Fire is super effective to ice but weak to water, so if a Pokemon that is both water and ice type is hit by a fire attack, it will do neutral damage. If an attack is super effective to both of a Pokemon's type, such as a water attack hitting a Pokemon that has the rock and ground typing, it will do 4 times damage instead of double, but will still be classified as a super effective attack in battle the same way a double damage attack would be. You can see how this is an issue if most of the grass and bug types in the game don't take super effective damage from poison types, especially since poison is only super effective to those 2 types. Another imbalance is found in the normal type, which is probably the second strongest type in the game. Normal attacks aren't super effective against any other type, only rock is resistant to normal types and ghost types negate it entirely. That sounds fine and all, but the only thing that's super effective to normal types is the fighting type, and we've already established that there are very few consistent fighting type attacks, meaning that good normal types are usually unchecked and have an advantage for not really having any drawbacks. We see that the system has quite a few disadvantages even if the bones of it are good, and we see those already as we're fighting Brock. If you choose Squirtle at the start of the game, it learns a water type attack at level 8, which is a reasonable level to reach before the first gym. This will make quick work of Brock's Pokemon, which are both rock and ground types, giving both of his Pokemon a 4 times weakness to water. Bulbasaur learns a grass type move at level 13, which will also make quick work of Brock with a 4 times weakness to grass, but you're highly unlikely to reach that level without some grinding before battling the gym, and it requires some meta knowledge to know that you'd learn that move when you reach that level. Charmander learns Ember at level 9, which is a weak fire attack and one that Brock's rock type Pokemon resist. So let's say you're in a situation similar to mine, where you have a Bulbasaur or Charmander at level 11 and a Pikachu at level 10. Keep in mind, Brock's Pokemon are also ground types, which completely negate electric type moves from Pikachu. These Pokemon also have incredibly high defense stats and have the rock typing, which halves the damage of normal type attacks, so throwing normal moves at them isn't going to get you anywhere at these low levels. What are your options? Well, rock types are weak to fighting, water, and grass types. There are no fighting type Pokemon or moves until later in the game, so that's no good. There are also no water or grass type Pokemon to catch in these areas, so type advantages against Brock's Pokemon are completely out. Most of the attacks you'll be working with before the first gym are normal, so your options are incredibly limited. Your best bet, other than relying entirely on your starter, is to evolve a Caterpie into a Butterfree at level 10, which lets it learn Confusion, a decent psychic type attack, and can help target Brock's low special defense stats. But again, this requires some meta knowledge of the game to know that Caterpie evolves at level 10 and gets a psychic type attack, or randomly getting lucky and having a Caterpie in your party and getting it up to level 10 before fighting Brock. This is all to say that your first difficulty spike in the first generation of Pokemon can be particularly brutal, especially if you're a kid who is still learning the mechanics of the game, as well as things like type advantages and disadvantages and even the process of evolution. When it comes to trying to gain levels to beat tougher enemies in RPGs, grinding is usually an option and sometimes even the intended solution, but grinding in Pokemon is a particularly poor experience. I don't have a problem with grinding in games where it can be part of the fun or at least a seamless experience, like how in Dragon Quest games it can be exhilarating to hunt for and kill metal slimes. Even if you don't hunt metal slimes, fighting monsters in the overworld is the best way to level up as you travel around and look for better equipment. In Pokemon, grinding is a chore because outside of trainer battles, which offer a reasonable amount of experience to level up, up, wild encounters give you very little amounts of experience. In the early and mid-game, it's also hard to get a one-hit kill on wild Pokemon without a type advantage, so each battle adds up time to make the process quite cumbersome. To grind, you have to walk around a grassy area until you encounter a Pokemon, watch the battle transition, the intro where you send out your Pokemon, do a move, watch the battle animation, have the enemy Pokemon do a move, watch the battle animation, do a move again, watch the animation, hopefully score a kill, get a tiny amount of experience, and get thrown into the overworld to do it all over again. This process is made even worse due to the fact that you can't rematch against trainers for their higher XP drops, so once you've beaten one, that's it. There's also no equipment to outfit your Pokemon with to make them perform better in battle, so again, the problem is that when you're this early in the game, the first game of the franchise, this is a particularly egregious difficulty spike for a lot of players, and the options to pivot your strategy are practically non-existent. That was a lot of time and words to explain what's wrong with the combat system, but now that we're more well acquainted with it and its many issues, we can continue on with the campaign, although we'll obviously talk more about battling when it's relevant. With some meta knowledge about the game and what moves are learned by different Pokemon and their weaknesses, I can make quick work of Brock with my Bulbasaur's Vine Whip, the first grass type attack it learns. With Brock defeated, we get a badge, which is proof that we've beaten a gym leader, and the badge system also acts as a soft level cap in the game. The badge system quantifies your progress in the Pokemon League while also contextualizing your capabilities as a trainer. How this works in-game is that you can be too inexperienced to control high-level Pokemon without the appropriate amount of badges. If your friend were to trade you a level 50 Pokemon before the first gym, as there are no trading limits in the game after you pass the tutorial, the traded Pokemon would ignore your orders in battle and possibly even damage itself or fall asleep. When you get all 8 badges, no Pokemon will resist your orders. It's a system that's easily digestible for a kid and also gives you a scale with which to examine your prowess as a trainer. It's kind of genius, and also a completely believable way to keep kids from trading high-leveled Pokemon to their friends at the start of the game and harming the intended experience. Once you make it through a few trainers on the way east now that you can leave Pewter City, you head north and come to a Pokemon Center that sits outside the game's first dungeon, Mount Moon. Viridian Forest can be considered a dungeon, I suppose, but its lack of trainers and easily avoidable wild Pokemon patches kind of make it more of a tutorial or introduction to the concept, so I don't count it as the real first one. Dungeons in Pokemon are normally places with either lots of trainers to ambush you, lots of wild Pokemon with high encounter rates, or both. I have some mixed feelings about dungeons in Pokemon games. Running away from wild encounters in Pokemon depends on your Pokemon's level and speed stat, but in most cases, you'll be able to flee from wild battles without much issue. That leaves the real threats being trainers, but you only battle trainers once, and there's never something keeping you in a dungeon once you've entered. In the first generation, if you walk into a dungeon, you can walk right back out the same way you came. That takes away some of the tension and need for perseverance, since you can beat a few trainers, run out to heal, and then come back in, strolling right past wild Pokemon and trainers you've already defeated. In a game like Persona, the random encounters are sometimes just as difficult, if not more so, than the bosses, so no matter what, there's some risk with running around in the dungeon, even if you've left and come back in. Also, there's a checkpoint system that breaks the game into chunks but can be difficult to reach for unprepared players, so even if you leave a dungeon without getting to a checkpoint, you'll have to do those parts again, including fighting the enemies. A game like Morrowind has strong enemies in certain dungeons that would be difficult to flee from during exploration, meaning you have to be prepared to fight, cut and run, use a recall spell, or risk dying. If you walk into a dungeon with a tough monster, it's possible to get one-shotted, but those tough monsters are usually guarding better loot, so it's a high-risk, high-reward system that can have players carefully weighing their options and seeing how far they can push forward. My biggest issue is that the journey in Gen 1 rarely feels very dangerous or even tense. I will cut it some slack, as it's a game mostly geared at children, but I think that tweaking the difficulty a little bit, especially in the late game, would go a long way to making it feel a little more engaging. An enemy Pokemon trainer is allowed to have up to 6 total Pokemon, but you will almost never encounter a trainer with more than 2 or maybe 3, meaning most trainer battles are little more than farming XP. For the most part, the game can be played on a sort of autopilot where you're mostly steamrolling hordes of trainers just to level up your Pokemon without being challenged much at all. Some of the gym battles here and there can be difficult, but every gym follows a single type team composition. This means you can sweep them in most cases with type advantages. If you have a grass or water type at Brock's gym, it's over for him. There's barely anything he can do in response, and most gyms end up having the same issue. I think that adding some more difficult boss fights at the end of dungeons that you couldn't skip would be great, as well as beefing up the gym leaders and adding some extra Pokemon in some cases. As for Mount Moon, it does get some bonus points for being such a drastic change of visuals and sitting at a point in the game where it's very much welcome. Just after things start to look too similar, the cave really breaks things up. It's also a good introduction to an area where you can get ambushed by wild Pokemon at any time, because it's not overly large or complicated. There's only one way to progress apart from a few branching paths paths that have quick conclusions, so you're moving at a good pace the whole time while also battling trainers with some Pokemon you haven't seen prior to this point. At the end of the dungeon is an NPC who's blocking the exit and telling you to back off as he's just excavated 2 rare Pokemon fossils. If someone has been exploring each area they can and hasn't gone back out to the Pokemon Center outside for free heals, this dungeon can be quite a gauntlet, especially once you've gotten to this point. After battling him, he says that you can have one, and you're forced to choose either the Dome Fossil or Helix Fossil before progressing. Neither one can be used right now, but we'll revisit these items later when we talk about the Pokédex in more detail. By the time you get out of Mount Moon, it probably feels like your character hasn't seen the sun in a while, so it's kind of a cool moment to descend from the exit and down into a patch of grass outside of Cerulean City. It might not dawn on you at first, but there's actually no way to get back up to Mount Moon and to Pewter City once you've gone down to Cerulean because of some of those pesky ledges that you can jump over going down, but not up. So for a little bit of time, there's no way to backtrack to the beginning areas of the game. It's unlikely you need to go back for anything anyways, but someone who was trying to heal before heading back into Mount Moon to catch a Paris or something will be out of luck until the area opens back up later in the game. Let's talk about Misty. She's the gym leader of Cerulean City, and she uses Water-type Pokemon. This might seem like more evidence that the developers hate you if you pick Charmander, since you'll have to deal with another type disadvantage after butting your head against Brock's Rock-type Pokemon, but you've got more options this time around. Some Grass-type Pokemon are found to the north, your normal-type attackers will be more useful here, and you might have been like me and picked up a Pikachu in the early game. I've added a Clefairy that I encountered on Mount Moon to my team, and even used a Moonstone on it to make it a Clefable, and my Bulbasaur is now an Ivysaur. All of my Pokemon are coming up on level 20, so I'm in a good spot to take on Misty's gym. Each gym has at least one junior trainer riddled around for extra fights, but like dungeons, they're not a gauntlet that you have to redo if you lose. You can just fight them, leave, heal, and then challenge the gym leader by talking to them. You actually don't even have to fight any of the junior trainers to battle the leader. If you can talk to the gym leader, this leads to their boss battle. As for Misty, she only has 2 Pokemon, and only one of them is a particularly heavy hitter, that being Starmie, one of the better Pokemon in the whole game. It has a nasty Bubble Beam attack that can do decent damage even with a resistance to Water-type moves, and there's a real chance your team can get wiped by Starmie if you're not careful. Other than Misty's Starmie, this gym isn't super engaging itself, but it is one of the more visually interesting gyms in the game. I like how it's like an indoor swimming area, which highlights Misty's aquatic aesthetic. It's also the first point in the game where water is a focus. Once you get through this battle and win your second badge, the only way to go is north, where you get ambushed by Blue for what is possibly your first rival battle since Pallet Town if you skip the one west of Vermilion City at the very beginning of the game. Rival characters and their battles are kind of a big deal in Pokemon games. So much so that it's a metric that each Pokemon game is judged by, usually in comparison to the first generation's Blue, which is seen as a gold standard. In every Pokemon game, your journey starts alongside at least one other character who acts as your direct competition, often someone who's chasing the same goal as you are. Rivals take different shapes and personalities as the games go on, but it all started with Blue, who is remembered fondly for his difficulty and attitude. Like the starter Pokemon mechanic, this is a part of the game series that has remained almost completely unchanged since its conception. In the first generation of Pokemon, Blue is portrayed as someone being a step ahead of the player character. If you go into a gym and look at the statues at the front, it always says the gym has already been defeated by your rival. It also gets updated to include your name when you win, which is neat. Either way, Blue being there first always gives you a sense that you just missed him and he's already plowing ahead. On top of that, there are a few times when NPC trainers will mention your rival and talk about how tough he is, as if he had knocked through all the same trainers prior to you. In Red and Blue versions, your rival is one of the tougher trainers in each area that he pops up in, and he usually has more Pokemon that are higher leveled than the NPCs around him. He also tends to ambush you, meaning unless you've played the game before, you won't know when he'll come up to you and force you into an encounter. If your rival, or any other trainer for that matter, beats you, the penalty is half of your current money. When you're defeated, you get sent back to the last visited Pokemon Center, and when you go back to the area where your rival defeated you, you'll go through the same battle and dialogue as if the previous battle where you lost didn't already happen. So, is Blue a tough fight? If you don't know what you're doing, he can wipe your team, especially if you're a few levels below him. Pidgeotto is a little tanky, Abra sadly can't attack since its only move is Teleport, which doesn't work in trainer battles, so it's basically free XP. Rattata is surprisingly tough if it manages to Hyperfang a Pokemon with low defense, and his starter opposite yours can put up a fight with or without a type advantage. I know some people who tend to skip trainer battles if they can work around them, which is honestly the game's fault since they're so frequent but uninteresting, but the game is paced in a way that if you fight every trainer, you should have the levels you need to win against the bosses of the journey, as long as you have the basics of the game's mechanics down. If you go out of your way to avoid most trainers and use type advantage benches as a crutch against gym leaders, your rival is going to be the one to noob check you. Even after years and years of playing Pokemon, I can very rarely get a loss handed to me in a playthrough if I'm too reckless, and Blue is usually the one to do it. Once you've beaten Blue, you go north up a bridge through what I'm hesitant to call a gauntlet of trainers. I hesitate because the trainers are in a straight line, and just like when you go through the dungeons of the game, you can run back to the Pokemon Center for free heals whenever you want, so it's certainly no test of endurance. At the end of the bridge, there's a member of Team Rocket. If you know Pokemon, you likely know about this organization, probably through Jesse, James, and Meowth from the anime. In the games, they're composed of identical grunt NPCs characterized by their devotion to their criminal group. This isn't the first time we've seen them, as we ran into a few of them in Mount Moon and they were mentioned by NPCs prior. We're going to talk about them and their place in the story later, but for now, all we need to know is that they're the bad guys. The Rocket Grunt gives you an item called a Nugget, which is sold at Pokemarts for a high price, and then tries to get you to join Team Rocket, shedding some light about their recruitment practices. The player can't actually join them, of course, and a battle ensues. Once that's taken care of, we make our way through the route and some additional trainers, some skippable and some not, and come to Bill's house. Bill is a researcher who designed the computer system that's found in every Pokemon Center, where you can store extra items that can't fit in your bag and extra Pokemon you catch that can't fit in your party. Now, there's two things to go over with Bill that I think are both important for the game's world building. First is the storage system, something we haven't talked about yet, which we can get into here. Every Pokemon Center, like I said, is equipped with a PC, where you have an option for using Bill's Pokemon storage system as well as the player's item storage system. In Gen 1, your inventory is pretty rudimentary, consisting of a single screen access from the menu showing your items in order of when you pick them up. Items can be stacked on one inventory space, meaning if you buy 2 potions, those 2 potions take up only 1 out of 20 spots in my inventory. The item storage system is pretty much mandatory to use in this game, as with only 20 spaces to work with and plenty of items for exploration and battling needing to fill up your slots, you'll find you run out of space quickly. Not only that, key items can't be dropped or thrown away once used, so a special key that helps you get through a dungeon will sit in your inventory unless you put it in your PC once you've exhausted its usefulness. Generation 1's inventory system is not abysmal if you know that you should be storing items, but that's something you have to figure out on your own. That's not a terrible thing to expect from a player, and inventory management can be a cool component of a video game's mechanics. Games like Resident Evil use inventory management as a core element of the game's survival horror aspects, forcing the player to make decisions and plan ahead. Do I double back and put this key item in storage, opening up inventory but putting myself in danger of getting grabbed? Do I pick up this ammo to help kill enemies, or the healing item for when I inevitably take a hit? Should I have 2 weapons on me at all times? Those are just a few examples of inventory management being used to make a game more interesting to play, but sadly it doesn't work this way in Pokemon. As I've said before, Pokemon is a game where you can double back and head to a Pokemon Center for heals in almost every part of the game, and the only reason not to is the time it would take to do so. It just so happens that the item storage is also at every Pokemon Center, so you always have free and easy access to a place that can hold all of your items. It's unlike Resident Evil, where heading back to the item box can put you in the grips of a zombie that can sap you of your precious and limited health items or ammo. There's risk and reward that you have to measure when you're thinking of doubling back to the item box. In Pokemon, exploration and retracing steps almost never leads to unavoidable danger, so inventory management is a slightly annoying chore rather than a deliberate mechanic of the game that impacts the decisions we make. I find myself rolling my eyes when I forget to look at my inventory before trying to pick up an item, only for my character to say their bag is full. That's a very different response to breaking a sweat when I realize I don't have any space for a healing item I've just found and might now have to double back through a hall I almost got grabbed in moments ago to get to the item box. The Pokemon storage system is a little different, but it has a similar function. When you catch a Pokemon, it's added to your party that you can battle other trainers with, and as I've said before, a full team consists of 6 Pokemon. When you catch a Pokemon with no space left in your party, the encounter ends saying the Pokemon was sent to Bill's PC and placed in a box. There are 12 boxes, and each box can store 20 Pokemon, so you can have up to 240 Pokemon total before you're unable to catch any more. Pokemon can be released from the PC back into the wild, and this action is irreversible, which is kind of a scary thought if you have siblings who like to mess with you. The system sounds okay in theory, and although it isn't explained the best in-universe, there is an explanation. The Pokemon games have teleportation technology that's limited in its utility for some reason. Pokeballs hold not only Pokemon, but items as well, and that technology that manipulates their size is used to fit both in the same electronic spheres. Those spheres can be teleported using the PC to other places, so somewhere there's a shelf or something that has all of your Pokeballs containing both items and Pokemon, waiting to be selected and traded back by the player, which is something we see expanded upon in the manga and in the anime. It's not incredibly clear in the game what's happening with item and Pokemon storage. The game tells us that the Pokemon and presumably that items are made into data which could be transferred here and there, but I'm not exactly sure what that means. How do you turn a living organism into data to send it somewhere else? The Pokemon storage has a little more going on as a game mechanic, but we'll come back to that in the post-game section later, as I think it's a better talking point as it relates to completing the Pokédex. As for Bill, we find him in a cottage he owns north of Cerulean City in Misty's gym. Surprise though, inside we find kind of a lab where we see Bill inside of a Pokemon's body. Bill mentions he messed up an experiment and fused with a Pokemon and needs your help to fix things, telling you to flip a switch once he gets back into the machine. This sort of seems like something that was thrown in without a ton of thought, because seeing something like this at this point in the game leaves you with a ton of questions. Why did this happen? What was the experiment's purpose? How could that experiment's goal lead to a result like this? Is the Pokemon okay once they're separated? I see Bill come out of the machine, but no Pokemon. The experiment and its consequences are not really explained or seen as a big deal in this generation, but the idea of people and Pokemon being the same or similar is explored somewhat in later entries. Intentional or not, the seeds for that idea are first seen here. After you help out Bill, he gives you a ticket for a luxury cruise ship in Vermilion City to the south, letting you know that he'd rather stay home with his research and that you can go in his place. Somewhat arbitrarily, the house behind Misty's gym that was previously blocked by what I assume is a police officer or civil servant is now open, and you can pass through it to a backyard. Turns out the house was burglarized by a rocket grunt who was still skulking around in the backyard for whatever reason. Seriously, the grunt vandalized a house and we're acting like we can't find the guy, but he's behind the very house he burgled when a police officer is still in the front yard. There are some moments in Pokemon where even someone deliberately trying to stay immersed in the world will have a tough time not thinking a scenario is pretty silly, and this is one of those times. Either way, after clearing out the rocket grunt, we can finally head south to Vermilion City. It's strange that the only way to leave Cerulean City at this time is to go through someone's house in their backyard, but whatever. You actually have to travel through an underground pathway to go further south once you walk down Route 5, since Saffron City, the game's central settlement, is currently inaccessible due to another police officer stopping you at its city limits. He tells you to turn back, mentioning that he's thirsty and that the road's closed. More on Saffron City when we come to it, but for now, we must go under since it's inaccessible. Vermilion City feels a bit larger than the last few places we've been to, boasting a gym, a port that large ships can dock at, a nearby cave system, and 2 routes at its outskirts with wild Pokemon to catch and trainers to battle. The gym is currently blocked by a tree that needs to be cut down, and we don't have this ability yet, so for now we can make our way to the SS Anne, the cruise ship that Bill gave us a ticket to enter. The cruise ship has tons of cabins filled with items to collect and trainers to battle, so I guess you could say that this is another dungeon, but again, you can walk out anytime and heal your Pokemon before continuing. A cruise ship doesn't really come with any contextual dangers either, unless you're scared of sailors, I guess, so even calling it a dungeon feels like a misnomer. Once you get close to the captain's cabin, however, you're ambushed by your rival once again. This fight is not too different from the last one in Cerulean City, except his starter, Rattata, and Abra have all evolved and become stronger. Whether you had a tough time or easy time with the last rival battle, this one will likely feel similar, although if you had some difficulty with Blue before and skipped a lot of trainers, he'll likely stonewall you here. Once you've beaten him, he mentions that a Cup Master is on board, but he instead found a seasick old man, commenting that the technique was still useful. This shows us an important distinction between our character and Blue. We help people, and Blue does not. He's a bit selfish, and this is communicated when we choose to help the old man, curing his current bout of seasickness by strangely giving him a back rub, which is something I guess Blue didn't feel like doing. Can't blame him, honestly. He gives you what's called an HM containing the move Cut, something that can be used both in battle as an attack and outside of battle as a means to clear paths obstructed by a specific small tree like the one we saw previously. HM stands for Hidden Machines. These are depicted in future games as discs that are used to teach certain Pokemon moves that will help with both battle and exploration. HMs cannot be unlearned once they're taught to keep players from finding themselves in scenarios where they can soft lock their game, and they can be used as many times as you want for the same reason. There are also one-time use TMs, or technical machines, that are riddled throughout the region that are used to teach one Pokemon a move one time. Some TMs can be bought multiple times from different vendors, but most TMs are a one-and-done deal, so they need to be used with some scrutiny, especially since some TMs are filled with incredibly powerful moves that are important for the viability of certain other Pokemon. Some Pokemon are really good stat-wise, but struggle if they don't learn a good batch of moves by leveling up. TMs are a cure to this. Thunderbolt, one of the more useful TMs in the whole game, is given to you by defeating Lieutenant Surge, the 3rd gym leader. It's the only one in the game. If you waste it, that's that. TMs are items, so they sit in your inventory, but you don't know what a TM is supposed to contain unless you select it, which is kind of annoying. They're differentiated by numbers. TM01 contains Mega Punch, TM20 contains the move Rage, so on and so forth from 1 to 50. It's easy to forget which TMs are which moves, especially once you start having 3 or more sitting in your inventory at once. If you leave the SS Anne after getting cut, the ship departs and all trainers and items that weren't collected or battled are no longer available to the player, which I believe is the only instance of an area becoming permanently unavailable after it's been visited in the game. It might be something silly to dwell on, but I always like that the ship sails away without much warning. That's what ships do, and even though you can miss out on items and trainers, it would be lame if the ship just stayed there forever to be in a state of perpetual near departure. Makes the world feel more alive, even if it's just a small detail. We could go challenge Lieutenant Surge now, but I'm going to take a detour to add another Pokemon to my party. I made sure to catch an Abra in a grass patch north of Cerulean before I head east from the docks to get to Diglett Cave. Not surprisingly, this is a place where you can catch a Diglett or Dugtrio, strong ground types that are meant to help you beat Lieutenant Surge, the same way Oddish or Bellsprout are meant to help with Misty. On the other side of Diglett Cave, which is just a short, straight tunnel that you can easily navigate, we find ourselves south of Pewter City, where we fought Brock in an area that was previously unexplorable due to the skinny trees that we now have the ability to cut down. It's here that we can find a trainer that wants to trade Pokemon with us. There are a few of these NPCs that will offer up a Pokemon in exchange for another, this NPC offering up Mr. Mime for my Abra. There are a few Pokemon in Red and Blue that cannot be caught normally and must be traded from either these NPCs or another trainer who has already gotten it from these NPCs on their own. Farfetch'd is another Pokemon like this, only attainable by trading a Spearow to a girl in Vermilion City. Whatever level the Pokemon you trade to an NPC is, that's the level your received Pokemon will be as well. Having played Gen 1 dozens of times in my life, I have a pretty good idea of where each Pokemon can be found, and I like to use my experience and prior knowledge to plan out who I'll be using in that playthrough. And each playthrough I try to use at least 2 Pokemon I haven't in previous playthroughs. I've used both Pikachu and Bulbasaur before, but never a Mr. Mime, so I figured I'd take him as part of my team and see how he does. The nice thing about traded Pokemon is they get an XP multiplier, meaning they grow quicker than other Pokemon, even though a traded Pokemon won't listen to you without the appropriate badges to control it if it grows too strong. With a little bit of training to get Mr. Mime up to speed, I can take on Lieutenant Surge's gym. Some gyms have light puzzles or gimmicks that need to be solved before taking on the gym leader, and this is the first gym we see that has one of these gimmicks. There are 15 trash bins in the gym and a few trainers to fight. Interacting with a trash bin will give you either nothing or a switch hidden inside. When the switch is flicked in that trash can, one of the adjacent bins each has an equal chance to have the second switch. Choose correctly and the second switch is flipped, opening the way to the gym leader. Choose incorrectly and the entire process is reset and re-randomized. It can be kind of annoying since it's completely up to chance, and I once legitimately spent about 10 minutes running through the process again and again until getting lucky, which you eventually will. This is actually an interesting area when it comes to speedrunning the game, since a good speedrun can be completely crippled here even if the runner does everything else perfectly. It's entirely possible that you'll just spend way too much time trying to get through this specific puzzle. Lieutenant Surge, once we finally reach him, is like all other NPCs in that his dialogue is very limited, but what he does tell us is kind of interesting. He mentions a war where his electric Pokemon helped save him by zapping his opponents. This dialogue is the only time this war is mentioned, and this tidbit has spawned years and years of discussions and speculations about the state of the Pokemon world and the ramifications of what that war could mean. In reality, we're given so little that it's not really worth reading too far into. There's basically nothing to be gained here from this dialogue. It's just a throwaway line used to communicate Lieutenant Surge's design as a soldier. As for the battle itself, it can be kind of difficult if you're not prepared. He has 3 Pokemon and his Raichu is a quick and heavy hitter. It's not impossible for him to use Thunderbolt to 1 or 2 shot most of your Pokemon, and a high special stat gives it a high defense against special attacks, such as ones from grass, water, or psychic types. Diglett can be a big help for players that hit a wall, but even a novice trainer can prevail if they apply what they've learned so far and use status-affecting moves to their advantage, as long as you're not super underleveled. With that, Lieutenant Surge is defeated. If we try to continue east from Vermilion, we're stopped by a sleeping Pokemon we cannot cross yet, so the only way we can go is back up to Cerulean and east through a route with a stretch of trainers to battle that leads us to Rock Tunnel. Rock Tunnel is probably one of the harder stretches of the game if you're unprepared. See, Rock Tunnel is dark. Like really dark. If you were playing on a Game Boy back in the day, it was unlikely that you'd be able to see what's on the screen. Even on a perfectly lit emulator, it can be difficult to navigate if you don't have the area memorized like I do. A large number of surprise trainer battles, along with the annoyance of navigation making a player hesitant to turn back, can make this one of the areas that an unsuspecting trainer might suffer a team wipe once or even twice while trying to get through the dungeon. The area can be lit up using an HM flash, which can be found in the same area we get Mr. Mime from one of Professor Oak's aides, who gives it to you if you show him a Pokédex with at least 10 Pokemon registered. However, it's highly likely for a new player to know Flash exists from NPC dialogue but have no idea where to get it, and at this point, the area between Cerulean, Vermilion, and the previous areas around Pewter and Viridian that are now connected by Diglett Cave are pretty big grounds to cover. The slow speed of traversal can make the thought of backtracking a daunting task, so I would bet a lot of players who don't show up to Rock Tunnel with the Flash HM will do what I did when I was younger. They will try and tackle it without doubling back to find Flash, leading to players literally stumbling in the dark dark trying to find their way through. You could probably spend an hour or two trying to make it through Rock Tunnel if you don't have a strong sense of direction or familiarity with the dungeon, and it's one of my favorite areas in the game for that reason. Preparation is important, and having items like repels to keep away wild encounters, potions to heal your Pokemon, and escape ropes to teleport you back to the beginning of the dungeon will help stop you from getting defeated and losing half of your money. I also consider getting through Rock Tunnel to be the end of the first third of the game and your test to graduate into the mid-game.
Confident, aren't you? All right, I'll accept your challenge.
Once you're out of the dungeon and find yourself in Lavender Town, you have some freedom in deciding which events of the game you want to handle first, and the expanded area for exploration, along with some neat surprises, makes the middle portion particularly strong in my opinion. Lavender Town is your introduction to the mid-game, and the point of interest here is the Pokemon Tower. This location acts as a graveyard for Pokemon, telling us that they do indeed have finite lifespans. NPC dialogue mourning the loss of their companions also reinforces the bond between Pokemon and their trainers in the game setting. It also answers a question about Pokemon mortality before most of us playing the game probably had the thought to ask it. It's here in the Pokemon Tower that will also have another rival battle. Blue is the doorman to the rest of the dungeon, and this is another spot where a player who skips battles and is under-leveled will likely be unable to beat Blue in a straight fight. He's got some tough mid-stage Pokemon, including a Gyarados if you choose Squirtle or Bulbasaur at the beginning of the game, so some thought and attention is needed at the very least. If you beat Blue, you make it to the dungeon proper, but wild Pokemon here are replaced by these cute-looking ghosts that can't be interacted with either by battling or capturing. Although you can continue to the end of the dungeon, the last floor is blocked by a spirit that cannot be bypassed, meaning there's essentially an area you don't have a key for yet. You cannot complete the dungeon at this time, so with that in mind, it's best to leave Pokemon Tower and head west. After making your way through the trainers in another route, we find another underground passage leading us under Saffron City once again, this time connecting east and west instead of north and south. On the other side is an incredibly short area that can barely be called a route, but after that we're now in Celadon City. This place is special because it's the first place in the game that feels like a real city, albeit scaled down in size, consisting of around 10 buildings. There's brick roads, lots of people, tall structures, a casino, a gym, and a large multi-floored shopping center where you can buy all kinds of items. I also really like how this place is laid out, kind of in an S shape that makes it feel big and populated without feeling cluttered. It's probably my favorite settlement in the game, and I'd bet that lots of people share that sentiment because it's the first place that feels completely new from everything that came before it. One of the secrets in this area is a back road behind the Pokemon Center where you can enter an unmarked door which leads you to a sort of fire escape attached to a building, and at the top is an eccentric fellow who gives the player a free Eevee. I think this is a good time to talk about evolution since it's a big part of the game. It is something that pretty much every player is going to experience in their playthrough. I've mentioned the mechanic before, but let's go over it in some detail. Some Pokemon have different forms they can transform into to become stronger, and this process is referred to as evolution. I think what Pokemon do is technically closer to metamorphosis than evolution since it's a quick, dramatic change to an individual within a species, instead of a slow, eventual one that happens to an entire species, but evolving sounds cooler. Most Pokemon that evolve do so by reaching a certain level, and evolution leads to a substantial stat gain as well as a change in appearance that is usually very aesthetically consistent with the form that came before. It's usually beneficial to perform evolution whenever it's available, which is often after a battle where the Pokemon reaches the needed level, but evolution can be stopped during the animation by pressing the B button on your Game Boy. The only reason to do this other than a personal attachment to the Pokemon in its current form is that many Pokemon learn high-level moves at a lower level than their evolution, and in some cases, evolved Pokemon don't learn any moves at all. For example, Charmander evolves into Charmeleon at level 16 and into Charizard at level 36. However, one of the best fire-type moves in the game, Flamethrower, is learned at different levels in this evolutionary line. Charmander learns it at level 38, Charmeleon learns it at level 42, and Charizard learns it at level 46. I think in most cases the boost to stats is worth the trade-off of learning some moves later, but it's still something to at least consider, although these considerations require a guide or prior knowledge of the game to make an informed decision. NPCs tell you about this mechanic, but there are 150 different Pokemon with many different moves at different levels, so any specifics won't be found through NPC dialogue. This can kind of come back to bite you, as some Pokemon, such as Staryu, can be evolved at any point with a Water Stone item, but its evolved form, Starmie, learns no moves through leveling up, so you'd have to depend entirely on HMs and TMs if you made this choice without a guide, or having that prior knowledge of Staryu's moves and when they're learned. Speaking of items like Water Stones, there are other ways to evolve Pokemon outside of leveling up. The Eevee that I picked up, much like my Clefairy from earlier, requires an evolutionary stone that's used from the inventory to reach its final form, some of which can be found as items in the overworld or bought at the Celadon department store. Eevee is unique in Generation 1 as it has multiple different evolutionary lines that you can pursue, and seeing as how you only get one Eevee in the game, the choice is irreversible. We see more Pokemon in later generations with multiple choices for final forms through evolution, but for now, Eevee is the only example. I chose to buy a Firestone from the Celadon department store and use it on my Eevee to turn it into a Flareon, which means I can no longer get get the other 2 forms it can evolve into without trading with someone else. Also, as a side note, I replaced my Clefable with this Flareon on my team. Clefable is pretty good, probably one of the better Pokemon in the game, but I've used it before and I've never used a Flareon in Gen 1, so I kind of want to do something different. You usually don't want to do too much switching out your team in Generation 1 since you can't re-battle trainers and grinding wild Pokemon is a chore, but I'm at a good level overall and don't feel like it'll be an issue, and it's preferable to make a change to your team sooner rather than later to capitalize on larger XP gains from late game trainers. I can also get a Thunderstone and evolve my Pikachu, so my team is starting to take shape and look quite a bit stronger. There's one more method of evolution in Generation 1, which is through trade. There are 4 Pokemon that can only be evolved through trading with another person, and they're some of the best Pokemon in the game, at least stat-wise. Their final evolutions are Alakazam, Machamp, Golem, and Gengar. If you trade a Kadabra to another person through the game's trading mechanic using a link cable, it will evolve after it's given away, meaning the receiver will not have a Kadabra but will leave the trade with an Alakazam. I'm not sure how I feel about locking some of the best Pokemon in the game behind a mechanic you might not have access to if you don't have friends or siblings that play these games, but it does add some prestige to the idea of having one of these Pokemon on your team, and I imagine there's some pride and accomplishment that comes with finding a way to grab these for your collection.
I understood that reference.
Evolution is a pivotal part of Pokemon, and not only is it a cool game mechanic, it also deepens the relationship that a player might have with their team. In addition, it also informs us about why a Pokemon might want to team up with a trainer. Pokemon can reach evolution and become stronger when paired with a trainer, often more so than if they stayed in the wild. A Kadabra can only become an Alakazam with a trainer's help, and some Pokemon who need it will likely have easier access to the item they need to evolve this way. Like I said before, there's a symbiotic relationship between people and Pokemon, and the collaboration and harmony is a major theme of the game. We help make each other better and stronger, and it's seen as a wholly positive dynamic throughout the first generation of Pokemon games. The Celadon department store is pretty cool, and it's the place where you can buy the evolutionary stones to evolve many Pokemon in the game, minus Moonstones, which need to be found by exploring. There's also a vending machine at the top of the store where you can buy waters, lemonades, and sodas, which act as restorative items that are cheaper than potions, but can't be bought in bulk. It's a time-consuming method of healing, but worth it if you want to save a buck. We'll buy a lemonade and hold on to that for later. There's also not that much to say about the gym in Celadon, which is the grass gym led by a trainer named Erica. It's a woman-only gym, which is appreciated by the sex pervert peeping in the window outside, but there's not a real gimmick or puzzle here that makes it stand out. You do have to use Cut to get to the gym leader, but you can't get to this gym without Cut anyways, so the separation seems arbitrary. Grass types have a strong presence in Generation 1, and they have access to powder moves that can cause sleep, paralysis, and poison to disrupt your party. And some of the trainers have access to moves like Wrap or Bind, which can stun lock your Pokemon if you're not careful. Erica's Vileplume is also kind of bulky and capable of using a move that can heal itself, but grass types have a few weaknesses like fire and flying. And even if you don't have either on your team, the patches of grass outside Celadon contain either Growlithe or Vulpix, depending on if you're playing red or blue versions. Both Growlithe and Vulpix are fire-type Pokemon that can be evolved via Fire Stones bought in the Celadon department store, giving you resistance to grass-type attacks. I think Erica is usually an easier battle than Surge and sometimes Misty, depending on which Pokemon you have in your playthrough, and if you've been making a habit of skipping trainer battles, so it's not a chore to get your 4th badge here. The last place of interest for story progression here is the Celadon Game Corner, which is a casino with slot machines. We're going to cover the gambling mechanic of the game once we talk about the post-game, but for now, we spy a Rocket Grunt in the back eyeing a poster. When we talk to him, he tells us to back off before challenging us to a Pokemon battle, and when we defeat him, he runs off screen to the right and disappears. If we peep the poster he was guarding, it reveals a button that activates a hidden staircase leading downstairs into the Rocket Hideout, a dungeon that goes down via stairs and elevator and is filled with items and grunts to battle. The elevator leads to the final area of the dungeon but doesn't work without a key that we have to find throughout the rest of the accessible portion, much of which is covered by these strange arrow tiles that move you around in the direction it's pointing when you step on one. This portion of the dungeon feels very gamey, for lack of a better term, as it's not really practical and doesn't make a lick of sense in universe to have pads that spin you in a certain direction until you hit normal ground. It might be to try and confuse and dissuade intruders, but it doesn't seem like Team Rocket were expecting any visitors, so the puzzles here really are just for the sake of adding another layer of gameplay to the dungeon, which I'm okay with, but the execution here is pretty silly if you think about it for even a second. It looks more complicated than it is, and I believe both instances of the sliding tile sections have more than one method to solving them, so a little trial and error is going to be all you need to slide to where you need to go. My biggest gripe about this dungeon is the fact that you need an elevator key to get through it, and the elevator key is obtained by defeating a certain grunt at the end of the 4th floor. My problem with that is that you have to talk to this grunt again after you've defeated him to activate a sequence where he drops the lift key. This is the only instance in the game where you have to talk to someone after you've beaten beaten them to get them to progress the game, and a new player would have no idea that this is what you have to do, even if you were paying close attention to dialogue. It's reasonable to think a player would get confused and see if the rocket grunts all around would have some insight into its location, but considering this is the only time in the game something like this happens, it's also reasonable to think that this could easily frustrate players and cause them to wander back out of the dungeon thinking they missed something somewhere else, even though the answer is right in front of them. It can be a bit of a time waste, especially if you're a kid playing this. Once you have the lift key though, you get to go to the other side of the bottom floor via the elevator, where you battle 2 grunts before taking on the boss of Team Rocket, Giovanni.
Now before you start hating, ask yourself, be honest, ain't I clean, no?
We've glossed over Team Rocket's involvement in the plot of the game, and their place in the world is a big part of the game's events. So now that we've been introduced to their boss, let's talk about Team Rocket properly. They're mentioned a few times in some blink and you'll miss it moments prior to meeting them in Mount Moon, once by an NPC in Pewter's Pokemon Center, another NPC outside Mount Moon mentions Team Rocket attacks someone in Cerulean City, and a bug catcher at the beginning of Mount Moon mentions shady folks are skulking about. When you finally meet a Rocket Grunt, the first one you can possibly interact with says it all in one line: Team Rocket are Pokemon gangsters. Other encounters in Mount Moon have members belittle you for being a child and mention how they're trying to make money on jobs and rare items such as the fossils we found there. Between Mount Moon and the Celadon Game Corner, we see instances of the members assaulting, stealing, and overall being menaces to those around them. I like their involvement in the story and how they break up the mid-game from just becoming a boss rush of gyms, but how do they work overall? Well, let's start with the positive. If the game has strong themes of harmony between Pokemon and their trainers and the symbiotic relationship that we enjoy, Team Rocket is the personification of that relationship when it's been corrupted. Not only do they talk as if they have no respect for other people in Pokemon, grunts are depicted in the first generation with a whip, and with Pokemon taking on the role of animals in the game's world, we can see how the whip is meant to convey the antagonistic and uncaring nature of the organization. I also like how they really get irked by the idea of getting thwarted by a kid. They're often surprised and angry about you meddling in their business, and while it's kind of giving Scooby-Doo, it's still quite effective for making your character feel like a young, talented up-and-comer. I've also already said that the pacing of the game is helped by their involvement, as certain roads and milestones are blocked prior to clearing out Team Rocket from an area. They're also quite memorable since they're so different from anything else you see in the game. In general, all trainers you meet are quite positive in their interactions with you. The main exceptions are Blue being kind of a selfish twerp and Team Rocket being menacing and evil. It creates a more believable and varied ecosystem of trainers to battle throughout the game, even if their place in the world feels a little cartoonish at times, but that's something I'm willing to forgive. So, what are my problems with Team Rocket? Well, my main issue with them is part of a bigger problem that I have with the game. How the world works is confusing and makes the setting feel like it's made out of cardboard. It is a game for children, I understand that, and I'm not saying I need lots of cutscenes and dialogue to explain all facets of the game's world, but a little bit does go a long way, especially in these games where the setting and premise is interesting enough to warrant some intrigue from the player. Things like Lieutenant Surge mentioning the war, as well as Lavender Town's spooky atmosphere, are enough to get players talking about what these can imply for the world, so it doesn't take much. However, we get basically nothing at all as it relates to things like government or even how gyms work. For example, we see Team Rocket skulk around in the shadows in Mount Moon, but once we get to Cerulean City, we see them operating in broad daylight right outside of the city limits. Further on, we see them causing trouble under the guise of a legitimate business, kidnapping an older man in Lavender Town, and taking over and halting travel in the economic center of the region, Saffron City. This is made even worse when, near the end of the game, it's revealed that Giovanni himself is the 8th and final gym leader of Viridian City. That raises a ton of questions. First of all, who's in charge around here? The only form of organized factions throughout the game are Team Rocket and the Pokemon League, which are composed of all gym leaders in the Elite Four, who are the final bosses of the game and heads of the Pokemon League. Are the gym leaders responsible for the protection of their respective cities? You'd assume that, but it doesn't seem like Misty is at all concerned about the break-in and robbery that happened at the house across the street from her gym. There was some kind of officer in front of the crime scene, and those same officers or guards are the ones who are blocking off Saffron City because it was unsafe. So you'd think there's some kind of organized peacekeeping going on, but there's no police department to speak of. Not only that, but these guys aren't exactly problem solvers. The only thing we see them do is block off places they don't want people going, and they're not particularly good at their jobs, considering they either move aside arbitrarily or let a child go through after being bribed with the lemonade I bought earlier from the department store. They act more like lazy civil volunteers as opposed to actual police officers employed by the local government, which would make it easy for Team Rocket to flood into an area unchallenged. Even if the gym leaders were responsible for policing their cities, which it doesn't seem like they are, what about the settlements that don't have gyms, like Lavender Town? My second question is, what do we know about the gym leaders and how they are selected selected? This question likely wouldn't have popped into my head until finding out Giovanni, the boss of Team Rocket, is the 8th gym leader. But once you figure that out, I start realizing how little I know about the system, which is a central component of the game's world and story. If the Elite Four are the ones who select the gym leaders, is it incompetence or ambivalence that led them to putting a crime boss as their 8th representative? It also seems like the Elite Four just don't care that all these things are happening and that one of their gym leaders is committing crimes that are disrupting the harmony of their region, which might be an interesting idea to explore if the game were a bit different, but that's not what we got. Instead, we got nothing at all, and it makes the setting feel a bit fake when it's thought out so little. Speaking more on how gym leaders are selected, you might think that the league selected Giovanni because he's a strong trainer, and although that might be true, how strong do you need to be to become a gym leader? Brock, all things considered, is a laughably bad trainer even when compared to the junior trainers in Misty's gym, so why is he a gym leader? There are late game opponents who would mop the floor with the first 4 or 5 gyms we face in the game, so why aren't they gym leaders instead of Misty or Brock? What's the actual criteria for being a representative of the Pokemon League? I had heard a fan theory long ago which was kind of canonized in the Pokemon Origins miniseries, where you would approach a gym leader who would then gauge how many badges you had before choosing a team out of their many Pokemon available to them. For example, if someone traveled from Pallet Town to Pewter City with no badges, Brock would know to use 2 of his weaker Pokemon to challenge that trainer, his Geodude and his Onix that we see in the events of this game. In contrast, a trainer who traveled from Lavender Town and has 5 badges before getting to Brock would then face Brock with more of his higher level Pokemon to compensate for the experience that trainer has, so maybe Brock would have a Rhyhorn, a stronger Onix, and a Golem or something. This would kind of show us that any gym leader can test a trainer at whatever level they're at. This is a neat headcanon, but considering the gyms can be tackled in different orders in the game and their teams stay the same no matter who you fight win, it's safe to say this was not considered when making the game originally. But honestly, the power scaling of gym leaders is a nitpick. I care more about how the government works and how gyms are operated as part of the Pokemon League. Since we're talking about the setting and what it lacks, I think this is a good spot to mention the lack of culture in Generation 1. Culture is something that becomes pretty important in each generation of Pokemon, and it impacts the game's world and even the design of some of the Pokemon in it, but we don't have too much of that in Generation 1, and it's to the game's detriment. I mentioned the visual cohesion earlier in the game when talking about the reused assets, and while I think that's great and I do appreciate it, it's not quite a replacement for a setting's identity. The game does make references to other cultures in interesting ways. Pokédex entries actually reference real-world places like India and China and real animals like elephants. The Kanto region is based off of a real place in Japan of the same name, and some Pokemon are cultural references themselves. However, as it is in the game, there's not things like architecture, religious practices, traditions, or food that players can recognize as part of the game's identity. There is kind of a motif of science and discovery in the game which is appreciated. The game starts with your mentor in the form of a Pokemon professor, and there are labs, scientists, facilities, and museums everywhere that talk about advancements in technology and what they want to do next. These aspects are great and make the setting a little more colored in, but it's not quite enough, at least not in my opinion. So, with no discernible government, cultural identity, traditions, or community infrastructures, it can be hard to see Kanto as a living, breathing place that we want to protect from Team Rocket. If anything, it kind of paints the region in a negative light if Giovanni can come through and occupy entire cities of the region while holding a position of power, recognition, and prestige as a gym leader. And remember, his gym is the first one we see, but we can't get in there at first, and if we can't get in, I have to assume other trainers can't either. The Pokemon League has literally been halted for every trainer so that Giovanni can perform an insurrection in multiple cities in an attempt to bully others into submission, and nobody seems to care, including whoever put him there as a gym leader in the first place. In the Pokemon Adventures manga, a short series released after the games themselves, the story is retold and the region is seen in a much darker light. Some gym leaders and even the Elite Four are affiliated with Team Rocket and are evildoers keeping the Kanto region under their collective boot. I used to think the premise was a little silly when I was younger, but now that I'm older, it kind of makes sense that someone would paint the world like this and fill in the blanks this way once you've considered Giovanni and his place as a gym leader and the boss of Team Rocket. That's an awesome angle to take, but sadly it's supplementary material and not canon to the games, so instead we get a system that seems less sinister and more foolish and poorly fleshed out, even keeping in mind that it's a game for children. So now that we've talked about Team Rocket and their place in Kanto and its government, or lack thereof, we can get back to Giovanni himself in our first battle with him at the end of Rocket Hideout. How is the boss fight? He's a pushover. Onix is a joke, Rhyhorn will likely fall to any water or grass attack, and Kangaskhan, while cool, isn't nearly enough to give you much of a fight if you even kinda sorta know what you're doing, which you likely do if you've made it halfway through the game to get here. Giovanni leaves without saying much at all, but on his way out, he drops an item that we need for Pokemon Tower, called the Sylph Scope. This nifty item, when in our inventory, lets us see the ghost in Pokemon Tower as the actual ghost Pokemon they are. It's also the item we need to progress to the top of the tower past a spirit that's serving as a roadblock. Turns out that the spirit here, blocking the end of the Pokemon Tower dungeon back in Lavender Town, is that of a Pokemon named Marowak, a Pokemon that was killed by Team Rocket, presumably when they came in to take over the town. Although you can't catch Marowak in this encounter since it's technically dead and all, you can catch Cubone in the Pokemon Tower, which evolves into Marowak once it reaches level 28. This kind of shows us what Team Rocket is capable of, how far they're willing to go to get what they want. The revelation that they actually killed a Pokemon is a little disturbing, although it's not dwelled on too much in the game. It's not exactly ignored or anything, which is good, and I think glossing over this villainous act by Team Rocket is probably for the best. I usually want developers to commit to a bit if they're going to do it, but I actually think that it's tame enough for kids to enjoy while also being kind of a darker moment for those who squint to see it. After you get past the Marowak and beat a few grunts on the top floor, you find a man named Mr. Fuji, who was kidnapped because he stood up to Team Rocket and they're meddling in the Pokemon Tower while trying to calm the spirit of Marowak. He escorts you out of the tower into his home in Lavender Town and gives you the item you need to progress further south, which is the Pokemon Flute. It wakes up sleeping Pokemon, including the big one we found east of Vermilion. For now, though, with both Rocket Hideout and Pokemon Tower cleared, I usually head straight for Saffron City, the city that we had to travel under before due to roadblocks. If you buy a drink from the vending machines at the top of the department store that I mentioned earlier and hold it in your inventory, the officer guarding Saffron at any entrance will notice it when you try to pass him, take it from your inventory, say he'll share it with all the guards, and let you through. You now have an easy way to get back to Vermilion and Cerulean, meaning you don't have to go back through Rock Tunnel if you want to get to an earlier portion of the game. However, we find that in Saffron City, Team Rocket has blocked off both the gym and the Sylph Company headquarters. The gym stays blocked off until you clear the Sylph Company, and the Sylph Company is only enterable after clearing out both the Pokemon Tower and Rocket Hideout, which I've already done at this point. If you try to enter beforehand, a Rocket Grunt turns you away, but after clearing out the other strongholds, this Grunt moves to the side and falls asleep for no real reason. However, next to the blocked off Saffron City gym is another building, which is called the Dojo. The Dojo occupies a building that looks like a gym, but it's not part of the Pokemon League, meaning you don't get a badge if you beat it. It has a few trainers with fighting type Pokemon you can battle, and the only thing of note here is 2 special Pokemon that are only attainable at this point of the game, but you can only pick one, meaning the one you don't pick has to be traded to you from another person in real life. These Pokemon are Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, and seeing as how earlier I said that Hitmonchan is one of the worst Pokemon in the game due to how physical and special attacks work in Gen 1, I chose to grab Hitmonlee and add him to my party. I now have a fully evolved Venusaur, Raichu, Flareon, Hitmonlee, and Mr. Mime, and they're all around level 32 or so, which is pretty good considering where I'm at in the game. I'm now ready to take on the Sylph Company. From what I've heard online and talking to other people, Sylph Co has a bad reputation with Pokemon fans. Many people say that the dungeon is large and confusing, and it's not helped by the fact that this place has tiles that, when stepped on, teleport you to another teleporter tile somewhere else in the facility. Sylph Co has 11 floors, and every floor other than the first has numerous teleporters, meaning you're going to be spit out this way and that as you make your way around, getting ambushed by grunts and scientists that are holding the people of Sylph hostage. Not only that, but there are doors that are locked everywhere and only accessible by a card key that you need to find somewhere, as many items and teleporters are blocked by these doors. Surprise, surprise, the teleporter you need to make it to the final room of the dungeon to clear it is behind one of these doors, so finding the card key becomes objective number 1. If you know what you're doing, however, Sylph Co goes from being one of the longest and most frustrating dungeons of the game to the shortest. I actually think it's a good idea to spend some time beating every member of Team Rocket on every floor whether you know where to go or not, since once the dungeon is cleared, you lose access to those trainers and their money and XP. The trick is to move from floor to floor and ignore the teleporters, familiarizing yourself with the layout of each floor so you know where you're taken when you step on one when you're ready. The card key is actually found on floor 5, but there's a little catch. There's a trainer and a teleporter pad positioned in a way where you have to step on the pad to advance. The pads work as doorways to and from each destination, so even though the pad sends you to a different floor, you can step back onto the pad to go back to the 5th floor. From here, you can step down, fight the Rocket Grunt, and then walk east in a little hidden hallway to grab the card key. I think this is actually a really cool dungeon, and even when I was younger, I knew that the best way to navigate it was deliberately through the stairs instead of randomly through the teleporters. And once you've got the card key, there are tons of good items and more trainers to fight. Finally, you can unlock an inconspicuous door on the 3rd floor which teleports you to a different section of floor 7, where your rival, Blue, is waiting to ambush you for a battle. If you don't know this fight is coming up and haven't taken the time to heal your team either at the Pokemon Center outside or the NPC that heals you on floor 9, you might be in for a bad time. Even fully healed, Blue's team at this point is likely one of the toughest fights in the game, with all of his Pokemon in the higher 30s, his starter at 40, and most of his team fully evolved. It's very possible to get wiped here. I will say that the middle portion of these games is incredibly open-ended, and it's actually set up to where the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th gym badges, as well as Silph can be tackled in many different orders, although progression to some is locked behind completing others, like needing to clear Silph to fight the Saffron City gym. If you do everything else before taking down Silph, it's possible that you can come to blue with your Pokemon either closer to level 40 or clearing it, meaning this fight can either be one of your toughest or nothing terribly special. I usually like to clean up Team Rocket's portion of the game one after the other, but since I'm a veteran player, it's not too big of a deal to fight blue early. Team composition, fighting trainers when you can for good XP, and understanding type matchups will pull you through this fight no matter when you do it. But like I said before, novice trainers using type matchups as a crutch for boss fights will likely get noob checked by their rival, and this is the place that will probably stonewall you if you don't take the time to understand the game and what it expects you to do. I also want to point out once again how much of a twerp Blue is. He was waiting here because he saw you in Saffron City and figured he would ambush you while you were busy fighting Team Rocket. Blue is in the same position as you are, a traveling trainer who's taking the Pokemon League Challenge, but just like with the captain of the SS Anne, he doesn't stop to help others, even people who really need it. Once you beat him, he says he's going to boot out the Elite Four and win the Pokemon League Challenge before taking off. On the other end of the room is a teleporter that'll take you to the top floor and final area of the dungeon, but before that, there's a gentleman on the side who thanks you for helping fight Team Rocket to get to him, and gives you a rare Pokemon as a reward called Lapras. Lapras is a water and ice type Pokemon, and an incredibly strong one at that. Even though you receive it at a low level, joining the party at only level 15, it's worth it to catch it up. In a game with tons of good water type Pokemon, Lapras is one of the best, so I added it to my team to complete my party of 6 Pokemon that I'll be using for the rest of the game. After heading through the teleporter behind Blue and into the executive office, we see Giovanni once again. He doesn't give you much in the way of dialogue other than that he's discussing business matters with the president of Silphco. The company is a research financing facility, and through dialogue and data entries throughout the building, you actually learn some pretty interesting things. One thing you learn is that the company actually created a brand new Pokemon using technology, one named Porygon. After you fight and defeat Giovanni, who is much stronger than your last encounter but still much weaker than Blue, who you must defeat before getting to this point anyway, he curses your name and Team Rocket is banished from most of the game's overworld. This is the end of their involvement in the game's story for the most part. There are no more Rocket takeovers. For your help, the president gives you an item called the Master Ball. For those of you that don't know, a Master Ball bypasses all of the catching mechanics we discussed earlier and catches any wild Pokemon without fail no matter what. It can be assumed that this is the prize Giovanni was after, as a Pokeball that can catch any Pokemon is certainly something to take notice of. There's only one in the whole game, so it's something you should use wisely, so for now I'll hold onto it in my inventory and we'll revisit the item later. Now that Team Rocket is out of the picture, Sabrina, the gym leader located in the now liberated Saffron City, is available to fight. However, she's actually the 6th gym leader if you go in the game's intended order, so for now we have to head south to get to the 5th. There are 2 roads you can take to go further south, one being to head back to Lavender Town before heading down, and the other is to head west from Celadon. Both of these paths are blocked by the Pokemon Snorlax, one of the strongest normal types in the game, and both can be awakened if you use the Pokemon Flute given to you by Mr. Fuji for helping him at Lavender Town. These are the only 2 instances of this Pokemon showing up in the game, so if you don't catch it at one of these 2 opportunities, the only way to get it again is through trading from another player. If you clear the Snorlax south of Lavender Town, he opens up a path going further south and also a path going west back to Vermilion City, which is really cool. The game is chock full of moments where new paths are open to previous sections of the game. Instead of having to go from Vermilion back up to Cerulean and through Rock Tunnel to get to Lavender Town, you can now either go through Saffron in the middle or through the path to the east to get up to Lavender Town, similar to how Diglett Cave connected Vermilion and Pewter City. The interconnected pathways and loop-arounds aren't exactly Dark Souls levels of map design, but it's still pretty darn well thought out and satisfying, and the game's map starts feeling more intimate and connected while not sacrificing that feeling of size, which is another reason why I think the game is paced so well. These shortcuts are rewards for overcoming obstacles and help you save time in the long run. Now, our destination is Fuchsia City. Like I said, there are 2 ways to get there, both long routes on the east and west sides of the game's overworld filled with trainers. The west side is the cycling road, a portion of the game filled with cyclists that you need a bike to traverse. The bike can be obtained earlier in the game by talking to an NPC in Vermilion City and getting a bike voucher, which can be taken to the cyclist shop in Cerulean to get a free bike. The bike can be selected in the inventory, which puts your character on the bike in the overworld, acting as an infinite sprint option, available at any time you're outdoors. I rarely use the bike outside of the cycling road, especially since any map transition in the game puts your character back on his feet. It can definitely save you some time if you commit to using it in as much of your travel as you can, but it's not super necessary for most players. There's also a special move on an HM machine you can get behind Cyclist Road called Fly, which can be taught to certain Pokemon and used to fast travel to any town you visited previously, meaning that the bicycle very quickly becomes somewhat redundant as the size of the map begins to really expand. The other road south is what I call the Boardwalk. It's a visually appealing scenic water route that then turns into a brick scenic road leading to Fuchsia City. It's one you can navigate without the bicycle and is also filled with trainers chilling near the water. Usually I end up clearing both routes anyway for money and experience, although Cycling Road has a cool gimmick. It's supposed to be a hill, and what happens when you travel it, if you're heading south, you gain momentum and ride down really fast even if you're not touching the buttons to move your character. If you try to head back up, much like riding a bike on a hill in the real world, your speed is reduced, mimicking a sluggish ascent up a sloped surface. Even though the verticality in this game isn't always communicated the best, this section of the overworld is still pretty neat and helps to give the area some identity. Speaking of identity, Fuchsia City is another highlight when looking at all the game's settlements, due to its inclusion of a special area for catching Pokemon, called the Safari Zone. Outside of the Safari Zone is a large area that acts as a Pokemon zoo, with 6 rare creatures and pens walking around in the form of their dinky overworld sprites. Each pen has a sign where you can see a blank Pokédex entry consisting of their picture only if you haven't already caught the Pokemon, and some of these Pokemon are ones you've likely not even encountered yet, either in the wild or through trainer battles. The Safari Zone itself starts with a checkpoint in the northern part of Fuchsia City, where upon entering, you're charged $500 to participate in the Safari Zone Challenge. You get 30 special Safari Pokeballs that you can only use and keep while participating, and you always start at the same front gate area whenever you enter. The Safari Zone is a place where you can catch rare Pokemon, some of which are only found in this area as part of the challenge. However, encounters and battles work quite differently in the Safari Zone compared to anywhere else. Like I've talked about before, a normal wild encounter is either in water, tall grass, or in a cave, and you send out your first Pokemon to battle the wild one. If you want to catch it, your best bet is to weaken it, maybe inflict a status condition such as sleep or paralysis to hinder it even further, and then once you're satisfied with its weakened condition, you can attempt to capture it by throwing as many Pokeballs as you have on you. It's relatively straightforward while also having enough depth and reward to stay engaging once you know how the mechanics work. The Safari Zone acts more like a minigame of chance. You don't use your own Pokemon here. An encounter starts very similarly, finding a Pokemon either by water or grass, but the trainer itself stays out in the battle screen. Your new options instead of fight, Pokemon, item, or run are now ball, bait, throw, rock, and run. The gimmick is that you have to approach Pokemon carefully because each turn, instead of the wild Pokemon getting a chance to fight back, it has a chance to flee from the battle. The rarer a Pokemon is, the more skittish and likely to flee it is, and even sometimes run away in its first turn if you're unlucky. Couple this with the fact that some rare Pokemon only have a 1% encounter rate, and you can see how you might have to invest some time into catching the rare Pokemon of the Safari Zone. This flee mechanic can be somewhat controlled by the previous options bait and throw rock, however. When using bait, a wild Pokemon is less likely to flee but becomes harder to catch, and when throwing a rock, the opposite happens. A Pokemon gets frustrated and has a higher chance to flee but becomes slightly easier to catch. There are certain Pokemon you have to catch in the Safari Zone that you can't get anywhere else except by trading from other players who have already gone through the trouble of the zone, such as Execute, Tauros, and Dratini. There's a lot of debate and even some complicated tests done to talk about the efficacy of baiting and throwing rocks, and while I'm sure there's a good answer to the debate, I prefer to just chance it with a ball as soon as I see a rare Pokemon, since some of the encounter rates in the patches of grass for rare Pokemon are as low as 1%. The other catch of the Safari Zone is that your time is limited. You get 500 steps until the timer rings and you're kicked out of the zone, starting you back at the beginning and forcing you to pay the admission fee to explore and try again. We'll talk a little more about the Safari Zone in the post-game, but there are 2 items here that are needed to progress the game that we can grab now. The Safari Zone is broken up into lots of smaller areas, and each area has some useful items that you can grab if you sacrifice some of your limited steps to grab them. The areas don't interloop back into one another very much, so it's mostly a straightforward shot with a few detours as you travel through the areas in a counterclockwise route, so you'll see the entire area after 2 or 3 sessions of exploring. Since the entry fee is only $500, there's no reason not to come in a few times. At the end, you find 2 important items, a pair of gold teeth, as well as a gentleman who gives you the HM for Surf for getting to the end of the zone. Upon exiting after getting both of these items, the gold teeth can be given to another man in a house near the gym in Fuchsia City, who pops them in and gives you another HM for your help, which is the move Strength. Surf allows certain Pokemon to carry you across bodies of water to new areas, and Strength allows some Pokemon to move certain boulders in the overworld to clear a path forward. Surf and Strength are also useful in battle, each being one of the most powerful and accurate moves in the water and normal type families respectively, so having your Pokemon learn them is not only useful for battling, but also necessary to move forward in the game. Now that we've got that out of the way, we have to get the gym badge from Fuchsia City before we can use Surf to get to other areas in the overworld. I don't know if I actually mentioned this mechanic, but each HM can only be used outside of battle after getting a certain badge. Misty gives you access to Cut, Koga gives you access to Surf, Erica gives you access to Strength, so on and so forth. As I've said already, the gym leader of Fuchsia is Koga, who was referred to as the Ninja Master by his junior trainers. The type for this gym is technically the Poison type, although it seems like both Koga and his trainers all use different Pokemon that are able to inflict the Poison status effect, even if they're not strictly Poison type Pokemon. There are Psychic types like Drowsy and Hypno who use Poison Gas, and some ground types like Sandslash Slash that use Poison Sting among some others, but Poison is a status effect that isn't really harmful when you can walk right out and heal at the Pokemon Center next door once you win a battle. Poison only hurts your Pokemon for 1/16 of their health every turn, and when a battle between two Pokemon is decided between 1 and 3 turns, you can usually still knock out some Pokemon before the effect has any real impact on your team. The trainers are pretty easy, even though I think most of the trainers in this gym can't be skipped, as their eyesight is fixed on paths that you have to take to get to Koga. The gimmick for this gym is invisible walls that can only be distinguished by breaks in the floor tile's pixels, signifying that you can't traverse this tile. I can see this playing on my emulator since it's scaled up on a larger computer screen, but this would likely be imperceptible on a normal Game Boy screen when it was originally played. That being said, the gym itself is quite small, so even if you're bumping around blind, you'll quickly find yourself at Koga. Now, for some reason, Koga is the only trainer here who matches up with the gym's ninja aesthetic. His design is kind of a standout among gym leaders, but with that being said, I find myself wondering how ninjas fit into this region and why they're here. For the most part, the world of Kanto is played pretty straight other than the existence of Pokemon themselves, so I have to admit that seeing a guy who claims being a ninja master as part of his identity is a little strange. I actually would have liked to see junior ninjas around Fuchsia City trying to make their way to Koga's gym, especially since Koga's gym trainees aren't even ninjas themselves. They're weird stuff like jugglers and tamers. The lack of other ninjas makes Koga seem less cool and more like a cosplayer. Either way, Koga can be one of the tougher gym leaders in the game if you're not prepared to face him. His Muck and Weezing are bulky, and they'll actually attempt to stall out your Pokemon by poisoning them and then using the move Minimize, which makes them harder to hit every time it's used. You can see how this then makes being poisoned a bit of an issue, since his Pokemon are not only hard to hit, but can also take and dish out a decent amount of damage themselves. A type advantage can still see you through to the end without too much difficulty, but I do like that Koga actually has a strategy that he'll try to employ, even if it only works half of the time. After you beat Koga, you get his gym badge as well as the TM for one of the best moves in the game, which is Toxic. Toxic is a move that also poisons the opposing Pokemon, but the status effect is different because it deals more damage every turn it's active. It's a move that only has 85% accuracy, but if used by a poison Pokemon, it hits no matter what in Gen 1 for whatever reason. So I teach it to my Venusaur since it's a move that will serve me well if I want to stall out a tougher enemy Pokemon. Now that we have the badge that gives us access to Surf, we could head further south, but we'll head back to Saffron City first to get our 6th badge from Sabrina. Sabrina's gym is the Psychic Gym. I talked much earlier in the video about how Psychic is the strongest type in Generation 1, so it might not be a surprise to find out that Sabrina is frequently the toughest gym battle in most playthroughs. The gimmick of this gym is the same kind of teleporters we found in Silphco. Because of the way they're laid out, you actually don't have to fight a single junior trainer on your way to Sabrina, and although there are a lot of teleporters that'll throw you around prior to getting to Sabrina, traversing them is so quick that you can literally just randomly warp around until you find her room, even if you don't have prior knowledge of the gimmick. The trainers on the way there are a bunch of weird freaks, consisting of people who appear to have psychic powers themselves and channelers who use ghost Pokemon and talk about communicating with the dead. You know what, maybe ninjas aren't that weird in the game's setting when you start seeing these guys everywhere. Sabrina herself, like I said, can be tough. Alakazam and Kadabra are some of the stronger Pokemon in the entire game, and due to their absurdly high special stat, they not only deal massive damage with their psychic moves, they also resist strong special type attacks such as fire, water, and grass. A savvy trainer will know to use a physically strong Pokemon, such as Snorlax or Flareon, to target these Pokemon's weak defense. Someone who doesn't do that, however, is likely going to find themselves fighting uphill, especially since Psychic-type attacks are super effective against other Pokemon that are strong, popular picks in Generation 1, such as Nidoking, Venusaur, Gengar, and Hitmonlee. Coupled with the fact that Psychic types only have one weakness in Bug types, which isn't really a weakness at all due to the lack of good Bug-type Pokemon and Bug-type moves, you're looking at a fight that doesn't really allow you to rely on type advantages, adding another layer of difficulty. A player who isn't appropriately leveled to this point in the game might have a really tough time, and most would agree that this is certainly the hardest gym leader in the game when all things are considered. Once you do beat Sabrina, however, you're given the 6th gym badge. With this in hand, it's time to head back to where the game started to advance further.
Right, calm down, you two. Why can't Pallet's 2 top Pokemon trainers get along?
Top trainer? Not him!
Pallet Town, the place that houses Professor Oak's lab and where we started our adventure, has a body of water on its southern section that can be traversed with surf, which we now have access to thanks to getting Koga's gym badge. A long water route is peppered with fishermen and swimmers to battle, and eventually you make it to Cinnabar Island, which is the last settlement of the game we haven't been to yet, which is kind of a weird feeling. This is the last town we'll visit for the first time on our journey. The island itself is pretty small and consists of 3 main points of interest other than the Pokemon Center and Market, which are the research labs, the 7th gym, and the Pokemon Mansion. A lot lot of supplementary material, including the anime and even the second game, talk about there being a volcano near the island, which is why there's a strong fire-type presence here, but we don't see anything like that in the game. It's a shame too, since I think that would have been a cool addition to the game's ecosystem, but sadly it's not something we actually see. This might be for the best since we talked about the game's difficulty when communicating scale. I don't really want to see a volcano that's just 4 tiles large. Anyway, we'll talk a bit about the research center in the post-game portion, but for now, the gym is locked and can't be accessed, so we have to make our way into the Pokemon Mansion. The Pokemon Mansion is a strange place. It's abandoned and falling apart, and it's filled with wild Pokemon, some of which are only found here, such as Grimer and Magmar. It has a couple of trainers as well, a type of which I believe we only see in this area, which are called the Burglars, here to see if there's anything of value to take. The Pokemon Mansion is special not only because of its eerie atmosphere, but also because of these journal entries that can be found on desks throughout the mansion that tell a story in 4 parts. The story is about the legendary Pokemon, Mew, which we haven't seen in the game yet. This Pokemon was discovered and named before it gave birth to a Pokemon named Mewtwo. The final entry, like all the others, is short. Mewtwo became too powerful, and the people who cared for it were unable to curb its vicious tendencies. These journal entries are another example of the game not needing to do much at all to give us some real intrigue, and although this part of the game is fantastic and ominous, I would have appreciated more of it either here or throughout the game, although I will admit that this being only here makes it stand out even more than it already does. The rest of the mansion isn't too horribly confusing or difficult other than the high encounter rate for wild Pokemon. I swear, without repels, you run into one every 5 steps. At the end of the mansion is a secret key used to open the gym. The fact that the gym, which should be open to the public, is locked and the key is arbitrarily thrown into an abandoned building nearby just waiting for the player to pick it up is kind of nonsensical. In fact, once we get back inside the gym, it's not like it's devoid of people. There's no explanation why any of the junior trainers or the leader himself isn't able to open up the gym from the inside. I don't mind needing to do a dungeon before having access to the gym, but I wish the context surrounding it was stronger, because it again makes the world and the characters in it seem irresponsible and strange. So, the gym is open, and this one is a fire-type gym. The gimmick here is that there are general Pokemon knowledge questions you can answer to skip the trainer battles leading up to the gym's leader, Blaine. The questions are pretty basic, asking things like the amount of times the Pokemon Poliwag evolves and if there are 9 badges in the Pokemon League, all of which you can answer with a yes or no. My one gripe with these questions is that the first question asks you if Caterpie evolves into Butterfree, which is a question that's both true and not true. Technically, Caterpie evolves into Metapod, which evolves into Butterfree, so I can see a savvy trainer thinking they've answered it correctly when saying no when the game actually wants you to say yes. Either way, the path forward is not complicated, and it's just a hallway with either defeated trainers or answered questions leading to Blaine. Blaine is the 7th gym leader out of 8 total, and despite his placement in the list, he's probably one of the easiest boss battles for most trainers. You see, like I said before, Blaine is a fire-type user, on an island, surrounded by water. You see the problem. To get to Blaine, a Pokemon with the move Surf is required, which, as I said before, is one of the strongest water-type moves in the game. Blaine's Pokemon do have a high level, his ace Pokemon Arcanine being as high as 47, but his 2 strongest Pokemon also have low special stats, meaning their fire attacks don't hit particularly hard, and they don't have a ton of defense from a move like Surf. Couple that with the fact that Generation 1 is a game that's filled to the brim with strong water types, and you've got a scenario that most trainers will find themselves experiencing. Each of Blaine's Pokemon go down in 1, maybe 2 hits of a water type attack. Even if you didn't pick Squirtle in the beginning of the game, you've likely rounded out your team with one of the many other powerful water types, such as Lapras, Starmie, Cloyster, Gyarados, Tentacruel, Vaporeon, etc. Even if a trainer doesn't have a dedicated water type Pokemon on their team, fire types have a few other common weaknesses you're likely to have, such as Ground and Rock. On top of that, the areas around Cinnabar Island have plenty of good water types to train up, and even if you didn't want to win by type matchup, his team is not very threatening since none of his Pokemon have a strong move pool. With Blaine out of the way, we have only 1 gym badge left to obtain. We're heading back up north to Viridian City, where the first gym we ever saw is now accessible and ready to be challenged. The gym in Viridian City is rather straightforward. There are a few of those spinning tiles we found in the Rocket Hideout, but I wouldn't really say the gym has a puzzle. The gym's type is technically ground type Pokemon, but a lot of the junior trainers here also have strong fighting, poison, and normal types as well. I've already spoiled the big reveal earlier, which is that the final gym leader of the Pokemon League is the boss of Team Rocket, Giovanni. I find it interesting that none of the junior trainers here mention the fact that their boss is a gangster and the leader of Team Rocket, and I'm left wondering if they know that. Giovanni mentions that he's hiding out here and plans on building Team Rocket back up after we've thwarted him the past few times, so I'm assuming he plans on doing some recruiting to bolster his numbers here, but it's never really explained, so what I'm going off is headcanon. After a few trainers in the small gym, we're ready to fight Giovanni for the last time. Now, the last 2 times I mentioned that most players won't have a ton of issues with Giovanni, so how does his last appearance in the game stack up to the other boss battles? Not good. See, Giovanni has the same issue that Blaine does. All of his Pokemon are ground types this time around, and all of them have a relatively low special stat, meaning that, you guessed it, they will likely die to one hit to a water type move. Even if you're not running a dedicated water type, which 90% of players likely will be, a strong grass, psychic, or any special oriented Pokemon is going to make pretty quick work of the 8th gym leader. His Rhydon does have access to the move Fissure, which is a move that will kill in a single hit no matter what, but it only has a 30% chance of hitting. Even if he does hit you, which is very unlikely that he even will, he's definitely not surviving long enough to take out 2 of your Pokemon. I guess it is a little disappointing that the last 2 gym leaders are such pushovers, but I guess a player could get some satisfaction out of the power disparity now that we've come so far. Giovanni is no match for the player, who is ready to smack him down whenever he gets the idea to hurt other people and their Pokemon. It seems like Giovanni knows this too. He gives you the final badge, and if you talk to him again, he tells you he's giving up on Team Rocket and his plans for control of the region. He promises to dedicate himself to learning about Pokemon, and with that, he disappears from the game's overworld, never to be seen again. From the start of the adventure, the gym badges have been the challenge pushing us forward, and now we have all 8. I really like the fact that the last gym is so close to the beginning of the game and part of an area we visited earlier, because it provides the player with a full circle moment that visualizes how far we've come. This would be the point where someone would want to go around and mop up any trainers around the overworld they might have missed for extra experience and money. At this section of the game, you want your team to be full of Pokemon that are between level 40 and 50 before continuing further. But where do we go? Well, now that we have all 8 badges, there's actually a route west of Viridian City close to the start of the game, an area called the Indigo Plateau. The Indigo Plateau has different checkpoints corresponding to each badge in order, from Brock and Misty all the way to Blaine and Giovanni. No badge, no progression. Now that we have all 8, we can make our way through every checkpoint to the final area of the game. Before that, however, is a surprise rival battle, and it's the toughest one yet. His team is now a full party of 6 Pokemon, many of which are fully evolved and all of them ranging from the mid-40s to the low 50s. He also has an incredibly strong Alakazam which can absolutely sweep your team if you're not careful, and his fully evolved starter Pokemon opposite of yours is also a menace. Since I chose Bulbasaur at the beginning of the game, he also has a Gyarados that knows Hydro Pump, which can do some big damage if you don't have something to knock it down in one hit. Much like our previous encounters with Blue, he can certainly be defeated by a knowledgeable and prepared trainer, but it is a fight you have to pay attention to, and another boss battle which will make short work of noobish players. Blue tells you that he's heading to the Indigo Plateau as well now that he also has 8 badges. I guess Giovanni didn't care that Blue beat him before we did, and I guess Blue didn't care that he was taking a badge from a domestic terrorist, but whatever. Either way, after we defeat Blue and make our way through the numerous badge checkpoints I mentioned earlier in a satisfying victory lap where our prowess as a trainer is recognized by these strange samurai guards and a guy who spends all of his day in a flowing body of water, we're ready for the final dungeon of the game's story, an area called Victory Road. Victory Road is not the only area with these moving boulder puzzles, but it's possible that it's the first one you encounter if you haven't done another optional dungeon that we'll talk about later. The puzzles are not terribly complicated, and although there are some branching paths, it's hard to get lost or turned around, especially since Victory Road doesn't actually have that many floors. To open up some of these unexplained rocky roadblocks, you have to push boulders onto switches. The hard part is that if you push the boulder up onto a surface that it can't be pushed back off of, you have to leave the floor you're on and go back in to reset the boulder's placement. My biggest gripe with this mechanic is that it's painfully slow, and each space you move the boulder takes about 2 seconds, so pushing a boulder down a long hallway while being interrupted by wild Pokemon is a little annoying, especially when you're this close to the end of the game. Other than that, Victory Road is filled with a lot of tough trainers for useful endgame XP and items that might give you an edge in your battle with the Elite Four. This is also the best place to grind prior to the Elite Four, with lots of tough wild Pokemon that yield decent amounts of experience if you take the time to run through them, although it's still peanuts compared to most late game trainer battles. Thankfully, there's no trouble with the player's vision like in Rock Tunnel, so other than the trainers and boulder puzzles, there are no tricks, secrets, or keys you need to find barring you from progression. So now, you're finally here, the Indigo Plateau and the end of the game. Between the exit of Victory Road and the entrance to the facility that houses the Elite Four is a strange jungle of identical statues that don't have an explanation as far as I'm aware, and once you're inside the building, you're greeted by a dual Pokemon Mart and Center, the only one in the game. Convenient. This market sells the best battle essentials in the game, including revives and hyper potions to heal your Pokemon in between bouts, because get this, each member of the Elite Four must be fought in succession with no opportunities to back out and heal at the Pokemon Center. You must win and go forward, and the only way back is if you lose or win. This can be quite a scare for someone who's unprepared for that reality, and I remember myself having a similar reaction the first time I beat the first member of the Elite Four and I realized I couldn't hop back out for healing. This is the final boss rush of the game, the only sequence that I would call a true gauntlet of trainers. However, there are some things to talk about before going over each battle individually. We talked about this much earlier in the video, but your Pokemon's toolkit for battle consists of 4 moves that affect either health or status. Some attacks do damage, some do more damage than others, and some are less likely to hit than others, others, and some attacks can lower your opponent's defense or boost your attack, paralyze and confuse your opponent so they might not get their turn, and many things in between. You might be asking yourself, well, why not just find out which attacks do the most damage and have the most accuracy and not worry about running anything else? One of the limiting factors of this is a Pokemon move's power points, or PP, which goes down with every use in battle. A really basic move can have up to something like 40 PP, while some of the better moves can have as little as 5. Take a move like my Lapras's Ice Beam, for example. Ice Beam is a fantastic move. It packs a wallop at 90 base power, one of the highest in the game, is 100% accurate, so it's extremely unlikely to miss unless your opponent does an accuracy lowering move on you, and it even has a small chance to freeze the opponent's Pokemon, rendering it unable to attack until it's thawed by an item or by chance each turn. That sounds pretty good, right? Well, it is, but the downside is that the attack only has 10 PP, meaning that after 10 uses, the power points must be replenished or the move can't be used. This normally isn't a problem in a game where you almost always have access to the free healing of the Pokemon Center, but you can see how this becomes an issue during a boss rush like the Elite Four. A move's PP is now something you have to consider, and it's likely that many players will find this game mechanic wasn't something they had to consider much before this point of the game. There are ways around this, however. There are items throughout the games that can be found but not bought, and these are PP restorative items, such as ethers and elixirs. These come in different forms, but they all do the same thing to varying degrees, which is restoring the PP of your Pokemon's moves. But again, these are found and not purchased, and a player might not realize their value when they're picked up earlier in the game. A player who has sold all of their PP restorative items will have to venture back out and hope they can find some more in previous dungeons and locations they haven't fully picked over, or simply go on and be more careful about which moves they use in battle and how frequently. For those of you that don't know, when a Pokemon runs out of moves to use in battle, it's forced to use a default move called Struggle, which is rather weak and hurts the user for a quarter of their health, meaning you're very likely to go down if you run out of moves to use. PP isn't something a player will have had to manage too much prior to the Elite Four, so it can be a bit of a shock to someone who hasn't engaged with the mechanic before this point. Most players will at least know they need potions that can heal their Pokemon and revives that can, well, revive them in and outside of battle from fainting, and buy many of these before they head into the gates to fight the last gauntlet of trainers. But those without PP restorative items will need to be extra careful to not overextend themselves in any one fight, lest they be unprepared for the next. The first member of the Elite Four is Lorelei, the Ice-type trainer. She is probably the second toughest member of this section, so they're coming out of the gate pretty strong. I like her design. They made the Ice-type trainer look like a figurative Ice Queen, opting to make her look like a cold and calculated businesswoman or a librarian. Each member of the Elite Four has 5 Pokemon, and hers are especially bulky due to their high special stats, meaning they hit hard and take a lot of damage. This should be a difficult battle, but even though my team is only in the low 40s against her team in the mid 50s, there are some things holding this and other encounters back from being the true test of a player's skill that they're meant to be. Let's talk about the game's AI. For the grandparents watching this that might not know, AI is just a catch-all term for how the game's enemies and NPCs respond to the player. A smart AI in a video game, let's use a game like Halo for instance, will dynamically react to your inputs and try to achieve the outcome of defeating you, and your counterplays and reactions are what test your skills and luck and make the game worth playing. An enemy in Halo will attempt to flank you if you're hunkered down, focus fire if you're charging at them, melee you if you come into range for such an attack, or hide behind corners to stop themselves from taking too much damage. They react to how you play. This is something I haven't talked about yet because I think this point of the game is where it's most noticeable and offensive. The opponent AI in Pokémon Red and Blue is sometimes laughably bad. The goal of the enemy trainer's AI programming should be to either hinder or do as much damage as it can to your Pokemon and use whatever moves it has to facilitate that very simple goal. Instead, the move that an opponent's Pokemon uses is quite literally random, except when certain conditions are met and it chooses a specific move instead. Some trainers are programmed to prefer using buffing or debuffing moves every other or every 2 turns, which sounds fine if you don't think about it for more than 2 seconds. And all trainers are programmed not to use a not very effective move if there's an alternative and to always use a super effective move if they can. This creates a lot of wonky scenarios that I've seen in this playthrough and in others. I've seen an enemy Pokemon spam the move Agility while I was using my Venusaur, because Agility is a Psychic type move and my Venusaur is part Poison type, and Psychic is super effective against Poison. The only problem with this is that Agility doesn't do damage, it raises the user's speed stat, and the other problem is the enemy Pokemon was already faster than my Venusaur. Because the enemy AI is programmed to use a super effective move if it can no matter what, the enemy Pokemon raised its speed over and over and over again while my Venusaur took 3 or 4 turns beating it into submission. I've seen an enemy trainer switch out their Pokemon over and over again while my Pokemon got free hit after free hit, since switching in takes up a turn. I've had Blaine use his Pokemon's turn to apply an item to boost his Pokemon's stats when it had very little health left, so instead of actually doing some damage, it just wasted a turn and gets knocked out. It was essentially handing me a victory I felt like I didn't earn. Something else to consider is that the enemy Pokemon do not have PP the same way that your Pokemon do. They can use a move indefinitely over and over and over again, leading to the agility trap glitch I mentioned earlier. When a battle between two Pokemon is almost always decided in 2 or 3 turns, wasting even one is simply too much. It erodes the difficulty of the battle. On top of that, the move pool of some of these Pokemon makes absolutely no sense, especially as one of the final bosses of the game. The only attack Lorelei Slowbro knows is Water Gun. That move has 40 base power and is something Squirtle learns at level 15. It's an early and early mid-game attack and basically negates Slowbro as a threat on her team. Her Jinx knows Double Slap, a move that can hit up to 5 times but normally hits for 2 or 3, each slap only having a tiny 15 base power. Couple that with Jinx low attack stat and you start to wonder if they even wanted to give you a challenge. I once had Jinx attempt to use Double Slap 4 times in a row when it knew Ice Punch, a move that probably would have killed one of my Pokemon in 2 hits. When one of the final bosses of the game is hitting you repeatedly with what amounts to a wet napkin because it's programmed to use its move at random, it can take some of the wind out of your sail if you're expecting a real test of your strength. It's an issue that might be hard to notice because other trainer battles in the game are so short, but when you run an actual gauntlet of trainers with 5 tanky Pokemon, you tend to realize the game's AI is actually much dumber than any of us might have thought possible. Lorelei is not as difficult as she should be, but some of her Pokemon can be threatening. Her Dugong and Lapras are very tanky and can hit hard if the enemy AI wants to use a move that's actually useful. It doesn't take long before Lorelei is defeated for me. She congratulates you and opens the door to the next section, which is held by Bruno. Bruno is something. He's supposed to be the fighting type master, which is communicated in his design as a hulking martial artist with crazy hair. He's sadly also not very threatening even when you don't consider the game's horrible AI. We've already talked about the fighting type problem with its bad move pool, and on top of that, Bruno has 2 Onix, which are laughably weak Pokemon to be seeing at this point in the game. Even if Onix could tank more than a single grass or water attack, which it can't, its bad attack stat ensures that even if it's able to get a few hits in, those hits won't do much. We've already discussed that Hitmonchan is one of the worst Pokemon in the game, and his Machamp isn't much better due to its poor move pool. Fisher is almost guaranteed to never hit, and the move Submission not only has poor accuracy, it also hurts the user. Hitmonlee is the only one that's even going to put up much of a fight for most players since it actually has access to a few decent fighting type moves, but that's only one Pokemon being just passable out of 5 total, so you can see why he's considered a pushover. Next is Agatha, who is the ghost trainer despite all of her Pokemon being poison and 2 of them not having the ghost type at all. That's probably because there are only 3 ghost type Pokemon in the whole game and they're all part of the same evolutionary line, Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar, but I digress. Her design is pretty funny to me if I'm being honest. She just looks like a menacing grandma. Speaking of her advanced age, she has some fun dialogue about having known Professor Oak back in the day and commenting that he was once a handsome and talented trainer before he gave it up for research. I guess this girl doesn't like nerds. I think this is a pretty good fight overall, even though her Golbat is a pushover and her Arbok isn't much better. Both of her Gengars are crazy fast and run status affecting moves that can confuse and cause your Pokemon to sleep. Her first Gengar also has Dream Eater, a strong attack that saps a sleeping Pokemon's HP. Her second Gengar has Dream Eater as well, but no move to induce the sleep status condition, making it completely useless unless it switches in on an already sleeping Pokemon, which is very unlikely to happen. She can very easily be swept by pretty much any Psychic type Pokemon, so I do think she can be tough, but it's going to depend on the team you're running and how stupid the enemy AI decides it wants to be. The final member of the Elite Four is Lance, the Dragon Master. Lance sadly doesn't leave much of an impression in this game. The only thing that stands out about his design is that he's got spiky hair and a cape. It's a lot less cool than it sounds, I promise. He mentions that he's the leader of the Elite Four and talks about his strong Dragon-type Pokemon. Much like the Ghost-type, there's only one evolutionary line of Dragon-type Pokemon in the game, that being Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite. With so few Pokemon to choose from, his team is rounded out with others that fit the Dragon motif without actually being Dragon types. He has a Gyarados, 2 Dragonair, an Aerodactyl, and a Dragonite, all being leveled around 60, give or take a few. Lance is legitimately a tough battle if you're unprepared or underleveled. At this point, you will know if you have enough healing items or not for revitalizing your Pokemon between battles. Dragon Pokemon are only weak to Ice and other Dragon-type moves, and both of these types are some of the rarest Pokemon in Kanto, so it's likely that some trainers won't have a type advantage going into this encounter, which can be an issue. Many of Lance's Pokemon's move pools are better than what we've seen previously, even if his ace Pokemon Dragonite is susceptible to the agility bug we discussed earlier. His Pokemon also have access to Hyper Beam, a powerful move that is so strong it requires the user to recharge after it's gets used. However, if the opponent scores a kill and you have to switch in another combatant, that recharge state for whatever reason is not needed, meaning it can fire off more than one if it's getting KOs. In most cases, I think he'll be a player's toughest challenge yet, but once he's beaten, he tells you that you've done it and that you're the Pokemon League champion. Or you would have been if someone didn't take the title just before you got there. Who other than Blue is waiting behind that final door, ready to tell you that he's the league champion, that he got there just before you did and made quick work of the Elite Four, becoming the most powerful trainer in the world. It's the final boss of the game, Blue being the first and last battle of your main adventure. Professor Oak's twerp grandson is indeed smelling you later, here at the Indigo Plateau. The game really does go out with a bang. I may seem like I'm glossing over the Elite Four and treating it like it's a wholly negative experience, and while those negatives do need acknowledging, the final gauntlet is appropriately grand. The time at the league feels like it has some real weight to it, especially when you think about all the time we've spent in so many different places just to earn the right to compete here. Blue being the champion might seem like an obvious twist, but him being the final adversary as someone who's been one step ahead of you the whole time just feels right, and I will say that this part kind of gagged me as a child playing it for the first time. Blue's team is, without a doubt, the toughest you'll face in the whole playthrough. He again has 6 Pokemon, this time all fully evolved and most of them being above level 60, and much like before, there's not a singular type advantage to exploit. His starter and especially Alakazam are particularly strong, and as you can see in my game footage, I was close to losing this battle, even as someone who has beaten the game countless times. Although the battle is tough and satisfying, there's not much to say about it that hasn't been said in the last 2 encounters we've had with Blue. You need to have some strategy and mastery over the game's mechanics, or at least a really good level edge on Blue to pull ahead and beat him. And finally, we burst Blue's bubble. One of the things a player will notice when fighting their rival each time and winning is that he never really seems to sweat it. Blue is always talking about his achievements and what's happening next for him while downplaying your victory, as if he's always taking it easy on you and couldn't care less about the battle that just happened. But that finally stops here and it's pretty satisfying. Blue is no longer the champion and he's not happy about it. He begrudgingly admits defeat, and to add salt to his wound, Professor Oak shows up. He says he came rushing to the Indigo Plateau when he heard Blue had become the champion, but expresses disappointment that Blue had already lost the title by the time he got there. He was top dog for less than a day. Professor Oak lets Blue know that he lost because he doesn't care for Pokemon the way the player does, which is a nice bow on the game's theme of cooperation and strength through the bonds between Pokemon and the trainers. Professor Oak takes you to the final room, the Pokemon Hall of Fame, where your likeness and your Pokemon party's stats can be recorded as the league champions. And after a heartfelt congratulations from Professor Oak, the credits finally roll.
To capture a Pokemon, you usually have your own Pokemon battle with the other.
Now he tells me.
I really like how the 3 strings of the game's main story kind of come together at the 11th hour. The Pokemon League, your rival, and Team Rocket are the plot threads that are followed throughout the course of the game that accentuate the framework put together by the gameplay loop of trainer battles and catching Pokemon, and each one clicks together and is solved towards the end. Team Rocket's boss, Giovanni, is the last gym leader you have to fight before taking on the Elite Four, the bosses of the Pokemon League. Then, your rival turns out to be the champion, having beaten the league right before you showed up. All these plot threads coming together and being connected to one another really gave the game a strong sense of cohesion and finality once you solve each thread so close together at the end, and it works well to make the game feel like more than the sum of its parts. I'm not sure if other people feel this way, but the game does a good job of making the events of the journey feel very personal, and it feels like your adventure that you chose to go on. Nobody held your hand and pointed you where to go every step of the way. You kind of just became the best because you wanted to, and you did it through perseverance. This is, at least in part, due to spending so much of the journey on your own and interacting with people on your own whim. It feels like you made all your own choices, even if you technically had to do all of these things to get to the credits of this video game. The game's campaign took me around 22 hours of actual playtime, which is pretty average. I feel like a kid could take upwards of 30 to 40 hours if they really took their time and explored the way a kid probably would, and one of my best times when playing through the game and not doing side objectives, just Pallet Town to Indigo Plateau, was around 12 hours. The game feels quite a bit longer than it actually is, but in a good way. Even though you don't spend a crazy amount of hours in the Kanto region, your journey feels like a lengthy one because it feels like you do so much and cover so much ground. There's so much ground covered, in fact, that I want to take this opportunity to talk about some parts of the game that I felt didn't fit in particularly well anywhere else but are worth discussing. Some of these will just be some thoughts I have on certain game mechanics that I want to get out there, and after this bit of cleanup, we'll finally have our post-game discussion I've alluded to so many times throughout this review. The first thing I want to talk about in this segment is how the game sounds, as it's something I haven't mentioned at all up until this point. I want to preface this by saying that when I was younger, I almost always played Pokemon with the sound off and the TV on because I was a bit of an iPad kid before it was cool, wanting to get as much screen burned into my retinas at once as humanly possible. If I was grinding through a part or fighting some trainers, I'd have have one eye trained on the television. This isn't a great way to play a video game in my opinion, and it's partly because, like I mentioned earlier, many of the trainer battles outside of certain bosses are little more than opportunities for XP that can be completed on autopilot. Another reason that I played with the sound off other than to hear the TV was that some of the sound effects in Pokémon Red and Blue are pretty ear-grating, especially the stuff you hear in battles. The Game Boy was a system that didn't have a lot of bass to it, so a lot of what I hear when playing these games are these splitting, high-pitched squeaks and scrapes that aren't exactly music to my ears. A lot of the attack sound effects are similar but not very distinct. Listening to them sounds a lot like smacking and clanging without much variety or identity, and some of them make my ears want to bleed. Not exactly something you want to turn up to 11. But the attacks aren't the only thing you hear in battles, because each individual Pokemon also has a cry that it makes when it's encountered. Now, a lot of these cries are really just noises meant to give each Pokemon that little extra distinction from one another. I never once got the impression growing up that these sounds were legitimately the noises that a Pokemon was supposed to make. But I will admit, I do prefer this to Pokemon just saying their name like they do in the anime, but that's something I won't get into in a video talking about the video games. These noises aren't nearly as bad as the sounds we hear from Pokemon attacks, and some of them I honestly like, and I've noticed something kind of cool listening back on a lot of them. Many of the sound bites used for evolved Pokemon are the same cry as their earlier stages, but slowed down, sped up, or otherwise manipulated to change their pitch. Each Pokemon having their own personal identity is a good thing, and whatever distinction we can have between them is a plus that adds onto the creature's personality. So although it might not be something that every player is going to appreciate or even hear, I do think it's worth the time and effort the team put into it. I like that these games have a lot of details to appreciate for those that look for them, and it's one of my favorite things about Pokemon games in general, and the distinct cries of each Pokemon is certainly a part of that. Outside of the battles is the game's music. The music of Pokemon Red and Blue is possibly one of the most impressive things about these games when you think about what they had to work with. It speaks to the genius of Junichi Masuda, the game's composer, who becomes a key player in the future of the Pokemon franchise. When you listen to the opening cutscene's music as it goes into the main theme, it sounds like you're at a sporting event walking out onto the arena stage. Listen to the clacks that take the place of the drums, and the beeps that sound like horns. It just sounds like someone going out into an event stadium to take a trophy while people watch and cheer from the stands. And this is all communicated just from the hype of the soundtrack and the build-up from the opening cutscene. This is honestly one of my favorite music tracks ever, and I find myself humming it all the time, even if I don't necessarily have Pokemon on the brain. And listen, I don't know at all what it's like to make music, but I can't imagine it's easy, doubly so to have to use the limited sound system on something like a Game Boy cartridge. I know I said earlier that I didn't like to consider how impressive something is for the time of its release, because that doesn't necessarily mean it's good, but this is impressive for its time, and it absolutely slaps. The game is chock full of a lot of great tracks. The opening theme is an absolute banger, but there are some other highlights as well, and a lot of them help elicit a vibe that its associated area is going for. The Pallet Town theme is another great one, and it sounds like you're taking a stroll through streets that you're familiar with. It feels safe and warm. Contrast that with the theme for Viridian Forest, the game's first dungeon. It's not exactly sinister, but it does sound like something you'd hear when going into a place you've never been before that can be a little dangerous. The battle theme is another good one, which is fortunate since you're going to be hearing it a lot while playing the game. It sounds intense enough to set the stage for a confrontation without being overbearing. Contrast that to the gym battle theme, where higher stakes translate to a higher tempo and more energy. The surfing theme just sounds like you're on the water sailing through smooth waves. And the Sylph Company theme sounds like your character is sneaking around like you're in a place that doesn't welcome you. I think that the game has some really great music, and I've listed my favorites, but most of it is pretty good. If I had some nitpicks, I would say that I'm not a big fan of the Lavender Town theme. I don't know, I feel like Lavender Town should have been a little more somber and less outright creepy, considering it's a place that clearly still loves and respects Pokemon, and the vibe doesn't really match when you walk through the town after the first or second time. I also think some of the city themes are too similar, although I do appreciate that each town gets its own, even if a lot of them don't quite stand out. Another little tidbit I kind of touched on but didn't go into detail about is the fact that the speed stat also governs critical hit chance in the first generation of Pokemon. A critical hit in Pokemon usually has a random chance of happening, and the chances are pretty low so you can't count on them, but not low enough that you don't at least consider its possibility in a battle. There are some moves that have a high chance for critical hits, such as the move Slash. That doesn't sound all that bad, but there's a reason why they didn't stick with the system going forward. A critical hit deals approximately double the damage and ignores stat buffs and debuffs for both the attacker and the Pokemon being attacked. This means that a Pokemon that boosts its attack a bunch over multiple turns might actually do less damage if it gets a crit, and a Pokemon who has buffed its defense and is taking less damage will get damaged by a critical hit as if it has no buffs to its defenses. So, in Gen 1, there's not really an answer to Pokemon that can run crit builds, and with the speed stat impacting the mechanic the way it does, it makes crit builds easy to run, especially when you pair it with a move like Slash that has higher crit chance altogether. Charizard, Dugtrio, and Scyther are 3 Pokemon that learn Slash and are some of the fastest in the game. You'll literally be dishing out critical hits more than a quarter of the time, which doesn't sound like much, but it is, especially since it's something you can't even buff against. We've talked a lot about balance issues and what the development team did with the game when it comes to presentation and graphics, and I think I've made it clear that I believe Pokémon Red and Blue are very impressive games. One thing that I didn't get the chance to fully touch upon in the first part of the video has been the game's glitches and broken features. There's certainly a lot of polish in this game and a great deal of thought put into a lot of its parts, but I would be lying if I said it doesn't feel like it's held together by sticks and glue when you look under the hood. There are a lot of quirks and design choices I'm willing to play devil's advocate for, but I'm a little less forgiving when it comes to glitches and game bugs. If something in a game doesn't work the way it's supposed to work for the player, that is objectively a flaw of the game. I know making a game work perfectly is easier said than done, especially during a time where software patches didn't exist the way they do for games now, but it's still something that can't be ignored. There's a pretty prolific image floating around on forum websites detailing some of the glitches and issues with Pokemon Red and Blue, and I'll go over some of those and others now to give you an idea of the bugs that make these games quirky at best and broken at worst. There's a move called Focus Energy, which is supposed to make their users user more likely to hit the opponent with a critical hit. Focus energy, instead of doing what it's supposed to, actually cuts the likelihood of critical hits happening by 75%. If you use focus energy, you're actually making your chances for doing big damage much lower. Moves that hit multiple times, like double slap, use the first instance of damage for each subsequent part of the attack. That means if you land a crit with double slap the first time, each hit afterwards is also a critical attack, possibly leading to wonky amounts of damage dealt. You actually receive your first Pokemon in the game before you get your Pokédex. When a Pokemon evolves, it gives you information on the new form of the Pokemon. The old man who blocks you from going north in the beginning of the game is tied to a trigger that happens once you receive your Pokédex after delivering Oak's parcel. You can't catch new Pokemon between getting your starter and delivering Oak's parcel because you have no access to Pokeballs, so you normally can't have any other Pokemon besides your starter. However, if you train your starter to level 16 through wild encounters and evolve it before getting the Pokédex officially, you'll be unable to trigger Oak to give you the Pokédex and make the old man let you pass. Instead, when you talk to him, he will read off how many Pokemon you have obtained as if you've already received the Pokédex from him. This will soft lock the game, forcing you to restart your save file. We talked about this before, but if you score a knockout with the move Hyper Beam, you don't have to use a turn to recharge. This is definitely unintentional since it was fixed in the future games. Waking up from sleep or being freed from a stun-locking attack like Wrap or Bind took a turn in Gen 1. A Pokemon gets put to sleep, it's out for 2 to 5 turns, and on the turn it wakes up, it can't actually do anything. This means if your enemy was a Pokemon that was faster than you, it could put you back into Wrap or Sleep status and completely stun lock you from being able to counter or do anything at all. This was fixed in future games as well. Entering the Safari Zone costs $500 as mentioned earlier in the video. This is not a lot of money in the game's economy, but it is possible to not have enough to enter. There are also 2 items that are required to progress the game found in the Safari Zone, the Gold Teeth and the HM for the move Surf. If a player doesn't have $500, has beaten every trainer up until that point in the game, and has no items left to sell, it's possible to be locked out of the rest of the game, forcing you to erase your save file and start the game over to continue. Due to a programming glitch, Psychic types were immune to Ghost type attacks even though they were meant to be weak to them. Another reason why Psychic types are broken in Generation 1. In the Pokemon Tower, it is possible to cause the ghost of Marowak to permanently disappear by using an item called the Pokédoll to end the battle against it. If this is done, there is no need to use the Sylph Scope to reveal its appearance. This also allows the player to break the gameplay sequence and obtain the Pokéflute without entering the Team Rocket hideout and acquiring the Sylph Scope. In the context of speedrunning, this is known as the Pokédoll skip. You get the picture. There are more, but these are either the most egregious or the easiest to understand. There are some infamous glitches that people love to talk about and do themselves, one of which we will talk about later, but I feel like that's enough to show someone that the games are just coded poorly in a lot of ways. There are so many numbers and values being calculated in the background while playing the game, it's no wonder that the first time this system was built, there were tons of oversights and quirks that slipped through the cracks. Even if it's understandable, it's still a flaw of the game overall, although a playthrough is certainly possible where a player won't notice or be hampered much by any of these glitches in a way that can ruin a playthrough. Let's talk a little bit about Pokemon Yellow. For those of you that don't know Pokemon's release model for their games earlier on in the franchise, what usually happened in a new generation was that 2 different versions were released, versions like Red and Blue. We'll talk more on that later, but the gist is that these versions are essentially the same games but with very minor differences, most notably with which Pokemon you can capture in each game. The 3rd edition usually came with some minor gameplay and balance improvements, and later on included bonus scenarios in the game's story and usually some additions to post-game content. Some of these 3rd installments end up being the definitive version of the game, a general improvement that would be the choice for any player to pick if they were going back to enjoy that particular generation. For example, if someone wanted to experience the story of Generation 4, they probably wouldn't pick the original releases, Diamond and Pearl. They'd want to grab the definitive installment that came out 2 years later, Pokemon Platinum. The additions and quality of life tweaks usually meant the game felt more complete, and while we won't be discussing the validity of basically remastering a game only a few years after it came out and charging consumers full price for it again, I do want to talk a little bit about Pokemon Yellow, which came out just over a year in the US after Red and Blue were released. Yellow is a little different than Red and Blue for a few minor reasons that feel like more of a big deal than they actually are. After the anime came out to explosive popularity and the franchise had solidified Pikachu as its #1 mascot, Pokemon Yellow version was released as a follow-up that was meant to share some of the DNA that made the show popular. Instead of Charizard and Blastoise taking the cover of Pokemon Red and Blue cartridges respectively, Yellow version had Pikachu plastered on the front cover. Instead of choosing one of the 3 starter Pokemon in the beginning of the game, you're given a Pikachu as your only option, with Blue receiving an Eevee instead of grabbing a Pokemon to have a type advantage against yours. Some Team Rocket encounters at the end of dungeons like Mount Moon and Pokemon Pokemon Tower are now replaced by battles with LGBTQ icons Jesse and James. Some Pokemon move pools are updated, some gym leader teams are changed, and most endearing of all, Pikachu follows you around outside of its Pokeball like it does for Ash in the anime. So, is Yellow the definitive Gen 1 experience? I definitely see why someone would enjoy playing through Pokemon Yellow since it sounds nice and dandy on the surface, and there are certainly some pros. For one, since the game was released after the anime and after Pokemon started to explode in popularity, the front-facing sprites were updated, and it seems like the programmers and artists really had a lot of time and direction they needed to make these sprites perfect. I mean, look at how amazing some of these sprites are. The difference between Pokemon like Ninetales, Chansey, Gengar, Golduck, Caterpie, pretty much every single sprite in Pokemon Yellow is night and day. These are vastly superior to what we see in Red and Blue, at least in my opinion. I think some of the ones we see in Red and Blue are better, but not many. I kind of prefer the original Magikarp, Muck, Mewtwo, and Ditto, but it's still a small trade-off for all the other ones, and it's certainly worth it on a whole. Another pro is updated move pools, which I mentioned briefly already. It's not perfect yet, but some Pokemon that were downright unusable before due to limited move lists become viable in Yellow. Mankey learns an actual fighting type move with Low Kick for starters. Nidoran Male learns Double Kick at an early level to give you a fighting chance against Brock, who your new starter, Pikachu, will absolutely be steamrolled by. Speaking of which, Pikachu learns more moves, most of them pretty useful to keep it relevant. A lot of Pokemon get these little nudges to make them not completely useless, but not all. Sorry, Hitmonchan. And considering how bad some Pokemon had it previously, the little bit we get goes a decent way. While these changes are welcome, I would be lying if I said I preferred Yellow to its counterparts. There are some glaring issues with the game that keep Pokemon Yellow from being the definitive experience over its older brothers. For starters, well, there are no starters. You only get Pikachu. This problem is worse than it sounds for 3 reasons. 1, Pikachu is a bad Pokemon in Generation 1. Let me explain. The game, like any other RPG, has a difficulty curve, where as enemies begin to get stronger and have tougher Pokemon, you're expected to do the same to combat them. You might be wondering why this is a big deal. I literally caught a Pikachu, evolved it into a Raichu, and used it for my entire playthrough where it was a valued member of my party. Except Pokemon Yellow, taking inspiration from the anime, locks you out of actually evolving your Pikachu at all. If you try to use a Thunderstone on it, it'll refuse. That means you're stuck using a Pikachu with absolutely paltry stats compared to most other Pokemon, let alone fully evolved ones you can get by the end of the game. By the time you beat Lieutenant Surge and get your 3rd gym badge, Pikachu has completely fallen behind most other Pokemon unless you've got a type advantage or a high level advantage. And once you hit the 5th gym badge, Pikachu is downright unusable without an unreasonable amount of grinding. To put this into perspective, Pikachu has a base stat total of 260. A base stat total is all of its stats put together to measure its overall potential, giving us a ballpark estimate of how strong a Pokemon is. It is weaker than Sandshrew, Machop, Bellsprout, Slowpoke, Coughing, and Goldeen. Pikachu is literally one of the weakest Pokemon in the game, and there's not much you can do to compensate for these gargantuan gaps in stats even before you reach the mid-game. Pikachu has a defense stat of 30, a special stat of 50, and an HP stat of 35. If you get hit by anything, and I pretty much mean anything, even not very effective attacks in the mid-game, your Pikachu is going to go down. If I ever find myself replaying Yellow version, which is rare, I usually put my Pikachu in the PC storage system before it even hits level 25. My second issue with only getting a Pikachu is that an important choice in the beginning of the game is no longer there. It might not seem like much, but being able to choose one of these 3 iconic starters is a big reason why the beginning of the adventure feels so fun, and taking away player choice and replacing it with something that equates to a useless novelty isn't exactly a good thing. The last issue is that all 3 starters can be received as gift Pokemon from NPCs before you reach Rock Tunnel. Charmander and Bulbasaur are received around Cerulean City, and Squirtle is given to you after you beat Lieutenant Surge. This might seem cool at first, and there's certainly some fun to be had when playing through the first time, but this is another instance of choices being made for you. Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard are some of the best Pokemon in the game, and that's usually fine because you're forced to only be able to have one in a normal playthrough unless you have a friend that's willing to trade with you. This forces you to make decisions about what you want to fill the rest of your team with. In Pokemon Yellow, what's the point? If I have Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise, why would I ever use Pokemon like Vileplume, Cloyster, Arcanine, Magmar, Tentacruel, Lapras, or Victreebel? You can, of course, choose to not use all 3 starters or double up on water, fire, or grass types, but then you'd just be handicapping yourself when there's not really a reason to. Another issue is that, generally, Pokemon Yellow is easier than Red and Blue. Not only do you have better move pools and access to the starters early in the game, the mid-game bosses are made weaker for a reason I can't quite figure out. Lieutenant Surge only has 1 Raichu, Mewtwo like in the anime, making his team that much smaller and weaker for anyone that even kind of knows what they're doing. Erica has no fully evolved Pokemon anymore. Koga loses his menacing Muck and Weezing for 3 Venonats and a Venomoth, and Sabrina has a Pokemon that literally does not know an attack move. It's a shame because I actually do think that Blaine and Giovanni's teams are somewhat improved and the levels are boosted a bit here and there, but the team changes they made for most of the gym leaders are downright perplexing. My other complaints are the same as the ones I have in Red and Blue. For everything it does differently, which admittedly is not much since almost all of the game and its events I haven't discussed in this section are completely unchanged, the worst parts of Red and Blue are still the worst parts of Yellow. The trainer AI is still terrible, the game is still full of bugs, those god-awful back sprites remain unchanged and stick out even more when looking at the near-perfect front sprites in the updated version, and a relatively easy game is made even easier. For all of these reasons, I would say that someone looking for a definitive Gen 1 playthrough on the original Game Boy games is better off using Pokemon Red or Blue instead of Yellow. Although someone who doesn't care about these changes and just wants to go back and play them as part of gaming history isn't going to offend me if they chose to play Yellow for a lot of the novel reasons I've listed in this section of the review. I think we can finally talk about the endgame content that I've been alluding to throughout the review. After the credits roll and you're booted back to the main menu, you can load up your game again and find yourself outside of your house back in Pallet Town where it all started. The world will have remained quite the same even though you're now the champion. NPC dialogue does not react to your new status as the greatest trainer in the world. In fact, the Elite Four are the only trainers in the game that can be challenged over and over again, and even their dialogue is the same, acting as though it's the first time you've challenged them even if you've beaten them 10 times over. Blue will still be there at the end of the gauntlet, mocking you before being defeated, leading to Oak coming in and congratulating you. It's all very Groundhog's Day. Nobody is going to give you a pat on the back, and although this is a bit of a bummer, it makes complete sense that the game's world would remain unchanged after it's beaten. Updating NPC dialogue would be a nightmare for the developers, and the effort would likely go unnoticed by many who aren't interested in playing the game after the credits roll. So, what's left to do in the postgame? If there's nobody left to battle and no new events added to the game after becoming champion, why would someone keep playing? Why, to catch them all, of course. The first generation of Pokemon had 151 monsters in all, and now that we're done with the main story, all that's left is to fill out our Pokédex, which was the original task given to us by Professor Oak at the start of the game. The fulfillment of this task requires some context on why it's more difficult than it sounds, so let's hop right in. For those of you that are unaware, you can't catch all 151 Pokemon if you only have one version of the game, in my case, Red version. One of the big draws of Pokemon was the social aspect of it, and that social aspect came heavily from the ability to trade by linking up Game Boy systems using a peripheral called the link cable. Trade a Pokemon over to a friend, and now you both have that Pokemon registered in your Pokédex, meaning once a creature is captured, it can be sent away or released and it still counts towards Pokédex completion. Red and Blue each have 11 Pokemon found in one game that's not found in the other game. Red version has Ekans, Arbok, Oddish, Gloom, Vileplume, Mankey, Primeape, Growlithe, Arcanine, Scyther, and Electabuzz. Blue version has different exclusives not found in Red, which are Sandshrew, Sandslash, Vulpix, Ninetales, Meowth, Persian, Bellsprout, Weepinbell, Victorybell, Magmar, and Pinsir. A player with a Red version looking for a Sandshrew will be out of luck and must trade someone who has Blue version for these exclusives, meaning team-ups are mandatory for full Pokédex completion. These aren't the only Pokemon that require trading, however. The game is actually quite full of choices that lock you out of other Pokemon or ones that are missable if you don't act wisely. We'll go through capturing each Pokemon in the full section, but for starters, well, there are the starters. A player in Red version who chooses Bulbasaur like me won't have access to Squirtle, Charmander, or their evolutions without trading. Let's say another player has Blue version and trades me their Squirtle before we trade back. Not only do we both still need the other person's starter's evolutions, neither one of us get Charmander without a third person. This is all to say that actually acquiring a full Pokédex takes some careful planning or considerable resources or some networking or all three. I've actually completed the Pokédex in Generation 1 on its original system, so this is something I feel like I can talk about pretty extensively. I did this with my two younger brothers. They had never played the first generation of Pokemon, and I had never completed the game's Pokédex. I bought some original cartridges, a Game Boy for my youngest brother, a GameCube player for the middle one to play on the big screen, and I followed along on my Advance SP. It was a ton of fun to play through it all together over the course of a month, and it's now a cherished memory of mine. But enough with the sappy stuff. I would regret not going over the Pokemon in a game that's centered around them, and with the endgame almost entirely being about capturing and filling out your Pokédex, I figured it'd be a good opportunity to talk about what I think about them in the context of the game and where you find all of them. Going through the acquisition of each Pokemon will also give me a good on-ramp to talk about portions of the game that I've put off so far, such as certain dungeons, the casino, the fossils, etc. I decided to save a lot of these pieces for later for two reasons. One, so that the story portion of the game wasn't riddled with tangents, and two, because I thought it would be a better fit in the Pokemon collection portion because some of these locations and mechanics are closely tied to getting rare Pokemon. The Pokédex itself is a Pokemon encyclopedia. It works as a sort of scanner that has two stages of information. One stage stage is unlocked when you see a Pokemon in any capacity, be it in the wild or by another trainer confirming it exists. The second stage of information consists of more in-depth details about the Pokemon you only get once you've actually caught it. That might sound confusing, but it kind of works like this. You head to Viridian Forest with your Pokédex and encounter a Caterpie for the first time. In the list of 151 Pokemon, each one has a specific number attached to it, grouped together by evolution. Bulbasaur is always number 1, Ivysaur is always number 2, and Venusaur is number 3. Caterpie is always number 10. If I see a Caterpie, it now shows up in my Pokédex as, well, Caterpie. Before I saw a Caterpie for the first time, there was a blank space that held no information, not even a name. This also works for trainer battles. When Brock throws out a Geodude, which like the wild Caterpie I hadn't encountered before, it now takes up its spot in the Pokédex, its number always being 74. The other thing to consider is that each individual spot is not available to me from the get-go. If Geodude at spot number 74 is the highest numbered spot I know exists from encountering it, then I will only see up to 74 blank spots. I would have no way of knowing how many more Pokemon there are than the 74 spots I've seen so far, opened up because Geodude is the current highest on the list. So, back to Caterpie. Seeing a Caterpie by either wild encounter or trainer battle, I have no other information to gain in the Pokédex right now other than its possible location. A Pokemon that can be caught in-game will have this little symbol flashing at a location, either a route or a dungeon area like Mount Moon or Rock Tunnel. Head to that location, walk around or fish in the area, and that Pokemon is bound to show up eventually. However, not every Pokemon can be caught in the wild. If you see another trainer with, say, an Aerodactyl, a Pokemon that has to be given to you by an NPC, and you look up its location in the Pokédex, it'll say Area Unknown, which is code for it can't be encountered in the wild. This goes for version exclusives and starters as well. So, when I actually capture a Caterpie for the first time, I get a little musical piece and a message saying the Pokemon's information has been added to the Pokédex. It then takes me to the Pokemon's page, which shows me its name, type of Pokemon, its approximate weight, height, and a small snippet of information telling us about the species. Bulbasaur, for example, is the seed Pokemon. Its weight is 15 pounds, and the Pokédex tells us that the Pokemon has a seed on its back from birth which grows with it. Pretty neat, right? You can also play back the Pokemon's cry, which is a nice touch. Now that we understand the Pokédex and how it's filled, I think this is a good time to talk about each Pokemon individually. Not only are we going to go over how it's caught and any mechanics that might be tied to that Pokemon's acquisition, I'm also going to be quickly going over what I think about their design and their utility in the game. We've touched on this lightly before, but a Pokemon's usefulness in-game is based around a few metrics. One is a Pokemon's level, a mechanic that's universal to all of them. Any Pokemon can go from level 2 to 100, with each level raising its stats and possibly leading to evolution and new moves. It is important to note that some Pokemon do level up quicker than others, however. There are XP brackets that each Pokemon fits into, and certain brackets require less total XP to get to the level cap than others. The next metric is a Pokemon's base stat total. We've talked about each stat before, those being HP, attack, defense, special, and speed, and the base stat total can be thought of as a Pokemon's numerical potential. In a Pokemon's database entry, let's say that it has a base attack stat of 35. That's a very low attack stat, but that doesn't mean a Pokemon with a base attack stat of 35 has an overall attack stat of 35 in-game. That 35 is a numerical value that's calculated with the Pokemon's level and a few other factors to give it its total in-game stat. So while it might have a base stat total of 35, a Pokemon might have an attack stat of 57 in the game at level 50, which is still very low. Of course, base stats can vary. A base stat of 5 to 45 is relatively low. 50 to 70 isn't too bad, 75 to 95 is good, and anything 100 or above is a great stat. A base stat total is the combination of all those values, so a Pokemon with a base stat total of 300 is going to be, generally speaking, weaker than a Pokemon with a base stat total of 400. This is not always true, however. Some Pokemon don't benefit from having high numbers in certain stats. A Psychic Pokemon that's going to be using a lot of special moves doesn't necessarily need a high attack stat. I will say that most Pokemon in Gen 1 kind of fit into archetypes of usefulness when it comes to base stats. Most Pokemon are either really solid all-rounders with strong stats across the board, or they're really quick glass cannons that hit hard but go down fast. The third archetype is that they're not very good or just plain old bad. This explanation is already a lot without getting into an invisible system of Pokemon training called effort values, or EVs. No, not that EV. They work differently in later games than they do in Gen 1 and Gen 2. I'm giving a very surface level introduction to the system, but the idea goes like this. Your Pokemon gets stronger through stat experience when it defeats another Pokemon. Beating those Pokemon, at least in Gens 1 and 2, adds their stats to your Pokemon's stat XP. This is separate than the normal XP, and the higher those individual stat XPs are, those corresponding stats will grow at a slightly higher rate. This means that Pokemon you use to defeat opponents will be slightly stronger stat-wise than if you caught that same Pokemon at the same level in the wild, at least until it gets all of its EVs up through use. As far as I know, these systems are completely invisible and unexplained in the game and require guides to explore and understand. They do act almost like a bond with your Pokemon. It makes sense that a Pokemon you've trained a lot with and defeated a lot of opponents with would be stronger than one you haven't used as much, but the system is pretty obtuse to understand, let alone explain. Another metric of Pokemon usefulness is type and move pool, which sort of go hand in hand. For a normal playthrough, you're going to want a variety of Pokemon types to battle with different advantages against different Pokemon. A trainer who loves and only uses rock types can certainly play with only rock types, but they're going to have a tough time against any water types. That's why it's smart to carry different types in your team of 6. There are also move pools to consider. Some Pokemon are strong in stats but low in useful moves. TMs can be used as a crutch to teach certain Pokemon powerful moves they might not learn otherwise, especially if it's a move that it gets stab damage from. Any electric type Pokemon will benefit from learning Thunderbolt, but most electric Pokemon don't learn that move naturally. You can teach just about any electric Pokemon that move with the Thunderbolt TM, but most TMs are only obtained once in the entire game. If you use it, you lose it. Obviously, Pokemon that learn a lot of moves naturally are preferable, but you also have to consider how strong they are otherwise and what level they learn good moves at. A Pokemon that learns its best move at level 55 requires quite a bit of investment, and that move might not get any real use against the game's bosses if it doesn't reach level 55 until after you've beaten the Elite Four. Availability is also a factor for individual Pokemon as well as their moves. A Pokemon that's available early and evolves 2 times, like Nidoran or your starter, is going to be a valuable member to a team since you get the most bang for your buck, so to speak. Even if a certain Pokemon is fantastic and has excellent stats, if it's only available in the last dungeon before the end of the game, it's not going to give a trainer a ton of value if they reserve a spot for it throughout their whole playthrough. With all of this in mind, we're going to examine each Pokemon with these factors playing a role in our survey, as well as what I personally think about their overall design. I know there's 151 of them, but these examinations will be, for the most part, very quick unless there's specific portions of the game that go along with the acquisition of that Pokemon. Numbers 1 through 3 are Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur. I already talked about the starters, so I won't go into too much detail about them, but this evolutionary line is my favorite of the starter trio. I like the color green, and this line is particularly tanky and hard to get rid of without super effective attacks, so it can outlast most other Pokemon in a fist fight since it has high HP, defense, and special, not to mention Grass being a strong type against many of the game's bosses, especially in the early game. It's honestly just great design-wise, and since I chose Bulbasaur, it was the first addition to my Pokédex. Side note, when a Pokemon evolves, its Pokédex entry is automatically recorded, meaning I get Ivysaur and Venusaur just by leveling up my starter throughout the game. Numbers 4 through 6 are Charmander, Charmeleon, and Charizard. A great Pokemon even if it's my least favorite starter. We already talked about the difficulty it has with the early game. But since there aren't a lot of great fire types in Generation 1, it's certainly a good Pokemon to have, although it doesn't get the same mileage from its type that Bulbasaur and Squirtle do. Another complaint I have about fire Pokemon in general is that they don't learn many great fire type moves until much later in their move pool, meaning many fire types, Charizard included, have to wait quite a while to get a fire type move that's any better than Ember, which is pretty weak after the early game. It's kind of a shame that Charizard's second type, Flying, isn't utilized well in Red and Blue. In Yellow, it can learn the move Fly, but in Red and Blue, it can't learn any flying type attacks, which is a real bummer since it gets the weaknesses of a flying type without the advantages. My middle sibling who played Yellow had a Charmander, and we had to be careful to trade our starters at each evolutionary stage. Pokédex entries do not fill retroactively for evolutions. If my brother only gave me a Charizard, it wouldn't fill in the entries for Charmander and Charmeleon. So, we traded starters at stages 1, 2, and 3 back and forth to make sure we had all the spots in the decks that we needed. Numbers 7 through 9 are Squirtle, Wartortle, and Blastoise. These are some awesome Pokemon too. In my opinion, there are a few things cooler than a giant turtle with cannons on its back. This evolutionary line is a close second to the Bulbasaur family, but another reason why I choose others over Squirtle is because this game is filled with tons of great water-type Pokemon. So while Blastoise is one of the best, its place certainly can be filled with other Pokemon that are just as good, such as Starmie, Lapras, or Vaporeon. All of the starters are strong all-arounders that don't really have any weaknesses outside of type matchups. They're designed to be the cornerstone of your team right out of the gate, and Blastoise is no exception. Number 10 is Caterpie. You can catch Caterpie easily in Viridian Forest, the first dungeon of the game. Not only that, but bug Pokemon grow very quickly into their full potential. Bug Pokemon often need less XP to level up than most other Pokemon, dominating the early game with third stage evolutions before becoming weak just as quick when they're outpaced by stronger Pokemon with higher stats. Caterpie evolves into Metapod at level 7 and into Butterfree at level 10, filling up our spots for 11 and 12. Butterfree is low-key kind of iconic as it was part of Ash's team from the original anime. It also has an infamous episode that was used as an emotional send-off for that Pokemon, an episode that I really enjoyed when I was younger. It's also a good answer to Brock's team due to early access to the Psychic-type move Confusion coupled with a special stat of 80 that's pretty decent, especially for the early game. Butterfree also learns a couple of support status moves, so while not exactly great, it is certainly viable with some work. Much like Caterpie's line, then Weedle's the other early game bug type that can be found in Viridian Forest, evolving into Kakuna at level 7 and Beedrill at level 10. I think design-wise this is a really strong line, Weedle being super cute and Beedrill being super menacing with its giant eyes and needle hands. Beedrill is certainly iconic, but maybe not quite as much as Butterfree, which is a shame because it's not really that useful, even for the early game. Bad typing and a lack of decent moves keeps it from being a comfortable pick even before you get to Misty. Butterfree just has better stat distribution and an easier time with its move pool, the only thing keeping Beedrill from being at least usable as a good stab move or two. Next up are numbers 16, 17, and 18, which are Pidgey, Pidgeotto, and Pidgeot. This is one of those Pokemon that you'll see just about everywhere there's grass on the overworld. This is an early game bird that is actually kind of an investment, evolving into Pidgeotto at level 18 and into its final form, Pidgeot, at level 36. A lot of players enjoy these Pokemon and usually use it as the game's dedicated flyer, being a frequent early addition to many players' teams as well as flying the player around using the fast travel move. In all honesty, I've never been a huge fan of Pidgeot. It's just kind of a bird that has a strange stat distribution. Like, none of its stats are low, but none of them are particularly good, and the moves that it learns are pretty sparse. It's certainly not awful, and I don't hate its design at any stage, but it's not one of my favorites despite its popularity. Number 19 is Rattata, which evolves into Raticate, number 20, at level 20. Rattata is an early game weak Pokemon that can be found almost everywhere on the map. It has high speed and decent attack with access to a lot of moves, being a normal type. Weirdly enough, it can learn some special moves through TMs like Thunderbolt and Ice Beam, but its special stat is so low that it's not really worth it. It has a gimmick move in Super Fang, which always takes away half of the opponent's current HP, but the gimmick isn't really worth the spot on any teams. I like these Pokemon. I think Rattata is cute, but I wouldn't use either one, even in the early game, because their base stat total is just so low. Next up is Spearow and Fearow at numbers 21 and 22. Spearow can be found in a lot of places in the game, including early on, almost in as many spots as Pidgey. I think these Pokemon get a bad rap when compared to Pidgeot due to not being as iconic in the anime since it wasn't part of Ash's team like Pidgey was, and while that's understandable, I think Spearow and Fearow are just better. I remember watching a review on YouTube of the first generation of Pokemon where someone asked why anyone would pick Fearow as part of their party when Pidgeot is an objectively better pick, and they couldn't be more wrong. This line only has 2 stages, meaning it reaches its full potential much earlier, evolving as early as level 20. Fearow also has access to the best flying type attack in the game, Drill Peck, whereas Pidgeot does not. Even though Fearow technically has a lower base stat total, its point distribution makes it better at what it does. Fearow is faster and stronger than Pidgeot, meaning it hits first and it makes that hit count. At the end of the day, both of them are going down in one hit of a super effective attack, so why not take the glass cannon over the glass pea shooter? In my opinion, Fearow rules and Pidgeot drools. Ekans and Arbok are numbers 23 and 24. Ekans is actually only found in red version, and its earliest encounter is Route 4, which is the patch of grass to the left of Cerulean City after you hop off of Mount Moon. I think Arbok is a pretty cool Pokemon design-wise, but the biggest issue with these Pokemon other than their middling stats is their typing. Poison is not a great primary type, especially in Gen 1, and Arbok's best attacks come from TMs like Dig and Earthquake, and those are better used on other Pokemon that either have better stats or are actually ground types that will benefit from a good stab bonus. Its speed and attack are okay, but those fall off towards the beginning of the late game too. You're just better off using something else. It does evolve pretty early at level 22, but Ekans is so bad that even getting it there is going to be quite a chore. It's a real shame because I enjoy both of these Pokemon. Numbers 25 and 26 are Pikachu and Raichu. I think Raichu is actually a solid Pokemon, and that Pikachu is decent enough to get you to the point where you can evolve it with a Thunderstone in this game if it's used as a support Pokemon until then. Generally, you want it going up against weaker Pokemon or ones it has a type advantage against until it evolves. I don't think there are a lot of people who would say anything ill about Pikachu's design since it's the face of the most valuable intellectual property in the world, and I certainly like both of these Pokemon well enough. Like I said earlier in the review, Pikachu can be found in Viridian Forest with an encounter rate of 5%, so catching it there isn't a big deal at all, and it can certainly serve you well as a glass cannon that outspeeds most other Pokemon in the game. Next is... Wait, we've got to talk about something. Remember way earlier in the video when I discussed the PC storage system? Little computer found in every Pokemon Center, stores your items and your Pokemon in it? This is the part of the video where the Pokemon storage system rears its ugly little head, and we might as well talk about it now. When we discussed storing items in the PC, the process was tedious sometimes if you didn't remember to put away your unwanted key items, but if you managed it correctly, you could avoid the issue, and even if you didn't, it was a mild annoyance. The Pokemon storage system the game uses is something else entirely. Most players who are interested in completing the Pokédex might not even need to interact with this management system. I would bet that the average player catches less than 20 Pokemon in a playthrough, only choosing ones they find cool or interesting, give or take some experimentation and substituting, causing them to catch a few different ones and switch them out on the PC. For those of us that want to complete the Pokédex, however, we need to contend with the box system. It's kind of hard to describe how frustrating this is to someone who hasn't experienced it themselves, because it sounds like it's not that bad, but trust me when I say it is. As I said before, you have 6 slots for Pokemon to be in your party, and each box that holds Pokemon in the PC has 20 slots to store 20 Pokemon. Someone who's trying to complete the Pokédex is going to fill up those slots pretty quick, and in the endgame, they'll also be doing some grinding to evolve first stage Pokemon into their evolutions that can't be caught in the wild. Let's take Ponyta for example. Ponyta needs to get all the way to level 40 before it can evolve into a Rapidash, and this is the only way to get a Rapidash, as again, some evolutions can't be found in the wild. For those of us who don't want to spend all their time grinding wild Pokemon since they give out small amounts of XP compared to trainer battles, we can bring weaker Pokemon to the Elite Four rematches and use a tactic to share the XP we gain from tougher Pokemon. See, if one of your Pokemon participates in the battle against an enemy Pokemon, it gets some of the total experience once it's beaten. Participating can be as little as simply being on the field before being immediately switched out. Send out a level 15 Ponyta against Lorelei's level 54 Dugong, immediately switch it out and KO it with my Raichu the next turn, and my Ponyta gets half the total XP. This is one of the best ways to level weaker Pokemon to get them up to speed quickly, and you're going to be doing this with a lot of Pokemon to evolve everyone you need to get all the Pokédex pages filled, which means you're going to be switching Pokemon in and out of your party constantly at the PC, especially if you're trading like I was. The problem is that each box only has 20 slots, and each box has no differences other than a number from 1 to 12. To switch from one box to another, you have to save your game, which takes up about 10 seconds. Let's say you fill up your first box just catching Pokemon and filling up Pokédex pages. No problem, switch to box 2. Do the same thing to that box and box 3 and 4. Okay, I'm ready to start training my Ponyta. Which box is it in? Not box 4, so I save and check box 3. Not there either. Okay, save and check box 2. Okay, it's here, just gotta withdraw it and... oh wait, I already have 6 Pokemon in my party. I'll just deposit my Hitmonlee and oops, this box already has 20 slots in it, and Pokemon can't be swapped at the same time. A Pokemon must be deposited and then withdrawn. Okay, switch all the way to box 5, save my game, deposit Hitmonlee, switch back to box 2, save my game, take out Ponyta, level it up to level 40, put it back in box 2. Okay, I need to evolve my Ekans. Where did I put my Ekans? Switch to box 3, save, not there. Switch to box 4, save, not there. Switch to box 1, save, oh, it's right there. I promise you, the act of switching Pokemon and remembering where they all are is a process that is so tedious, especially since you have to go through saving your game every time you just want to look in a box. My brothers and I spent a terrible amount of time running through menus, especially since we had to do a lot of trading as well. Have fun trying to remember which box you left a Sandshrew in that you caught 5 hours ago. Even if you start out with a semblance of a system to try and organize it, it's very easy to have it fall apart when you can't swap Pokemon out in boxes if they're full. It becomes very disorganized very quickly. This is by far one of the worst management menu systems I've seen in a game, and I have to imagine the developers didn't want it to run like this, considering catching and training all these Pokemon was the main point of the game. This has to be some kind of hardware limitation compromise, and it is one of my least favorite aspects of catching every Pokemon, a task which I found to be a lot of fun otherwise, at least for the most part. Well, the box system is just something we're going to have to live with if we want to complete the Pokédex. Let's continue catching all of our Pokemon. Numbers 27 and 28 are Sandshrew and Sandslash, neither of which can be caught in my red version, so it's one that I have to trade for my brother's blue version. In that version, it occupies the same spaces that Ekans and Arbok do, so you can grab it pretty early around the second gym. I like the way both of these Pokemon look, they're very cute, and the spikes on Sandslash's back are rad. It's not a bad Pokemon, and it definitely benefits from being only a ground type and not a rock ground type like some other Pokemon, so it only has a 2x weakness to grass and water instead of a 4x weakness. It's not as fast as I remember it being, only having a speed stat of 65, which is on the slower side, and it doesn't learn any ground type moves to take advantage of its same type attack bonus. So you have to use TMs like Dig and Earthquake to get full advantage of its high attack. Not an awful pick if you're smart with your TMs. Numbers 29 through 31 are Nidoran Female, Nidorina, and Nidoqueen. Numbers 32 through 34 are Nidoran Male, Nidorino, and Nidoking. I'm grouping these Pokemon together because they're pretty similar in acquisition, playstyle, and design, being essentially the same Pokemon with differences in gender, back when other Pokemon had no discernible gender in-game. The major difference being that Nidoqueen is a little bulkier defensively, and Nidoking hits a little harder. Both of these Pokemon Pokemon are found in the early game in their first stage in the grass patch on Route 22, which is the road west of Viridian City and right before the Indigo Plateau. These Pokemon are notable for being some of the best Pokemon in the entire game and are used in speedruns for a few reasons. First, you can evolve them into their powerful final evolutions insanely early. Not only do you catch them at the very beginning of the game, but they evolve into their middle stage form at level 16, which is very likely to happen by Mount Moon. They also evolve with the Moonstone item found in the early game dungeon, meaning you can have a Pokemon with some pretty insane stats before you even get to battle Misty. Both of these Pokemon can steamroll the rest of the game except for possibly Sabrina's super effective psychic attacks, but everyone else will be easy pickings. Most people tend to prefer Nidoking since Nidoran Male learns a very powerful move, Horn Attack, pretty early, which can one-shot a lot of enemy Pokemon while you wait to get some of the better TMs in the game, most of which Nidoking and Nidoqueen can learn for insane type coverage. I wouldn't exactly call these Pokemon busted, but they're so good and obtainable so early that it kind of destroys the difficulty curve entirely, making it feel pretty busted. Numbers 35 and 36 are Clefairy and Clefable. I really like these Pokemon. They're cute and have some cool lore tidbits in later games, being mysteriously connected to the moon and being suspected of having extraterrestrial origins. It's another Pokemon that can get its full potential unlocked insanely early, being capturable in Mount Moon, the place that also holds the Moonstone needed to evolve it immediately. It's probably one of the better Pokemon in the game for the same reasons as Nidoking. Really good all-arounder stats so that it doesn't have any glaring weaknesses, including a normal typing, which means it doesn't have any real type disadvantages either outside of the rare fighting type. Not only that, it can learn so many good TMs that it can have insane type coverage, being able to score super effective attacks on most Pokemon if it's optimized. Next is Vulpix and Ninetales, some of my favorite Pokemon. I think that's a pretty common opinion. A lot of people really like these Pokemon because it's hard to go wrong with Majestic Firefox and it's pretty decent in-game as well. I believe it's the first Fire-type Pokemon you can capture in the game if you didn't pick Charmander as your Fire-type representative, at least in Blue version. Red version gets Growlithe in the same area. It's found on Route 7, which is the patch of grass right before you get into Celadon City, so you have to wait until the mid-game to get it. However, the Firestone you need to evolve it is purchasable at the Celadon department store, so you can unlock its stat potential right then if you want. The sucky thing about that is Vulpix learns Flamethrower, probably the best Fire-type move in the game, at level 35, and Ninetales doesn't learn any moves once it's evolved. It's very easy to miss. Ninetales is a really solid Pokemon with great all-around stats, including pretty high speed and special, so you're hitting fast and hard, especially if you wait to evolve it so it gets Flamethrower. Numbers 39 and 40 are Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff. They're basically Clefairy and Clefable, but worse. I like these Pokemon mostly because of the anime's Jigglypuff and its iconic antics of putting people to sleep and then drawing on their face, but Wigglytuff just does everything Clefable does with worse stats. This Pokemon also evolves with a Moonstone, which might seem like overkill at this point, but Jigglypuff, the Nidos, and Clefairy are the only 4 Pokemon that evolve with this item, and you can find 5 Moonstones in the game, so no need to trade around to compensate. Jigglypuff can only be caught in Route 3, which is the route after the first gym and right before Mount Moon, so it's pretty early game and therefore not too hard to find or capture, but again, it's just kind of outclassed by other similar Pokemon. If you want to use Wigglytuff in a playthrough, just wait 5 minutes, catch a Clefairy, and use that instead. Numbers 41 and 42 are Zubat and Golbat. Both of these Pokemon are found constantly in the game's caves. Zubat evolves pretty early at level 22, but it is so bad that it's almost impossible to train it up even just that far without it being a pain in the neck. Golbat isn't terrible stat-wise, but it doesn't really do anything that well, and it doesn't learn any good moves, even with TMs. There have been a few playthroughs in different games where I've tried to make Zubat and Golbat work on a team, but it's always a chore, and it's really soured me on this duo. Not only that, but Zubat and Golbat are used by so many rocket grunts, and they're seen constantly in the game's caves, so if you're like me, you'll just get rather sick of even looking at them. I still don't think I can say I outright dislike them since they're still iconic Gen 1 Pokemon, but I'm definitely not a huge fan of either. Numbers 43 through 45 are Oddish, Gloom, and Vileplume. These are the early grass poison types and can only be caught in my version, Pokemon Red. You can catch them north of Cerulean City to help you take on Misty's water-type Pokemon, and they're found in quite a few other places as well, so they're not difficult to catch at all. If you didn't pick a Bulbasaur in the beginning, Vileplume is a pretty good substitute, with high bulk and a good special stat, as well as some strong support moves. You can evolve it pretty early since Oddish evolves into Gloom at level 21, and then only takes a Leaf Stone from the Celadon department store to evolve into Vileplume. But Gloom learns a few good grass-type moves that you're going to want to hold off for since Vileplume can't learn them once it's evolved. I love all 3 of these Pokemon, they're cute and colorful, and I love that Vileplume is just a little freak with a giant flower for a hat. This honestly would be a great team member for someone who didn't pick Bulbasaur. Numbers 46 and 47 are Paris and Parasect. Paris evolves into Parasect way earlier than I thought it did at level 24, which probably tells you that I've never actually used this Pokemon in a run before. This is despite being catchable early in the game at Mount Moon, albeit at a low encounter rate. Its bug grass typing gives it a 4 times weakness to fire and flying, and isn't a great type in general, and even though its stats are decent with some good bulk, it doesn't really learn any good moves to match its high attack stat other than Slash, which is better used on other Pokemon. They've got access to decent support moves like Spore and Stun Spore, but so do other better Pokemon. Design-wise, they're okay. I don't really have any strong feelings about these Pokemon, although my default for most Pokemon is that I do just kind of like them, so there's that, I guess. Numbers 48 and 49 are Venonat and Venomoth, which are found later in the game on Route 12 near Fuchsia City and are pretty common in the Safari Zone. This is also a pretty easy slot to fill in your Pokédex since Venonat is found close to the level it needs to evolve at, which is 31. I like Venonat's design since it's so cute and is textured differently than a lot of other Bug-type Pokemon, kind of being a big purple hairball. But I'm not a huge fan of Venomoth since it's kind of like Paris in that it has poor typing and bug poison. I will say that its stats aren't exactly terrible and it has a few options that are decent considering its type. It's actually a pretty good support Pokemon with access to status moves like Supersonic and Stun Spore, and it does learn some Psychic type moves like Psybeam and Psychic either by level up or by TMs, so it's certainly not a bad Pokemon in Gen 1. Anything with decent special stats and access to Psychic is going to have some merit, and we see that here with this Pokemon. Numbers 50 and 51 are Diglett and Dugtrio. I really love these guys, and I've used them a couple times on my playthroughs since it's still in the early game and they sweep Lieutenant Surge's gym single-handedly if you play your cards right. On top of that, they're really good physical sweepers with one of the highest speed stats in the game and decent attack, meaning you can run Slash and get high crits and have access to good ground-type stab moves like Dig and Earthquake later on. I also just like how these guys look. They have big noses and the fact that when it evolves there's just 3 of them. It makes no sense and I love it. They've also got a really good episode in the anime. You know, the more I think about it, the more Diglett and Dugtrio are probably some of my favorite Pokemon in Gen 1. Numbers 52 and 53 are Meowth and Persian. I like both of these Pokemon because I'm a huge fan of cats, but also because of Meowth's iconic role in the anime as a member of Team Rocket. In the game, however, both Pokemon leave something to be desired. Persian is probably one of the worst Pokemon within the really good normal type group in Gen 1. It would be better if it got access to Slash earlier on since Persian is so fast and gets stabbed when using the move, but Meowth doesn't even learn Slash until level 44 and Persian not until 51. You'll go the whole game without having access to its best move. Meowth is also a blue version exclusive, being found on Route 5 and 6, which are the routes between Cerulean and Vermilion. So while it's an easy spot to fill up in your Pokédex, and Meowth does evolve early at level 28, they're not exactly great Pokemon to have on your team. Numbers 54 and 55 are Psyduck and Golduck, which can be found by fishing with the Super Rod. Oh, we never talked about fishing in Pokemon, so we can do that now. I almost forgot. Fishing in Pokemon requires one of 3 rods, the Old Rod, the Good Rod, and the Super Rod, each found at different points in the game and given to you for free by fishing gurus, who want to share their interests with young trainers. The Old Rod is what you get first in Vermilion City and can only catch Magikarp at level 5 if I'm not mistaken. The Good Rod is found in Fuchsia City near the house where you give the guy his gold teeth and get the Strength HM, and the Super Rod is actually easy to find before the Good Rod, being in a hut on the boardwalk between Lavender Town and Fuchsia City. Each rod gives you access to a broader range of Pokemon species at different levels, and just about any body of water can be fished in. It's really just a different way to start random encounters along with surfing, walking in grass, and walking in caves. All you have to do is open your bag and select the rod facing a body of water to start an encounter. Psyduck is the first Pokemon on our list that is encountered mainly by fishing. There's a spot in Pokemon Red, and I think also in Blue, where you can walk to catch one later on in the game in an area we haven't talked about yet, but it's easier to catch it if you know where to cast your line. If you use the Super Rod in the areas around Cerulean City and Bill's house, you'll find a Psyduck pretty quickly. It evolves into Golduck at level 33, and in all honesty, it's a pretty solid Pokemon. Not only do I like their design, they've got decent all-around stats in Gen 1 and access to a lot of different moves, even Psychic and Ice Beam. There are a lot of good Water-type Pokemon in Gen 1, and even with that in mind, Golduck is one of the better ones. You're kind of required to have a Water-type Pokemon on your team due to the necessity of the HM Surf, although there are a few non-Water-type Pokemon that can learn it, but Water is such a good type anyways that you'll want one regardless. Golduck becomes available pretty close to the point where you need to use Surf, so even though it's a late-game Pokemon, it can still be a smart addition to your team and can come at a good time, right when you need a Surf user. Numbers 56 and 57 are Mankey and Primeape. Mankey gets a bad rap for not actually learning any fighting-type moves, which is a shame since that means it can't get good stab damage going, but even then, Primeape certainly has some viability. You can get it at Route 5 south of Cerulean City, and it evolves at level 28, so if you can put up with it until then, your patience gets rewarded. Primeape is pretty fast and has a high attack stat, so it's going to operate as a glass cannon, but it does its job very well. It can also do some big damage with access to moves like Dig, Rock Slide, and Strength through HMs and TMs. I love these Pokemon design-wise as well. I like weird pig monkeys that are always going goblin mode, ready to ruin anyone's day on a whim. Also some of my favorites, at least in Gen 1. 58 and 59 are Growlithe and Arcanine, and while I think these Pokemon are a little overrated, I do still like them. I feel like that's something that happens with a lot of Fire-type Pokemon, but unlike others, I never gave Pokemon extra points based on the element they could spit. They're the red version exclusive Fire types opposite of Vulpix and Ninetales, which which means you find them on Route 7 as well and evolve Growlithe with a Firestone. Arcanine is a pretty strong all-arounder with high base stats for the first generation, but my issue with Arcanine is that it's a fire type with high attack and a much lower special stat, a difference of 30 points. On top of that, Growlithe doesn't learn its strong fire type move, Flamethrower, until level 50, and Arcanine doesn't learn it at all. There's no way you're going to want to keep a Growlithe around for that long. You'd be pretty much done with the game by the time you got it to that level to learn that move. So, with a stronger attack stat and weak fire moves, you'll be better off using normal and other type of physical moves, but in all honesty, it doesn't learn much. I guess that's the trade-off, poor stab attacks and a crummy move pool in exchange for stats that are pretty good. Certainly usable, but like I said, a little overrated, and other Pokemon just kind of do its job better. Numbers 60 through 62 are Poliwag, Poliwhirl, and Poliwrath. Poliwhirl is actually one of my favorite Pokemon, so I've got a little bit of a soft spot for this evolutionary line. I think they're a great example of a good Pokemon. Decently useful, visually interesting, evolves from cute to cool, it's got a lot going for it. It does kind of suffer from the same fate as Arcanine, where its best stat is attack when it's a water type, but it's also a decent all-arounder with decent speed, bulk, and a high attack stat. But Poliwrath is also a fighting type, meaning nothing really, because there aren't many good fighting type moves in the game. It makes up for it by having a lot of moves it can learn with TMs like Ice Beam, Earthquake, and Psychic, as well as some good support moves like Hypnosis. Poliwag has a high encounter rate in nearly every body of water through fishing with a Good Rod or Super Rod, evolves at level 25, then Poliwhirl evolves into Poliwrath with a Water Stone. Easy additions to your Pokédex and a safe addition to any team, even if it's not breaking any records in this generation. Numbers 63, 64, and 65 are Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam. We've talked a little bit about these guys already in regards to the overpowered psychic types, and Alakazam is probably the best example of that power discrepancy. In terms of a playthrough, Abra's line is probably one of the best in the game. You get Abra rather early on Route 24 and 25 north of Cerulean City. The thing is, Abra only knows the move Teleport, a move that has it escape the battle with the player, and since it's only got the one move, that's the one move it's going to use right away. Not only that, but Abra is decently fast, meaning it's likely to outspeed your Pokemon as you attempt to put it to sleep or paralyze it to buy yourself some time. On top of that, it has an encounter rate on the low side of only 15%. With all that in mind, your best bet is to just throw a Pokeball at it your first turn and hope for the best. Unless you're filling out your Pokédex specifically for the postgame, in which case you'll have more options for faster Pokemon with supporting moves. If you've caught an Abra in the early game and raise it up only 6 or 8 levels so it evolves into Kadabra and learns its first attack, congratulations, you've pretty much beaten the game. While Alakazam is by no means unstoppable to a savvy trainer who knows to exploit its low defense with priority moves, or just Pokemon bulky enough to survive a hit or two, the game's AI isn't equipped to make those kind of decisions. And with Alakazam's monstrous 135 special stat, you're going to knock out most Pokemon you come across in a single hit. The one thing to consider is that while Abra becomes Kadabra at level 16, it's the first of 4 Pokemon that must be then traded to reach its final form. This is kind of a pain for kids back in the day who didn't have access to a link cable or didn't have a friend group that shared their interest in trading digital Freakazoids, so it can be a big hurdle for those trying to complete their Pokédex, maybe even one that stops a player dead in their tracks. I had no issues considering I was playing with my brothers and already had access to a link cable, but I'm also an adult with my own money. For those of you who just want to play through the game with a strong Psychic type, even if you can't get Alakazam, Kadabra can still sweep the game with a special stat of 120 and a speed stat of 90. Those numbers aren't anything to scoff at. Design-wise, I think they're pretty cool. I like the big head and the spoons and its lanky limbs. It looks appropriately freaky for a creature with psychic powers and an IQ of 5,000 like the Pokédex says it has. Numbers 66, 67, and 68 are Machop, Machoke, and Machamp. First off, I want to get this out of the way, but I believe Machoke is the first Pokemon on this list that has clothes. Like straight up clothes. Machop evolves at level 28 and it grows underwear and a belt. I don't really have anything to say about this. I'm assuming they make monsters that are too humanoid looking have some stuff to cover them up since it would look kind of strange if they were just like Ken dolls under there, but I'd argue it's even weirder to think Machoke is covering up some big juicy balls. Like, I'm left wondering if this matter is organic or do they just pick it up, or is it magic, or what? Either way, it's not actually that important. Machop can be found in Rock Tunnel at a decent encounter rate and is our second Pokemon that has to be traded to get to its final form. Machamp is really cool looking and is all muscular with 4 arms, and it's kind of the inverse of Alakazam, being on the slower side but bulkier and having a really high attack stat at 130. Alakazam is still a much better Pokemon since Abra is caught earlier, it's easier to raise, and Psychic is a much better type than Fighting, but Machamp is still a good pick if you can trade him to evolve. Numbers 69 through 71 are Bellsprout, Weepinbell, and Victreebel. These are exclusive to Blue version, making them the counterparts to the Oddish line. You get them in the same places starting north of Cerulean City as an option to help with Misty's Water-type gym. Bellsprout evolves at level 21 and then evolves again with a Leaf Stone, making them easy additions to the Pokédex. I like these Pokemon a lot because they're so weird and freaky looking. Bellsprout is almost unsettling, and I like that Victory Bell is Weepin' Bell turned upside down and meaner. This looks like a Pokemon that I wouldn't want to run across in the wild were I in the Kanto region myself, alongside Pokemon like Gyarados and maybe Rhyhorn. It seems like it could be dangerous to an average person, kinda raw. Victory Bell is another good all-arounder Pokemon with some solid stats and a good move pool, learning some decent grass-type moves and good support moves like Stun Spore and Sleep Powder. Its high attack stat also lets it take full advantage of normal-type moves like Body Slam and Double Edge that it can learn through TMs. These are solid grass types if you didn't pick Bulbasaur as your starter and don't have access to Vileplume. Numbers 72 and 73 are Tentacool and Tentacruel, water poison-type jellyfish. I think this line of Pokemon gets a bad rap because you'll see a million of them while you're surfing and will get sick of having to battle them or run away all the time, but Tentacruel is an extremely solid water-type Pokemon in a game full of good ones. Not only does it have an insane 120 special stat, it's decently bulky and pretty darn fast. It also learns good moves like Ice Beam, Mega Drain, and Supersonic. I think that it's hard to shine in a game with so many good water types, but I always liked Tentacruel, and it was cool watching the giant one in the anime level buildings. That was a fun episode. Tentacool can be found surfing all over the routes in your Cinnabar Island and fishing with either the Good Rod or Super Rod on the boardwalk routes, and it evolves at level 30, so it's not too hard to add these guys to your Pokédex slots. Numbers 74 through 76 are Geodude, Graveler, and Golem. Where do I begin with these guys? First of all, this is our third evolutionary line that requires us to trade for our final evolution, and if I'm not mistaken, the only one that we don't see used by another trainer in the game. You have to evolve a Graveler to even see what Golem looks like. Geodude and his evolutions are a mixed bag at absolute best because while they have insanely good attack and defense stats, seriously, Golem has an attack of 110 and a defense of 130, they're some of the slowest Pokemon in the game and only have a special stat of 55 at its fully evolved form. This is in a game filled to the brim with water types and frequent grass type users, both types which are 4 times effective due to Golem's rock and ground typing. This means that if a Golem gets hit by lawnmower clippings or a puff from one of those Gatorade water squeeze bottles, it's going down 10 times out of 10. It's a shame because I think these Pokemon are cool and you get a Geodude rather early in Mount Moon, but there's no reason not to take a Diglett or something else instead. The typing just kills it. As far as design goes, I really like them, although I do think that Golem is a little too different from the previous evolutions, like he kind of feels like he was meant to be the final form of a different Pokemon. We get a sentient rock with extra limbs, and then what happens to be a dinosaur rock turtle. I like these guys, but they're quirky, I don't know. As much as I like them, I don't think I've ever used them in a playthrough in this game or any other they've appeared in because their weaknesses are so frequent and so glaring. Numbers 77 and 78 are Ponyta and Rapidash. Ponyta is only found in the Pokemon Mansion on Cinnabar Island in the late game, and although it's a pain in the butt to evolve it into Rapidash at level 40, you do encounter it in the high 20s, early 30s, so it's not too terrible to get it enough XP to put Rapidash in your Pokédex. I like the design of both of these Pokemon. It's an extremely simple premise but very effective, a horse on fire, and it's another design like Poliwhirl that just feels very Pokemon to me. However, these guys are just Arcanine and Ninetales, but worse. Not only do you get it way later in the game, where fire Pokemon struggle to get leverage from a type advantage due to being surrounded by water and ground types, its stats are also lower, it is a bigger pain to evolve, and its move pool is somehow worse. There is not much reason to pick a Rapidash over Arcanine or Ninetales unless you really like Rapidash's design, which I could totally get, but I don't see the point myself. Also, it's weird that these horses are only found on this tiny island and inside of a mansion. I don't usually complain about Pokemon's locations due to the fact that they're fantastical creatures and don't really follow explicit habitat rules other than what the game makes for them, but come on, this is a horse. It should be running around in open fields and grazing or something. It's weird that you only find them in an abandoned mansion on an island. 79 and 80 are Slowpoke and Slowbro. These Pokemon get a lot of mileage for being water psychic type, 2 of the best offensive types in the game, and from some decent stats. Based on the name, you can probably guess that these Pokemon have extremely low speed stats, some of the lowest in the whole game, but they are highly bulky and have an amazing move pool, and a high enough attack and special stats to utilize pretty much anything that they want from many TMs such as Ice Beam, Psychic, Strength, Earthquake, and Surf. Slowpoke can only be found while fishing with a Super Rod, and the best place is in Celadon City in a patch of water in the middle of town. You can also pick it up in a late game dungeon, but either way you'll likely have to train your Slowpoke to match the rest of your Pokemon in your party since you'll no doubt be higher leveled on average. Slowpoke also evolves kind of late at level 37, but the investment can pay off, especially since Slowbro is incredibly useful against every member of the Elite Four if you teach it the right moves. I love both of these Pokemon, and they feel like one of those quintessential Pokemon that have just stayed popular for a really long time. You might notice that the Pokédex entry talks about another Pokemon, Shelder, and how it clamps onto Slowpoke's tail to help it evolve, which informs us of the symbiotic relationship these two Pokemon have. If you look closely, the shell on Slowbro's tail has eyes and a mouth. This doesn't affect gameplay at all. You don't need a Shelder to evolve Slowpoke or anything, it's purely for the lore, but it's still really cool hearing and seeing Pokemon interact with each other. Numbers 81 and 82 are Magnemite and Magneton. Magnemite is one of the few electric types in Gen 1. This is one of those Pokemon that becomes much better later on in sequels for various reasons we'll probably talk about in the future, but for now, Magneton is okay. His HP and speed are on the lower side, but he's got decent bulk and high special so he can hit pretty hard, but his move pool is kind of lacking if you don't teach him the Thunderbolt TM you get from Lieutenant Surge. The only place to get a Magnemite is the Power Plant, which is a hidden dungeon we'll talk about more later on in the list when we talk about a certain Pokemon. Magneton is certainly usable, being catchable after you get Surf if you don't mind backtracking. It helps that you get Magnemite in the mid-20s and it evolves at level 30, so it reaches its full potential soon after you capture it. Design-wise, it's not bad. He's a metal magnet ball thing with a giant eye in the middle, so it's kind of creepy, not helped by the fact that it doesn't have a mouth. Not only that, but Magneton is just 3 Magnemites stuck together, which is also kind of creepy, but an interesting evolution if we're just looking at it design-wise. Come to think of it, this is just the same as Dugtrio. They're both just 3 of the same Pokemon stuck together. That's kind of weird. I never noticed that before. Most Pokemon are so natural and so full of personality that it seems odd when one just looks very neutral. It almost feels like an uncanny valley moment. I kind of love it for that. Number 83 is Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd is interesting not only because it has an apostrophe in its name, but also in Red and Blue, you can only get him from an NPC in Vermilion City who gives you a Farfetch'd for a Spearow. And Spearow, like we said before, is a Pokemon that can be found just about anywhere in the early and mid-game. The only thing about trading with NPCs is that their Pokemon always have a nickname, and nicknames can't be changed with a traded Pokemon, so if you have a Farfetch'd, its name was always Ducks. Also interesting is that this Pokemon always has an object, which is a large leek vegetable it uses as a weapon in other media such as the anime. I like Farfetch'd a lot. It's like a cool and mischievous little duck, but its stats and moves are pretty abysmal. It doesn't evolve in this generation, so it doesn't get any stronger, and although it has some utility moves like Sword Dance to raise its attack and Sand Attack to lower enemy accuracy, it's still a Pokemon that needs some setup in every battle just to be viable. You're really just better off using any other Pokemon, including Spearow, which evolves early anyways. Numbers 84 and 85 are Doduo and Dodrio. These are more normal flying types, and for the same reason that Fearow is better than Pidgeot, Dodrio is better than Fearow, although the disparity in usefulness between Dodrio and Fearow is much smaller than Fearow and Pidgeot. Their stats are very similar, but most noticeable is that Dodrio has 20 more points of attack than Fearow does, and also gets access to the move Drill Peck, probably the best flying type move in the game. Doduo can be caught in the Safari Zone and the grassy areas around Fuchsia City and Cycling Road. You also get Doduo pretty close to the level it evolves at, which is only 31, so it can make a great addition to a party that doesn't have a flying type yet. I really like both of these Pokemon, and although Dodrio can't fly in lore, it apparently jumps really high, so the fact that it can learn fly in the game is kind of funny to think about, like it just jumps super high and you land where you need to be at. It also has multiple living heads, going from 2 as Doduo to sprouting another one as Dodrio, and still somehow manages to be cute and not horrifying, which is a testament to the skills of the designers and artists. I don't know, Doduo and Dodrio are just kind of sleeper picks in Gen 1 in my opinion. They're really good. 86 and 87 are Seal and Dugong. I like these Pokemon and think they're cute, and a Sea Lion is a fun water type Pokemon to make, and although Dugong has decent stats, it doesn't do anything exceptionally well, so while it's not bad, I think it's hard to stand out in a game with so many good water type Pokemon. You also get it very late in the game at Seafoam Islands, another dungeon we'll talk about later, which is a location you need to surf to, meaning most players will already have a dedicated water type by this point in the game and won't need another. They're cute, I like them, but I've never used one in a playthrough for these reasons. But they're easy additions to the Pokédex since Seal is found literally everywhere at Seafoam Islands, and you get it pretty close to the level 34 mark that it evolves at. Numbers 88 and 89 are Grimer and Muck. I like these Pokemon a lot because they're decently bulky and hit pretty hard and have a lot of status moves that can control the flow of battle. I understand if someone would rather just have a Pokemon that hits harder right away since that's kind of what works best in these games, but it's still a fun option to have. Grimer is found in the Pokemon Mansion, which is pretty late in the game. You do find them at level 30 and it evolves at level 38, so you don't need to invest a ton of time to get them to evolve. evolve. For someone who gets to the gym and has a slot or two missing and doesn't know how to fill them out, Grimer can be a good pick, although he'll be useless against Giovanni. Weirdly enough, it's quite a bit rarer in red version than in blue version, even though both games have Grimer in this location, with only a 5% chance to spawn in red version and a 40% chance to spawn in blue. Numbers 90 and 91 are Shellder and Cloyster. I love these guys because they're just little freaks and clams, and on top of that, Cloyster has insane stats. It's a decent all-arounder, although its HP is a little on the low side, but it has crazy bulk with decent special and an astronomical 180 points in defense. If you're not hitting this thing for super effective special damage, you're not doing much, and the amount of trainers that have electric or grass type moves after the point you get it is very low. So it can dominate the late game if you're patient enough to wait for it, since it's only catchable with a super rod prior to Seafoam Islands. The best place to get it is Route 6, which is north of Vermilion City in a small pond right as you enter. It's also got a pretty good move pool with a lot of normal, ice, and water attacks available to it, and on top of that, you can evolve it right away with a Water Stone. Very solid Pokemon, and one that I really quite like. Numbers 92 through 94 are Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar. We can't really talk about these Pokemon without mentioning Gengar's incredible popularity throughout all of Pokemon's lifespan. It's pretty universally accepted that the three most popular Pokemon out of Gen 1 that keep on coming around in the trading card game, anime, and games are Pikachu, Charizard, and Gengar. This Pokemon has gotten tons of new forms and updates that have kept it popular and relevant, and it's always stapled on merch that sells like crazy. A ton of people I know say that their favorite Pokemon is Gengar. It's never been a favorite of mine if I'm being honest. I actually like Haunter a little more, but I still like all of these Pokemon and understand why others love them. In the game, these are the only 3 ghost Pokemon. It also has 2 types, the other being poison, so Psychic Attack hits it for super effective damage. Ghost type attacks are supposed to be super effective against Psychic types in Gen 1, but due to a coding error, Psychic Pokemon did not take extra damage from ghost attacks. On top of that, ghost Pokemon have it even worse than fighting types for not having access to any ghost type attacks to take advantage of stab damage. The only ghost type attacks were Lick, which only had 20 base power and is one of the weakest moves in the game, and Nightshade, which has a set amount of damage that is equal to the user's level. So if your Ghastly was level 25 and used Nightshade, it did 25 damage every time. Not exactly super useful even at higher levels. Gengar is also our 4th and final trade evolution in the game, meaning that you had to grab a Ghastly from Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town, the only place to get it, evolve it into Haunter at level 25, and then trade it to make a Gengar. Gengar is very fast and has a strong special stat, so he can hit like a truck if you feed him some good TM, since he doesn't learn great moves through leveling up. He does have a gimmick in the move Dream Eater though. Put a Pokemon to sleep with Hypnosis and use Dream Eater, a strong attack that only works when the enemy Pokemon is sleeping that both deals damage and heals the attacker. Ghastly is catchable pretty early in the mid-game at Pokemon Tower, and even if you have nobody to trade with and need to keep it as a Haunter, you can definitely still make it work. Number 95 is Onix, one of the worst Pokemon in Gen 1 and probably beyond. You can really get the wrong idea about Onix if you have a hard time fighting Brock in the first gym. It's got a monstrous defense stat of 160, but other than that, it has no utility in the game whatsoever. You can capture one in Rock Tunnel and its encounter rate is below 10%, meaning it's decently rare. It's also kind of hard to capture, and once you finally do get it, you'll be cursed with the knowledge that it only has a base attack stat of 45, which is criminally low. That's the same amount of attack points as a Butterfree. Its HP is 35, and its special stat is one of the lowest in the game at 30 points. If you get hit with any special attack by another Pokemon with even decent points in the special stat, your Onix is going down. And that's not even considering the plethora of water types in the game that will absolutely one-shot your Onix due to its 4 times weakness to water and grass, as well as its super low special stat. Anything that Onix can do is certainly definitely done better by many other Pokemon in the game. This is a shame because it's a giant rock snake monster thing, and although its size is communicated poorly in the game, it's supposed to be like a gigantic thing in the anime. So you'd think it would pack a punch, but it does not. The only other thing I can say is that it also appears in Victory Road and gives decent experience when defeated in the wild, and since it's easy to kill, it becomes an optimal target for people trying to grind levels before the Elite Four. All I can say is it never even began for Onix. Numbers 96 and 97 are Drowsy and Hypno. And these Pokemon being Psychic types in Gen 1 already make them pretty high tiered in the game's scale of usefulness and strength. Not only that, but Drowsy can be caught relatively early in Route 11, the area east of Vermilion City and Diglett Cave. On top of that, evolution comes on the early side with Drowsy becoming Hypno at only level 26, which is a small investment as you'll likely hit this level right around the 4th gym. Hypno is another good all-arounder with low speed and high special stats and a pretty good move pool, including plenty of status moves to induce sleep, poison, and confusion. I like both of these Pokemon a lot, and they're good additions to most teams who don't already have a good Psychic type, but they also don't feel a little overpowered like Alakazam sometimes feels. Good design, early availability, decent stats, stats. I like these guys even if it looks like Drowsy took a swim in the doo-doo pool. Numbers 98 and 99 are Krabby and Kingler. These are some of my favorite Pokemon because of the simplicity of their design and the fact that I just think crabs are kind of cute. Sadly, Krabby is found very late in the game, all the way at Route 23, which you have to go out of your way to get to. You need the first few badges to get past the initial checkpoints at the Indigo Plateau to get to the body of water that houses Krabby, and it must be encountered through fishing with the Super Rod. Krabby evolves into Kingler at level 28, and it has some interesting stats. Kingler is pretty low in HP and special stats, decently fast, and has a very high attack and defense stat. With such low points in its special, it won't be hitting very hard with its water attacks, but with such a high attack stat and access to Swords Dance via TM, Kingler can maximize its attack potential with moves like Strength and Body Slam. It's got kind of a specific niche that requires some work to make it viable, so it's certainly not one of the best Pokemon in the game, but I do like it and I think it's certainly usable, but I have some bias with it being one of my favorite Pokemon. Numbers 100 and 101 are Voltorb and Electrode. These guys are electric types that look like Pokeballs, and they're interesting because they kind of serve as the game's equivalent to mimics from properties like D&D and Dark Souls. In the overworld, items that can be picked up by the player take the form of Pokeballs lying on the floor, and in a late game dungeon that we'll discuss later, the power plant, there are Voltorbs that look like items you can pick up. You can catch Voltorbs in the patch of grass right before Rock Tunnel, so you get them decently early, and evolving into Electrode at level 30 isn't a terrible time sink. I like the design of both of these Pokemon even though it's just a Pokeball with eyes, but that's kind of cool, and it made me wonder as a kid which came first, the Pokeball or the Voltorb. Electrode also has these huge eyes and a brash smile. It's such a weird and mischievous looking Pokemon that I can't help but like it. Electrode's thing is that it's wicked fast. It's actually the fastest Pokemon in the game with a speed stat of 140. It also has a decent special stat, so it's going to hit first and it's going to hit pretty hard, especially in Gen 1 where speed influences critical hit chance. I also can't talk about Electrode without also talking about the move Explosion. It's an interesting normal attack that has a crazy power of 170 but comes with a drawback of making the user faint. It can be good as a last-ditch attack if your Pokemon is at low health anyways, but since Electrode has a base attack stat that's on the lower side, it's not going to do much. Golem learns this attack too, so it's probably a better option given its much higher attack stat, but it's still cool that Electrode gets access to it. Numbers 102 and 103 are Execute and Executor, both of which are grass psychic types. Pound for pound, Executor is probably the best grass type in the game other than Venusaur, helped by its great stats, good move pool, and secondary psychic typing. Its flaws are that it comes late in the game and depends on the 1 TM for psychic you get to take advantage of its typing. It's a great all-rounder with fantastic stats, only limited by its low speed. Execute is only found in the Safari Zone, but it's found in most of the areas with a high encounter rate, and since it only requires a purchasable Leaf Stone to evolve, it ends up being a strong Pokemon that's reliable and easy to acquire even if it comes a little late in the game. Execute is interesting because each individual egg in the bundle is its own sentient Pokemon, but they're always together and act and attack as one unit, and each one is in various stages of cracking, with one even exposing the Yoki brain inside. The sprite for Executor in Red and Blue is kind of terrifying for no real reason. Like, really, look at this thing. It looks like it wants to offer your children candy. Yellow changed the sprite to reflect its slow and goofy nature, which probably follows the anime a little more. I think as Pokemon become more popular, they wanted to move away from any of them looking downright menacing, and Executor is a prime example of that, which is a shame because I really like its sprite from Red and Blue. Numbers 104 and 105 are Cubone and Marowak, which are cooler lore-wise than they are in the game. Cubone's Pokédex entry states that the skull it wears is always the skull of its deceased mother, which is strange because that means that every Cubone has to have a dead mom to, exist as it does in the game. We'll talk a little more about why this doesn't really make any sense in future game reviews where Pokemon breeding becomes a thing, but for here, it's just a cool lore tidbit. Cubone is found in Pokemon Tower on certain floors with around 10% chance to be encountered, so it's on the rare side but will be consistently encountered after a few minutes of persistence. It evolves into Marowak soon after at level 28, but it's a ground type that doesn't have great stats or moves. Marowak has high defense, but that's all it has going for it. Its attack is only decent, and its special, speed, and HP are all on the low side, and its only ground type moves it learns naturally, Bone Club and Bone Meringue, have relatively low accuracy. The moves are also not terribly strong, so not only are you missing sometimes, you're not doing big damage even when you do hit. It can learn a ton of moves through TMs, but they're just better used on different Pokemon. I love Cubone and Marowak from a design viewpoint, and I think they have interesting Pokédex entries. I really do like these Pokemon, but they're just not my favorite to use, at least not in Gen 1. Number 106 is Hitmonlee. This Pokemon is definitely a contender for the best fighting type in the game since it has decent speed and a high attack stat, coupled with a great moveset even without the use of TMs and HMs. I've always had a soft spot for Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, mostly due to the fact that I had a VHS tape of an episode of the anime that featured both of these Pokemon, which I of course watched on repeat when I was younger. Hitmonlee is my favorite of the two, even aside from the usefulness in the game. I like that it doesn't have boxing gloves and a full set of clothes like Hitmonchan does. Hitmonchan crosses that threshold for me where it looks just a little too much like a human, which is a problem I don't think Hitmonlee has. I also like how its its legs are springs that can be extended and whipped around for extra force. That's a cool concept for a Pokemon. Like I mentioned earlier in the video, Hitmonlee can be acquired after defeating the boss of the dojo in Saffron City, where he lets you either pick it or Hitmonchan. Whichever one you pick, the other must be traded from a person who made the opposite choice. Number 107 is Hitmonchan. We've talked pretty extensively about this guy already towards the beginning of the video when we broke down the problem with how the game differentiates physical moves and special moves, so we know that it's just not very good and might be one of the worst Pokemon in this generation. Poor move pool, no good consistent fighting type moves, and criminally low special stat keeps it from utilizing the elemental punch moves in a way that's even kind of acceptable. This Pokemon does get better in later generations due to a few reasons, but for now he's just not that good. If you chose Hitmonchan instead of Hitmonlee at the dojo, I'm legitimately sorry and I pray God has mercy on your soul. Number 108 is Lickitung, which is a weird Pokemon. I like him because he's so pink and goofy, which, come to think of it, describes quite a few Pokemon. I think he's supposed to be a lizard or something, but I'm honestly not sure. Lickitung is another Pokemon that you can only get from trading with an NPC, which is found in the upstairs of the route checkpoint leading to Fuchsia City, the one on the east side. This one always has the name Mark for whatever reason, no idea what's up with that. The guy also wants a Slowbro, which is not a super easy Pokemon to obtain since Slowpoke evolves into it at almost level 40, but you need him to complete the Pokédex, so what can you do? It is catchable in the wild in Pokemon Yellow along with Farfetch'd though. Either way, Lickitung is a normal type Pokemon with middling stats that don't make use of its impressive move pool when using TMs. It's certainly usable with some work, but you're better off without it if I'm being honest. Numbers 109 and 110 are Coughing and Wheezing. Found in the Pokemon Mansion along with Grimer, Coughing is the opposite of Grimer in that it's easier to find in red version and quite a bit rarer in blue version. I feel similarly about Coughing that I do Muck. It evolves at level 35, which isn't too terribly far from the level you capture it at. It's got a decent move pool and some solid bulk and attack stats. I think I like Grimer and Muck a little more both design-wise and gameplay-wise, but both of these Pokemon are viable and can fill out a team decently enough if someone gets to Cinnabar Island and finds themselves with a team of only like 4 or 5 Pokemon. Numbers 111 and 112 are Rhyhorn and Rhydon. Rhyhorn is another Pokemon that's only found in the Safari Zone in Fuchsia City, though it's not exactly rare since it's got an encounter rate of 15% in multiple areas of the zone. Design-wise, these Pokemon are awesome. They really communicate bulk and power with their sprites, which makes sense since it's a rhinoceros made out of spikes and rocks. It also has huge attack, defense, and HP, so it's got some decent stats to boot. But there are sadly a few things holding Rhyhorn and Rhydon back gameplay-wise. First of all, like Geodude and Onix, it's a rock and ground type, and it's also got insanely low special stats, meaning pretty much any water or grass type attack is going to knock it out. It also evolves at level 42, which is kind of an investment, and by the time you grab Rhyhorn and evolve it into Rhydon, you'll be in the late game where it'll have an issue performing against most of the Elite Four, save maybe Bruno. It also doesn't learn any rock or ground type moves without TMs, which is a crime if you ask me. Number 113 is Chansey. This is a weird Pokemon because it has a niche where it can perform quite well, but it has some quirks. We'll call them that. We'll call them quirks that hold it back from being a good option for most normal playthroughs. First of all, Chansey is one of the 4 big Safari Zone encounters that gives players headaches as they run in circles trying to catch them. Chansey has an insanely low encounter rate in the Safari Zone and is incredibly difficult to capture while also being prone to running away. When I tried to capture Chansey in my game, the process took me 2 hours of grinding encounters and throwing Hail Mary Safari Balls. You can also capture Chansey in a post-game dungeon we haven't discussed yet, but that's only accessible after defeating the Elite Four, so it wouldn't be used during a playthrough. Chansey has an insanely high HP pool with a base stat of 250, the single highest stat in the game, and it also boasts a respectable special stat of 105. This thing can tank special attacks all day. On the flip side, it has a speed stat of 50, so it's almost always going second, and on top of that, it also has 2 of the lowest stats in the game, with defense and attack both being just 5. If you get hit with just about any physical move in the game, whether it's super effective or not, you're likely going to go down in 1 hit, 2 if you're lucky. It also requires TMs to even be viable since it doesn't learn any special attacks on its own. Chansey is certainly not a bad Pokemon, and I kind of like that it's situational and requires some thought as to when it would be best to be used in battle, but it's such a slog to capture. The investment with that and the TMs needed to make it viable just makes the price a little too high for what you get, at least in my opinion, which is a shame because I really like Chansey. Number 114 is Tangela, which I believe is the last grass-type Pokemon in the game. Tangela is a freaky little bundle of vines that hide a body somewhere within, but all we see is just a pair of eyes and some dinky little feet carrying it around. I love this Pokemon. It's located in a very specific spot in the game. There's a grass patch just on the other side of the fence, south of Pallet Town, that you need Surf to access. It's the water route you take to Cinnabar Island. This is the only patch of grass you'll find Tangela with a 10% encounter rate. Not too difficult to capture once you find one though. Tangela is crazy bulky, boasting a defense stat of 115 and a special stat of 100. I'd say that it makes its grass moves hit pretty hard, but it doesn't learn any attacks other than Absorb and Vine Whip, both of which are on the weaker side. If you want to take full advantage of its stab opportunities, you need TMs for attacks like Mega Drain and Solar Beam. It also has access to good support moves like Sleep Powder and Stun Powder, which is nice for both battles and helping capture other Pokemon. I like Tangela a lot, and I think it's certainly viable with some work, but it's hard not to pick up the other grass types earlier in the game, which are just as good as Tangela, arguably better if I'm being honest, and the fact that you capture it on your way to the island with a bunch of fire Pokemon everywhere does not help its case. Number 115 is Kangaskhan. This Pokemon is supposed to be like a menacing marsupial, I guess. It's big and strong, but has its little child in its pouch at all times. This offers no effect on gameplay, so just like Execute, it's strictly cosmetic. For now. Kangaskhan is one of the other 4 rare Pokemon mainly found in the Safari Zone, and your best chance to capture it is in an area further in where it only has an encounter rate of 4%. Insanely low, and Kangaskhan is also extremely difficult to capture when you do find one. After talking about all these Pokemon, it seems like the Safari Zone is an awesome idea that kind of falls apart in execution, which is a shame because I love the way it mixes up the capturing process. But it's simply too dependent on luck and doesn't give the player enough input to make the process more interactive and fun. The bait rock system is not enough to help alleviate this painful process that ends up boiling down to spending a ton of time trying to encounter a rare Pokemon just to watch it flee over and over and over again after the first turn. I get that it's supposed to be difficult, but I don't think it should feel almost completely luck-based. Kangaskhan is the embodiment of what doesn't work about the Safari Zone. If you can get it in a playthrough once you get to Fuchsia City, however, it is a pretty good normal type Pokemon, especially if you didn't catch Snorlax. I have a hard time appreciating Kangaskhan since it's so rare in so many mainline Pokemon games, so I've barely ever used it, but look at it. That's a Pokemon right there. Numbers 116 and 117 are Horsey and Seadra. A Seahorse Pokemon is a great idea, and the design of these guys doesn't disappoint. I think the red and blue sprites are pretty goofy for Seadra, but it's fixed in yellow version, and Horsey always looks great. There's not much to say about these Pokemon gameplay-wise other than that they're very solid water types, great all-around stats except for attack and HP. It's hard for them to stand out because there are so many stronger water types in the game, but I still like them. Horsey is found on the same route on the Indigo Plateau where you find Krabby, also needing a Super Rod to capture it. You can get it on Seafoam Islands too, but it's much rarer there. It evolves into Seadra at level 32, which isn't too much higher than where you get it, so it's an easy investment to get 2 more slots into the Pokédex. Numbers 118 and 119 are Goldeen and Seaking. I'm not going to lie, if I had to pick one evolutionary line in Gen 1 that I could absolutely do without, it's probably Goldeen and Seaking. I figured a Goldfish Pokemon wouldn't be that exciting anyways, and guys, I'm sure there are some big Seaking fans out there, like some real big Seaking heads, but I sometimes forget that these are even Pokemon. They're not bad or anything, and they're certainly usable water types, but in a game with better and cooler water types coming out of your ears, they fail to leave a mark, at least on me. Goldeen can be caught with a Super Rod in the pond outside the house of the guy that gives you the Strength HM in exchange for the gold teeth you find in the Safari Zone, and evolving at level 33 isn't terribly hard to do to get your Pokédex pages, but I'd rather use just about any other water type I can think of before using Seaking. Numbers 120 and 121 are Staryu and Starmie. Staryu is found kind of late in the game while fishing with the Super Rod in the water routes on the south side of the map around Cinnabar Island and Fuchsia City, but it evolves immediately with a Water Stone and is probably one of the best Pokemon in the game. Certainly a contender for best water type. Not only is Starmie part Psychic, which is a perk that speaks for itself at this point, it doesn't really have any glaring weaknesses for the whole second half of the game since, at this point, you've likely taken care of the grass and electric gyms. It's got strong typing, but its stats are also great with good defense and crazy high speed and special stats, meaning it can tank hits pretty well, and its move pool with TMs is crazy. With Thunderbolt, Surf, Ice Beam, and Psychic, there's pretty much nothing left in the game that can take down an appropriately prepared Starmie. It's also just a cool Pokemon. When I was younger, I thought it was kind of lame, but now that I'm older and appreciate more simply designed monsters, I think a Crystal Starfish is rad. Fantastic Pokemon, and I like how they spin and throw themselves around like a deadly frisbee in the anime. That's just creative and fun. Number 122 is Mr. Mime. It's a psychic mime and one of those Pokemon that almost looks like it could be a human in some makeup or a costume. Its psychic typing gives it an advantage over plenty of the game, and although it's no Alakazam, there's not a lot that it can't deal with if it has the right moves and is appropriately leveled. It does not learn any stronger psychic attacks except Confusion though, so you might want to use your 1 TM for the move Psychic on it if you wanted to benefit from the strong stab damage. Mr. Mime can only be received via trade from the guy outside of Diglett Cave near Pewter City, and he asks for an Abra in return. Not a bad trade, as you can always get another Abra, and it makes for an easy spot in the Pokédex and a solid addition to any team that doesn't already have a Psychic type. Number 123 is Scyther. I think everyone would probably agree that Scyther is particularly popular popular coming out of the first generation of Pokemon since it has swords for hands. It's like a Mantis Pokemon and it's a flying bug type, but weirdly doesn't really look too much like a bug, it kind of just looks more like a monster. Scyther can be found in the Safari Zone, but also can actually be purchased from the Celadon City Game Corner, the place where you discover the Rocket hideout underneath and fight Giovanni for the first time. We'll talk more in depth about the Game Corner once we get to a certain Pokemon. Scyther can also be found only in Red version. Now, how does it do in a playthrough? Not well, considering its high attack stat is kind of wasted on Scyther since it has no bug or flying type moves to take advantage of stab damage. The move pool here is kind of lacking, and although you can teach it some decent normal type moves using TMs, those TMs are better used on plenty of other Pokemon. Not only that, Scyther is difficult to obtain both in the Safari Zone and at the Game Corner. A cool Pokemon for sure, but not a terribly practical pick. Number 124 is Jinx. This Pokemon gets memed a lot because look at it, but I certainly don't hate Jinx. For me at least, the weirdness is something that I appreciate. At this point, Pokemon that are sort of humanoid shouldn't be a surprise to us. I might not love Jinx because its design is so out there, but I certainly wouldn't want to live in a world without it. You have to get Jinx from a trade in Cerulean City where an NPC asks for a Poliwhirl, which is easily obtainable in the mid-game once you've grabbed the rod you need. It's got a fantastic dual typing with Ice and Psychic and a great move pool, learning Ice Punch at only level 31. Its attack is relatively low, so it shouldn't be using other moves from its natural move pool like Body Slam or Thrash. So if you wanted to learn anything else, including a Psychic type attack, you'll need to depend on TMs. It's a decent Pokemon that's not too horrible to acquire, and other than that, I refuse to say anything more about it. Number 125 is Electabuzz. Electabuzz is weird because it would later get a pre-evolution and an evolution in Elekid and Electivire respectively, and both of those are some of my favorite Pokemon. As for Electabuzz, it's not really a favorite of mine because it's not cute and identifiable like an animal. It's also not super cool to look at like Rhyhorn or Scyther, and it's also not so weird that it stands out like Mr. Mime and Jinx. You find Electabuzz only in Pokemon Red at the power plant with only a 5% encounter rate, so it is on the rare side. Its stats aren't low exactly, but it doesn't really do anything exceptionally well. Most of its stats are just kind of in the middle, maybe slightly edging on the higher side for things like attack and special. It does have a pretty good move pool, learning Thunder Punch naturally at level 42, and for some reason can learn a bunch of Psychic type attacks including Teleport if you use TMs. I don't think anyone would be making a mistake using it exactly, and you can get it whenever you get Surf, and it can perform decently well against foes like Lorelei, Agatha, and Lance, but I wouldn't go out of my way to use it, at least not personally. Number 126 is Magmar. My opinion on this Pokemon is literally the exact same as Electabuzz, except this is a fire type. You get it later in the game at the Pokemon Mansion, and it can only be caught in blue version, so it's sensible to trade Electabuzz and Magmar for one another for Pokédex entries. Magmar might actually be a little worse because it has higher attack and lower speed than Electabuzz, despite being a fire type that would need more stats and special. It could be saved since Magmar learns Flamethrower, but it doesn't learn that move until level 55, which is a level you'll likely not hit even once you've been through the Elite Four. Just like Electabuzz, it weirdly learns a bunch of Psychic type moves including Teleport. I don't know, I don't hate it, but I'm indifferent to it like I am with Electabuzz for all the same reasons. I will say that Magmar also later gets a pre-evolution and evolution in later games, and I don't like either of those additions the same way I do Elekid and Electivire, so it doesn't even get brownie points for what's coming next for it. Number 127 is Pinsir. This Pokemon is the counterpart to Scyther. It can only be found in blue version, can be caught in the Safari Zone, but it is easier to get at the Game Corner. Pinsir is probably the best bug type in the game, but that's not really saying much. Pinsir benefits from only being a bug type since it doesn't get any additional weaknesses from additional types the same way Scyther does. Pinsir isn't fantastic because it has a shallow move pool and is difficult to get until the post game unless you want to try your luck in the Safari Zone. Spoilers, you don't. Pinsir has a monstrous attack stat of 125 and a good defense of 100, but its best move is Slash, which it doesn't learn until level 49. I guess you could teach it stuff like Strength and Takedown using TMs, but you're honestly better using those TMs on more well-rounded Pokemon, especially since the game has some good normal types that would benefit from the stab damage from those attacks anyways. Pinsir is a cool looking Pokemon, but I'm not a huge fan of actually using it in the generation it came from. Number 128 is Tauros, a strong normal type with a good design that's completely held back by the fact that it's an incredibly rare encounter in the Safari Zone only. It's truly another example of how the Safari Zone is such a great idea that needed a little more tweaking to make it something really special. Tauros has high speed, attack, and defense, as well as respectable HP and special. It's a super tough all-rounder with a fantastic move pool if you use TMs, but it's just so difficult to capture that I never actually end up wanting to grab it for a playthrough since it's such an investment of time. I did have to grind to catch one in the post-game, although Yellow version made some Pokemon like Tauros and Kangaskhan have higher encounter rates in the Safari Zone, which helped my brothers and I actually get one to trade it around, but I still wouldn't exactly have called it a good time. Numbers 129 and 130 are Magikarp and Gyarados. These are a few more of those quintessential influential Pokemon that have stayed popular and marketable throughout the years. Pikachu, Charizard, and Gengar might be the big three in terms of popularity, but if we were doing a Mount Rushmore situation of Gen 1 Pokemon, there's really not a Pokemon that could take the 4th spot besides Gyarados if we're not counting other starters. Maybe Eevee now that I think about it, but back to the topic at hand. Magikarp can be found in literally every body of water in the entire game if you use the old rod that's given to you in Vermilion City. Magikarp is the only Pokemon that can be caught with this rod. Oddly enough, there's also an NPC that will sell you a Magikarp in the Pokemon Center right before you head into Mount Moon. You get it at level 5, I believe. The thing to know about Magikarp is that it's literally the weakest Pokemon in the game. It learns a move called Splash that does nothing at all, cannot learn a single TM or HM, has abysmal stats, and only learns Tackle at level 15, a move that will be useless to try and use on Pokemon that are even 10 levels below a Magikarp. Someone who bought a Magikarp and found out it can't do anything might feel swindled, but for those who can put up with it and switch it in and out and get that sweet participation XP until it's level 20, are rewarded with one of the best Pokemon in the game. Magikarp goes from a stupid fish the size of a bedside table to a giant sea serpent, boasting one of the highest base stat totals in the game with 95 HP, 125 attack, 79 defense, 100 special, and 81 speed. It has a strong move pool that includes dragon moves and even a Fire Blast if you use a TM. This thing packs a punch and is a strong choice for any team, especially since you can get Gyarados so early in the game if you're committed. Its only glaring weakness is that it strangely has a secondary typing of flying, even though it should probably be a dragon, so it has a 4 times weakness to electric type Pokemon. Either way, Gyarados is cool, easy to get, and incredibly powerful, so even though it's not a personal favorite of mine, I do like it and have respect for it and understand why it remains so popular despite being an OG. Number 131 is Lapras, and you've seen me use this in the playthrough quite a bit. Ice types appear pretty infrequently in this generation and in many of the subsequent ones, so Lapras being so good and easily obtainable is appreciated. It's got a great move pool even without TMs and strong stats overall, and even though you get it at a low level and it's slow to level up, it's not an awful investment and can certainly be worth it. It's given to you at Silphco from the NPC you can talk to immediately after defeating Blue. I love it, you love it, we all love it. Number 132 is Ditto. This is a really unique Pokemon that's obtained in the grass patches outside of Fuchsia City, with a decent encounter rate of 15% if you use Route 15 to the east. Ditto is unique because it only knows one move, which is Transform, a normal type move that will work even on ghost type Pokemon. This move turns Ditto into the opponent Pokemon it's battling with, copying all of its stats and moves without being impacted by its level. If a level 5 Ditto copies a level 45 Gyarados, it'll have all of the same stats as the level 45 Gyarados it's fighting, so you don't have to worry about scaling. The moves the Ditto has access to all only have 5 PP, so you've got to play smart before you're subdued by struggle. If a Ditto switches out or the battle ends, it goes back to being a Ditto, so it can't transform into Sabrina's Alakazam and then keep that form to fight Blaine later. I like Ditto because, well, come on, look at it, and the fact that it's so unique. It fills a special role in the games going forward that we'll talk about when we get to it, but for Generation 1, it's mostly just a fun gimmick to play with as opposed to a legit strat you'd want to use all the time on boss battles. Most Pokemon types are resistant to themselves, so copying a Fire-type Pokemon with fire moves or a Water-type Pokemon with water moves will usually just lead to both sides spamming moves that aren't very effective. Fun and cute, but mostly a gimmick without metagaming. Numbers 133, 134, 135, and 136 are Eevee, Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon. Eevee is a particularly interesting Pokemon, especially in the first generation. Every other Pokemon evolves in a straight line or doesn't evolve at all. There's no choice in the evolution process besides possibly choosing not to evolve when you can. Eevee, on the other hand, can evolve into multiple final stages using evolutionary stones. Eevee is a normal type that doesn't learn any important moves via level up, and you can get it at level 25, I believe, so you're incentivized to evolve it as soon as you can. This is another instance of trading being a necessity for Pokédex completion, even though you technically have access to all 3 evolutions in one game. You have a choice of Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon, but once you pick one, you're locked out of the others, kind of like with the other starter Pokemon. In the case of the starters, however, you can do a simple trick with only 2 cartridges by having one player choose one Pokemon for their playthrough before having the second player choose another starter, trade it over to the first person, start a new save file, and then pick the third starter, giving 2 players access to all 3 picks. You can't really do that easily with Eevee since it's only available in Celadon City, which sits comfortably in the mid-game. A player could choose to just blitz the first portion of the game and grab Eevee twice to trade to another player to give both of them access to all 3 evolutions, but you're looking at a 5 to 8 hour time investment for a normal player. It is much easier and more enjoyable to coordinate with 2 other players and have everyone pick one of the evolutions, which is what my brothers and I did. So getting one is pretty easy, and we know trading helps us get all 3. How are each of the evolutions? They all have the same base stat total but vary in usefulness, although all of them are viable. Vaporeon is definitely the best out of the 3 since it's a water type, which we've already established is a very solid type in Gen 1. It's also incredibly bulky with a special stat of 110 and an HP stat of 130. Its other stats aren't awful, but nothing to write home about. Vaporeon doesn't learn much in terms of moves that are unusual for its type. It has access to lots of good water type moves, can learn Ice Beam and Blizzard for added coverage, and can run the usual gambit of normal type moves for okay coverage against other water and ice types. Vaporeon is also very well designed. Out of the first 3 evolutions, Vaporeon is probably my favorite overall. Jolteon is probably the second best choice, especially since there's not a ton of great electric types before you get to the late game and discover the power plant. Jolteon trades some of that HP bulk for a huge boost in speed, which we know at this point helps it with critical hit chance. Jolteon's attack stat is the same as Vaporeon's, so it's not terrible and can certainly take some advantage of some of its physical moves it learns like double kick, but you're going to want to stick to its electric type attacks for the most part. Problem is that Jolteon doesn't learn a good electric move naturally until learning Thunder all the way at level 52, and even then, that's a high power move that also has a decent chance to miss. Thunderbolt is a better choice, so let's hope you kept that TM from Lieutenant Surge in your back pocket, because you need it to really unlock Jolteon's full potential. Flareon is probably the worst out of the 3, and I can say that with some confidence now that I've played through the game with it in the save file that I used to capture footage for this review. The thing about Flareon is that it's a mixed attacker with both high attack and special, with its base attack being considerably higher at 130. The only real way Flareon can take advantage of this high attack stat is by using normal moves it can learn alongside its fire type attacks, but the strongest physical attack it learns naturally is Bite, which isn't that strong. It also doesn't learn a decent fire type attack until level 52 when it learns Flamethrower, and despite having access to the best fire type move in the game, all things considered, it gets it so late that it's not really a boon. It has access to some decent TMs like Fire Blast if you have it, but with an accuracy of only 85 and only 5 PP, it's not exactly consistent. The normal moves it has through TMs are honestly just better utilized on other Pokemon. Flareon is certainly usable. I mean, I used it just fine in this playthrough myself. It's not bad or anything. It just feels a little obtuse compared to Jolteon and Vaporeon. Either way, I love all of these Pokemon. I like that they're all like the perfect mix between a fox and a cat. It makes them very lovable, but I like some more than others. Number 137 is Porygon. This is an example of the idea of a Pokemon being cooler than the Pokemon itself. For those who do a little digging into NPC dialogue, it turns out that Porygon is actually an artificial creation by Silphco. It's like a colorful, blocky little duck thing that you can only get from the Celadon City Game Corner. I don't know if there's like some ethical considerations the developers wanted us to make here, because I think it's strange that a private research company created an artificial Pokemon that can only be acquired by gambling at the casino in the next city over, but this isn't really treated as weird in the world of the game, so I guess I won't give it too much thought myself. This is the part where we can finally talk about the casino that I mentioned earlier in the review, the one with the switch behind the poster that hid the door to the Rocket hideout. The Celadon City Game Corner comprises 2 attached buildings, one being the larger area that houses the hideout entrance and all the slot machines, and the other housing 3 vendors that exchange coins for various prizes. To actually hold the coins that act as the casino's currency, you need a coin case, which is received simply by talking to a disgruntled NPC in a nearby restaurant. He gives you his coin case after he says he lost all of his money to slots. Don't gamble, kids. And now you're free to partake in the very activity that bankrupted this poor man. You can start by buying some coins from the guy at the counter in the slot house, but you can also find stray coins on the floor as hidden items. I don't actually think we've touched on hidden items yet, so we can now. Most items in the overworld that can be picked up are represented by a Pokeball. It's that model that we can physically see and interact with. On certain obstruction tiles, such as rocks or trees, or on the ground, are hidden items that have no discernible placement. To pick up these items, you just have to press A while looking at the tile it resides on in front of your character. But to know where those items are, you have to either know from memory, like I do a few of the items, or you can use the item finder. The item finder is a gift from one of Professor Oak's aides who gives it to you for having at least 30 Pokemon registered in your Pokédex, and you can find him in the east checkpoint of Vermilion City. You use the item finder anywhere you want, and it makes a noise if there's a hidden item on screen. If there's no hidden items, it'll tell you so. You can pick up tons of great items this way, such as extra moonstones, PP restorative items, potions, Pokeballs, the works. Anyways, back to the casino. After getting some coins, it's time to play some slots. You have the option of playing with 1, 2, or 3 coins at a time, each one giving you an extra row to match 3 symbols leading to a payout. A 777 yields 300 coins, 3 bar yield 100 coins, fish, mice, and birds each give you 15 coins, and 3 cherries earns you 8 coins. In Pokemon Red, you need 9,999 coins to net yourself a shiny new Porygon, and if the biggest payout is only 300 coins, you can see how this becomes a pretty daunting task. Not only are slots painfully slow, but they're stingy just like slots are in real life. The payouts will keep you pretty much right around what you start with. Supposedly there is a hidden mechanic that makes one of the slots luckier than the others, and people say it's randomized every time you re-enter the casino, but I've never been able to pin down exactly how it works, or the best way to identify if the machine you're on is actually lucky, since it always feels like I'm losing more than I'm winning anyways. The real best way to win at this casino is to simply buy the coins you need for the prizes next door. Buying coins takes money though, and there's a finite amount to be found in Red and Blue for most of the game. I haven't added up the total myself, but different reports say that if you defeat every trainer in the game, including bosses and gym leaders, without selling or buying items, the total amount of money you can get is around 330,000 Pokédollars, which is the game's currency. I don't think most players are going to fight every single trainer in the whole game on every route, so I can guess the amount you'll be taking home will be under that. On top of that, the only real penalty for losing a Pokemon battle is losing half of your held money, which is a bigger deal than it sounds in a game with finite wealth before you reach the end game. A frugal player will only buy the necessities for adventuring. I often find myself stocked up on just a few status healing items, a couple potions at a time, maybe a few Pokeballs and repels, a few revives, and I replenish as I need to. The thing is that you're never really too far from a free healing session at a Pokemon Center, so if you use those centers, you can lighten the load on your wallet by not restocking on healing items as much. An impatient player can deplete their resources and likely their money as well, healing up with expensive revives and potions to save a trip to a Pokemon Center during a dungeon. Not investing your money into helpful items can be an issue in itself, however. Hoarding large amounts of money can lead to big losses if a player gets an unexpected team wipe. Say you're up against a tough gym leader you're not prepared for. A player who has, say, 60,000 Pokédollars loses to Sabrina and has used up all of their healing items in a close battle. From that loss, you've already cut your resources in half due to the loss penalty. Buy a few revives and a few hyper potions, and it's looking like you're pretty darn close to out of money at this point. It's very easy to lose close to a fifth or possibly more of the entire game's wealth in a few unlucky battles, especially in the late game when you're accumulating most of the total money since you get bigger payouts from tougher trainers the farther you go into the game's campaign. There's always the option of selling different items that you find in the overworld, but other than the occasional gold nugget that nets you 5 grand, most items aren't going to give you a lot of wealth, and the ones that are worth a lot are usually better off saved for a time when you might need the item, like in the case of the PP restorative items for the Elite Four. I bring up the game's total money and the acquisition of it to put into perspective the next bit of information. Using the slots to get Porygon is almost completely out of the question for any sane person, so you need to resort to buying coins at the counter in exchange for the game's currency you get from battling trainers. There are two unfortunate truths here. To get 9,999 coins, you need just about 200,000 Pokédollars, well over half the game's total currency, if you defeat every single trainer and boss without spending any money at all. If that wasn't bad enough, you could only buy 50 coins at a time. That's right, talk to the casino guy, go through his dialogue, get 50 coins, exit the discussion, do it all over again. It wouldn't be as bad if it was just one dialogue box you had to click yes on, but instead he's got 4. It takes about 8 to 10 seconds to get from buying coins once to buying them again. My math might be a little off here, but that's like 15 minutes straight of just mashing the A button through the exact same dialogue over and over and over again and getting stack after stack of coins until you've got all 9,999 of them you need for Porygon next door. The only silver lining here is that there is a good way to make consistent money once you've beaten the game, and that's fighting the Elite Four over and over and over again. This might seem like a bit of a nightmare, but it's something you're likely going to be doing anyways to evolve a lot of the Pokemon you'll need to complete the Pokédex, and the Elite Four is the best place to get that XP you need. The neat thing is that your core team is also getting XP, so even though you might have struggled a bit for the first time fighting the League, the subsequent times will likely be easier. When I played this with my brothers and was grinding out the Elite Four, I started with 4 of my good Pokemon that I used throughout the game and exchanged my 2 weakest for Pokemon that needed XP to evolve for the Pokédex. As I raked up more and more XP, I eventually got to the point where I could sweep the League and my rival with only 2 of my best fighters because they were strong enough and I just knew what to do. Beating the Elite Four nets you about 22,000 Pokédollars if you clear them out, and save scumming will keep you from paying half your money to a silly mistake or a random critical throwing a wrench into your operation. You go through the Elite Four 10 times, and trust me, you likely will if you're grinding some levels, and you'll have all the money you need to get yourself a Porygon. This might sound kind of tedious, and I'll admit it's not the funnest thing in the world rebattling the Elite Four, but if I'm being honest, I don't really think it was that bad, at least not in my opinion. You catch so many of the Pokemon by just searching for them in the wild, and a lot of the evolutions are either traded or evolved with stones or don't need that many levels to get to their full potential, so you don't have to grind the Elite Four as much as you might think you do. It's really just for the few Pokemon that evolve in their mid-30s and up. I find it satisfying enough to evolve a few Pokemon in a League Gauntlet to see those spots in your Pokédex fill up one by one before repeating the process. If you do things correctly, you don't have to grind the League an absurd amount of times. When my brothers and I did it, we felt like we spent more time juggling menus in the PC storage boxes and trading than we did grinding the Elite Four. Anyways, back to Porygon and the Pokédex. You grind the Elite Four while you're filling up Pokédex pages and get well above the 200,000-ish dollars you need to buy the little jerk. You finally have your prize, a Porygon in the low 20s. There are a few other prizes, including TMs, that are decent, one of which being Hyper Beam, and some Pokemon you can catch in the wild in other places, such as Abra and Clefairy. But we're only here for Porygon, so how is he? Well, he kinda sucks. His base stat total is relatively low across all of his stats, his highest one being a special stat of 75. He learns a decent amount of moves, the usual suspects like Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, and Psychic, but it's a normal type, so you're not getting same type attack bonuses from any of these moves. Every single one of these TMs is better used on a plethora of other Pokemon that are stronger and easier to obtain than Porygon, so because of the difficulty of getting enough money to actually purchase Porygon before the post-game and its dumpy stats, Porygon is sadly extremely low on the tier list of Pokemon to use in a playthrough of Red and Blue. Even if he was easier to get, he's just not super good, and while I'm sure there are some big Porygon fans out there, I don't really care for him. Omanite and Omastar, numbers 138 and 139. Omanite and Omastar are some of those Pokemon that I really enjoy and think are cool, but have never really gotten a chance to actually use because the way you get them is so obtuse and they don't appear much outside of Generation 1 games. Towards the beginning of the video, I mentioned that a trainer at the end of Mount Moon stops to battle you over possession of two fossils he's uncovered, the Dome and Helix fossils. Once you beat him, he lets you have one. If you choose the Helix fossil and bring it all the way to the research facility on Cinnabar Island, you can have one of the NPCs there revive Omanite from the fossil for you. Despite Omastar being a decently strong Pokemon with high defense and special stats and a decent water-rock typing, you just get Omanite way too late in the game to use it for a period of time that lets you get attached to it. It's revived at level 30, which is nice since it evolves at level 40, and it can solo sweep Blaine and Giovanni if you still have those gyms left to beat, but it doesn't do super well against the Elite Four, so it kind of feels like you're catching it up to speed with your other Pokemon and giving it a ton of XP, only to have it for a portion of the game it's not going to do super well in. It's not a bad Pokemon by any means, and I really like their designs, especially Omanite, but I wish they could be caught earlier. Numbers 140 and 141 are Kabuto and Kabutops. If you chose the Dome fossil instead of the Helix fossil, you get these two Pokemon. They're also rock-water types like Omanite and Omastar, and instead of having a high special stat, they flip with the attack stat. Its physical strength accentuated by its giant claws for hands, although it kind of feels like it's trying to jack Scyther's swag. Kabutops suffers from the same late game acquisition that Omastar does, being received through the same method as Omastar as well as evolving at level 40. I would say Kabutops is a pretty good Pokemon too, but might do a little poorer with its moveset and stats since it's not going to hit as hard as Omastar with all the moves they can both learn via TMs, like Ice Beam and Surf. However, it does have access to Swords Dance and it learns Slash before evolving, and since it's pretty fast, you'll be dishing out some decent crits. So, with some setup, it can perform pretty well against some of the opponents in the Elite Four. Number 142 is Aerodactyl. This is a rock flying type that's wicked fast and also has a high attack stat. Even though I know it's technically a good Pokemon, it's another fossil that has to be revived in the late game. In Pewter City, there's actually an alternative entrance to the Science Museum on the north side of town. You need the Cut HM to access it, so it's always something you have to come back for later. Once you cut down the tree blocking the way, you enter a door that puts you on the other side of the counter at the entrance. You talk to this dork right here and he gives you the Old Amber, which you can then take to Cinnabar Island, talk to the same fossil guy, and get yourself an Aerodactyl at level 30. Like I said before, Aerodactyl isn't awful and certainly has potential, but flying is kind of a weak type in the earlier games because it doesn't have a ton of good moves, and only hits a few types for super effective damage, those types being Bug, Fighting, and Grass, none of which are super prevalent in the last quarter of the game. It doesn't learn any good rock moves, but it does learn some decent normal type attacks, and like I said, it's fast and hits pretty hard, but for all the reasons I've listed, I've always felt like it's just not quite there. I want to like Aerodactyl, and it has a strong showing on Lance's team in the Elite Four, but I don't rush to use it as my flying type pick over other choices that I feel are stronger, earlier picks like Dodrio or Fearow. Number 143 is Snorlax. This is another one of those super popular Pokemon from Gen 1 that keeps coming around and is plastered all over Pokemon merchandise, and I can see why. It's another one of those Pokemon that checks a lot of boxes that would make a lot of people find it appealing. It's strong, it's a Pokemon you have to interact with in the story, it's cute, its sleep gimmick is funny, and it's got a very basic but recognizable design. There are two instances of encountering a Snorlax in the game, which I've talked about already. After getting the Pokeflute from Mr. Fuji in Lavender Town, you can wake up the two Snorlax blocking your path and your progression to Fuchsia City. One being west of Celadon, blocking the cycling road, and the second being south of Lavender Town, blocking your way further into the boardwalk. Once you wake one up, you have to capture it or it's gone from the game's overworld for good. If you do manage to capture it, however, you're treated to a very strong Pokemon. It might be incredibly slow, but it's got a high attack attack stat and a very high HP stat with decent defense and special. But since it's a normal type, it gets stab damage on some of the best moves in the game, like Strength, Body Slam, and Hyper Beam. Not only that, it gets access to the move Amnesia, which elevates the user's special stat, meaning it can bulk up its defenses against late game bosses like Lorelei and Sabrina, while also increasing the damage it can deal with moves like Thunderbolt, Surf, and Ice Beam, all of which it can learn through TMs. Snorlax is a heavy hitter that comes at a good middle point in the game and has found its way onto the teams and into the hearts of a lot of players, myself included. This is definitely an S tier Pokemon in my opinion. Number 144 is Articuno, the first of the 4 legendary Pokemon in Red and Blue. The legendary status is something we haven't talked about yet. A Pokemon that is considered legendary is categorized as such due to its unique in-game lore, rarity, and special gameplay restrictions. Legendary Pokemon are not random wild encounters and are usually part of dungeons and hidden behind specific sections of the game's story. They are also often stronger than most other normal Pokemon, although this is not always the case. We find Articuno at the Seafoam Islands, which is a dungeon we've touched on before when talking about certain other Pokemon but haven't visited yet. It's an optional section of the game that can be traveled to from Fuchsia City once you have Surf and can be completed once you have Strength as well, and since most players will get those 2 HMs at the same time, it's likely most players will be able to complete it in one visit. There are 5 floors of the Seafoam Islands, the first floor in which you enter as well as 4 more floors as you travel down. The bottom floor has sections that you can surf in, but due to the strong currents, you won't be able to progress to the section that holds Articuno. To get there, you need to use Strength to push boulders through holes found on previous floors to help block and stop the currents down below. It's not terribly complicated, and any mistakes made with the boulder puzzles can be reset by leaving the area and coming back in. Once you've solved the puzzles and found your way to the bottom floor, you can surf up to a little platform where you'll find Articuno, personified in the overworld as that goofy bird sprite you see in your party menu and when using Fly. Articuno is an ice flying type and one of the 3 legendary birds in this game. It is pretty strong and has a good base stat total. Its move pool isn't fantastic and that keeps it back from true greatness, really only utilizing attacks like Ice Beam, Fly, and maybe something like Takedown, which aren't that unique or impressive, but it's pretty bulky too, so someone struggling against late game bosses can certainly use Articuno to help edge the odds in their favor, especially if they're having trouble against Lance. I think most people agree that Articuno is the coolest of the 3 legendary birds, and I also think I like Seafoam Islands the best as a dungeon where you meet a legendary Pokemon. It's an ice cave, which I think is vastly different from anywhere else that we see in the game, which is pretty cool. Catching Articuno or any other legendary bird isn't that bad if you know what you're doing. It won't take many Ultra Balls or Great Balls to nab it if you know to weaken a Pokemon and use a status effect like Sleep or Paralysis. And you can save right before interacting with a legendary bird so that if anything goes wrong, you can reload and try again. If you fail to capture a legendary Pokemon in Gen 1, that's your only chance. It disappears from the game and you need to trade it to get its spot in your Pokédex. Even though it comes later in the game, being legendaries with good stats, pretty much any of the birds are going to be at least decent picks for a team that doesn't have a 6th member. Number 145 is Zapdos, which is found in the Power Plant dungeon, which is accessible after you obtain the HM Surf. The Power Plant is a location that's kind of hard to spot and either requires previous knowledge of its existence or some exploration from a trainer with a keen eye. It's accessible through a river found near the entrance of Rock Tunnel. This area specifically feels like it's meant to never be revisited since you're given the Fly HM and a shortcut around Rock Tunnel, so you don't have to go through it a second time to get to previous areas. It's a spot that doesn't have much going on at first glance, so you can imagine how cool it was for me as a kid when I went back to this area to surf through this body of water to see where it went, only to find a secret area of the game filled with the otherwise rare electric type Pokemon. The Power Plant doesn't really have a puzzle that you need to solve to get through it, and it's all on one singular floor. Other than Voltorbs trying to trick you that they're items and a high encounter rate, there aren't many things hindering you from encountering Zapdos at the end of the area. I really like this dungeon because I don't think we've seen many abandoned areas in the first generation of Pokemon, really just the Power Plant and the Pokemon Mansion on Cinnabar Island, so it's cool to have some variety in locations, especially since it would make sense that it's abandoned and forgotten about since it's so hidden. Zapdos is probably the best Pokemon out of the 3 legendary birds, mostly due to its useful type advantage against the Elite Four and its access to Drill Peck, the best flying type attack in the game. That alone makes it much more useful against late game bosses, and although it's best utilized with the Thunderbolt TM you get from Lieutenant Surge, Thunder and Thundershock are still decent enough to take care of enemies like Lorelei and Champion Blue. It's also faster than its siblings, which means it's going to get critical hits more often. Zapdos is a strong contender for one of the most useful Pokemon in the game, everything considered, and since you only need Surf to capture it, you can technically get it on your your team before the late game. Number 146 is Moltres, the last of the 3 legendary bird Pokemon. Moltres is probably my least favorite, not only due to its type and its move pool, but also where you capture it. We've already talked about how Fire struggles against a lot of late game bosses, especially the Elite Four, and Moltres doesn't even get access to Flamethrower or Drill Peck. Fire Blast and Fly are okay as substitutes, but you're not getting the bang for your buck that I feel you get with the other 2 options. I do like how it looks, like how its skin kind of morphs and breaks off into fire. I think that's at least pretty rad. I will say that I think it looks really bad in Red and Blue before getting fixed in Yellow, but that's true of quite a few Pokemon, so I won't pick on Moltres for how it looks. What I will pick on it for is where you find it in the overworld. Articuno and Zapdos get their own unique dungeons that match their type, and these dungeons do a fantastic job of filling out the overworld with some really interesting locations. But Moltres is just in a corner of the Victory Road. I actually think that's really lame, especially since you have to visit Victory Road to beat the game. You have to go out of your way to encounter the other legendary Pokemon in the game and explore around these cool and unique dungeons. But Moltres is just shoved in a part of the game that has nothing to do with it. There's not even any fire Pokemon here, or lava, or really even any hints that this place is anything other than a cold cave. This is the only place in the game where I feel like some content was cut and that the developers likely weren't happy about it. It doesn't make any sense that the other legendary Pokemon got their own areas and Moltres had to be shoved into an area that wasn't made for it. I like Moltres on its own, but due to its poor typing, super late game availability, and lack of good moves, it's not a favorite of mine to actually use. Numbers 147, 148, and 149 are Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite. These are not legendary Pokemon, but they are incredibly unique for being the only representations of the Dragon-type Pokemon in Red, Blue, and Yellow. You can only find Dratini in the Safari Zone by fishing with a Super Rod. It's not actually too rare since it has a 20% encounter rate, and fishing in the Safari Zone doesn't count against your 500 step limit before being kicked out. So you can just fish and throw Pokeballs until you either catch it or run out of Pokeballs. Either way, the best place to catch it is at the entrance, so it's not even a terrible time sink to walk to where you need to go. Dratini evolves into Dragonair at level 30 and into Dragonite at level 55, which means it's the Pokemon that has the highest level threshold for evolution. I believe second place is Rhyhorn, evolving into Rhydon at level 42. All things considered, Dragonite is a pretty solid Pokemon, but the only dragon attack in Gen 1 is Dragon Rage, which always does exactly 40 damage and is not all that useful, and it can't take advantage of its secondary flying type because Dragonite, for some reason, can't even learn the Fly HM. Other than it being highly bulky due to its strong typing having a lot of resistances, it's kind of forced to use a lot of TMs to make it work, most of which are better used elsewhere. You can kind of turn it into a Hyper Beam machine since its attack is so high, but that's not exactly exclusive to just Dragonite either. Dragonite is certainly not a bad Pokemon and can definitely be useful, but in Gen 1, since it evolves so late and takes so much XP to unlock its full potential, I don't really grab it for my playthroughs, even though it sits in the mid-game and doesn't take a ton of effort to capture. I like Dragonite's design, it's certainly iconic, but you sadly don't see Dratini in a lot of games outside of Gen 1, so I never got to use it in as many scenarios as I would have liked, especially in later games where it would have been more useful. We've talked quite a bit more than I thought we would about each Pokemon prior to the last two we need to complete our Pokédex. Every single one of these Pokemon are obtainable prior to challenging the Elite Four, either through trade or capture, but there's one Pokemon that's locked firmly in the post-game, as you need to defeat the Elite Four to access the area in which it resides. In Cerulean City, if you walk up the Nugget Bridge and hang a left, there's a river that you can surf down before hopping off onto a little strip of land that has a cave. You can find this cave once you have surf, but it's guarded by a gentleman that says only tough trainers can enter Cerulean Cave since it's filled to the brim with incredibly strong Pokemon. Once you've beaten the Elite Four and proven yourself as a champion, the cave's entrance opens up to you. Cerulean Cave is the final dungeon and area of the entire game. This is it. The cave is not too visually different from other caves in the game, but what does make it different is the wild Pokemon encounters you find inside, fully evolved Pokemon ranging from the late 40s to the late 50s. Although the Pokemon are strong, a trainer will likely not have a difficult time running from or defeating these obstacles, and the dungeon itself is not overly long or confusing. At the end of the dungeon we find number 150, the legendary Pokemon Mewtwo. Mewtwo is, without a doubt, the strongest Pokemon in this game, all things considered. It has the highest base stat total of 590 with a special stat of 154. It's also a psychic type, and with what we know about that type in Gen 1, we see why this thing would be quite a beast. It also has an incredibly good move pool, being able to learn most TMs and HMs in the game, including moves like Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Hyper Beam, Fire Blast, Tri-Attack, Body Slam, and many of the other best attacks in the game. Design-wise, it's very cool and imposing. It looks like a hunched-over alien. Mewtwo is also found at level 70, the highest level opponent you'll find in the game, and with access to the move Psychic, it's very likely even Pokemon in their 50s are going to have a hard time staying alive while trying to weaken and capture Mewtwo. However, if you remember, much earlier in the game we were given a Master Ball for helping out the president of Silphco when it was being overrun by Team Rocket. This Master Ball is best used here. Even at full health and at level 70, Mewtwo is unable to resist the power of modern technology and it's automatically captured. It is kind of bittersweet knowing that capturing Mewtwo is one of the last things you do in the game. Even with one of the best Pokemon, there's not really anyone left to fight. This is definitely a game that would have benefited from a secret super tough boss that a lot of JRPGs tend to have in their endgame, but we sadly don't see anything of the sort that would let us cut loose with a Pokemon like Mewtwo and other strong Pokemon we would have accumulated over the course of the game. This is a pretty good bookend to getting all the Pokemon, and my brothers and I had saved Mewtwo for last when we ran through the Pokédex because the encounter has a strong sense of finality to it. You can obviously keep playing the game, but this feels like a good end to the player character's story. You were just a kid, and you chose to go out on an adventure that led you to becoming the league champion, and you're the one that caught them all, including the biggest and baddest legendary Pokemon in the region, and you did it by teaming up with your Pokemon and treating them like friends. But you don't actually have them all yet. If you remember the Pokérap theme from the anime, a keen ear can listen to the song and hear that there's actually over 150 Pokemon to collect. Exactly one more, actually. Number 151 is Mew, another psychic type and the template from which Mewtwo was cloned in the lore of the game. Acquiring Mew back in the day was not a simple task. It's not intended to be caught and doesn't actually exist in the game's overworld. This is the first instance of what myself and others call event Pokemon. See, event Pokemon are special because they're only obtainable through in-person, real-life Nintendo and Pokemon events where staff would use methods to transfer the Pokemon or unlock in-game sequences to make the Pokemon available to the player. In a franchise that's dedicated to catching them all, you can probably understand why I'm not a big fan of these kinds of barriers preventing players from getting certain Pokemon. A kid in the late 90s would already have a time and a half coordinating with other kids to not only capture every Pokemon in the game, but trading for ones you couldn't, such as Alakazam, either Omanite and Kabuto, or one of the evolutions. I don't really know how a child at the time would even know that Mew wasn't obtainable in the game and that it had to be acquired through an event. And even if a kid did know you had to travel to an official promotional event to get Mew, I can't imagine it was easy to find when and where one would be, especially prior to the internet. Maybe those resources existed in numbers you could call or magazines you could peruse, but my point is that most kids wouldn't have an easy time obtaining and learning from these resources in a big city that would host such events, much less in smaller cities and towns across the US. This means that catching them all, for a lot of kids, was just out of the question, which would be a gut punch for those who had spent a lot of time getting to 150 Pokemon, and a big reason why a lot of kids probably wouldn't even try to complete the Pokédex if they knew there's one they'd never be able to get. But what if I told you there was a way to get Mew that didn't require any promotional events or even trading, and it had nothing to do with that car? A lot of you who have familiarity with Pokemon have probably heard of the infamous Mew glitch. This is something that I've tested myself multiple times in different versions of the game, including the Nintendo 3DS eShop version of Red and an official cartridge of Pokemon Yellow. As we've discussed before, the game's coding is quirky to say the least and sometimes feels like it's held together by glue and popsicle sticks. This poor coding can be manipulated in a very specific and strange way to force an encounter with Mew. I'm not going to go into detail about why it works, but this is how it's done. First, there are some conditions. There are certain trainers that need to remain undefeated to make the glitch happen, including 2 trainers after Nugget Bridge in Cerulean City. You also need a Pokemon that knows the move Teleport, which is easily obtained in the same area by capturing an Abra. Easy enough. Next is a trick that requires some precise timing, but not so precise that you'll frustrate yourself trying to pull it off. This trainer here, one of the ones we can't have already beaten prior to this point, has a long field of vision, meaning he'll notice you and walk up to you for a battle if you get in his eyesight. If you stand on the space just above where you can see each other, you can walk down 1 space. When you do this, quickly press the start button so that your menu is pulled up before he can start the sequence where he walks up and challenges you. This is the part where you use Abra from the menu to teleport you back to the previous Pokemon Center you visited. The exclamation mark will appear above his head and the training music will start, but you'll teleport away anyways. It's best to teleport to the Pokemon Center in Cerulean City nearby, so make sure you visited that one before starting this process. Your next step is to then battle a specific trainer in a specific way. After the Nugget Bridge, head east and walk by this trainer here. Move into his field of vision where he has to walk 1 space forward to challenge you and then defeat him like normal. If you don't do it right, the game will freeze. If done correctly, teleport again to Cerulean City. Finally, walk up Nugget Bridge like normal, and your pause menu will open automatically. Exit from it and you'll be forced into an encounter with a low-level Mew that's not terribly difficult to capture. Mew is a psychic Pokemon with 100 points in each of the 5 base stats. Not only that, it can learn any TM and HM in the game with no restrictions, making it one of the most consistent, customizable, and versatile picks in the entire game. It's also cute as a button to boot. I don't know any people who like Pokemon who don't love Mew to bits, and I'm of the same mind. It's a lot of fun being able to get a Pokemon like this so early in the game, and with its acquisition, we're finally done. All 151 Pokemon have been caught, mostly legally even, and our journey is officially over. We've been all over Kanto from Pallet Town to the Cerulean Cave with our team, beaten every boss, and overcome every challenge. This is the end of Pokémon Red and Blue. When I say Pokemon is greater than the sum of its parts, I really do believe that. I've spent quite a bit of time talking about the negatives of the game as they come up in my playthrough, but when each part of these games comes together, it becomes something more. Saying the story is bare bones is putting it generously. There are tons of glitches, balancing is a consistent issue, the in-game graphics are hit or miss, there's not enough thought put into the structure of the world beyond its strong themes. There are more negatives I could list but won't, because the positives of these games completely overshadow the criticisms when you experience it at its full potential. As I've said before, the pacing is immaculate. You constantly feel like you're discovering new things as you move ever forward, rarely being stopped to do things or talk to people you don't want to. Capturing your favorite Pokemon and building your team is immensely satisfying and gives the game nearly endless replayability, and working together with others to complete the Pokédex is really where the rubber meets the road. It's a shame that this is an aspect of the game that so few people have really gotten into in these titles. Catching them all is fun, and 151 split between the two games really feels like a very solid amount of Pokemon to accumulate. Each new Pokemon you get feels like a very satisfying inch closer to completion, and it's a gameplay loop that maintains its strength all the way up to the very end. Pokemon Red and Blue gives us an experience that's still fun and satisfying even 30 years later, and although it does require you to overlook some of its flaws, the positive aspects of the game make doing that an easy task in my opinion. Satoshi Tajiri, the man who created Pokemon, has gone on record to talk about his inspirations that came from his childhood growing up in the suburbs of Tokyo. He was fascinated with collecting and learning about different kinds of insects and the exploration that came with such a hobby. He would spend a lot of time exploring different places like fields, tall grass, and bodies of water to learn about different kinds of bugs and animals.
ちなみに、田尻さんの一番好きなポケモンはニョロモですね。ニョロモ。はい、おたまポケモンって言うんですけど、お腹ぐるぐる。はい、そうです。はい。僕は小さい頃よくカエル取ってて、そのおたまジャクシも取って、手で触った時にこうお腹を見ると。こうお腹の中が透けて見えてたんですよね。それですごく驚いたっていうかね。ニョロモはそういう、まあ、少年の時の驚きを象徴したもの、感動がこうお腹の渦巻きになっているっていうことね。で、愛着があるんですね。
In recent years, he's talked about how his home where he used to explore and play had changed so much as he got older, and those same hills and fields were replaced by roads and buildings over the years. But these changes weren't something Tajiri decided to be bitter about. Tajiri was also a passionate gamer who was enamored by technology, and he created a world where technological advancement and nature existed harmoniously. Pokémon Red and Blue are very hopeful games. I'd say we're fortunate that this man had such a clear vision about the kind of experience he wanted to make in a game that captured the same wonder he felt not only exploring the areas around his home as a kid, but also allowing himself to feel joy seeing them change and grow as he became an adult. Pokemon is really at its best when you're going out there and seeing what you find over the next hill, and it continues to reward satisfaction to the player throughout the game's runtime. I've spent quite a bit of this review talking about what doesn't work or what can be improved, because I do want to be fair about voicing my criticisms for the first generation of Pokemon games, but I want to give credit where it's due. Pokemon Red and Blue are fantastic even today, and the true potential for these games is unlocked when the experience becomes collaborative. When you keep that in mind, it makes perfect sense that Pokemania completely took over the world the way it did. Exploring new places, collecting fantastical creatures, forming friendships and rivalries with your peers, trading and studying and learning. These are experiences that anyone can enjoy, not just children. What I love most about Pokemon is that it's something that's so easy to share with so many people. I hate to sound like a sap, but it really is something that brings people together and bridges generational gaps. And it's very much thanks to Satoshi Tajiri's strong sense of vision when creating the property. The cool thing about Pokemon is that it didn't want you to just sit on your couch and play it alone, although you could certainly do that, but it challenged you to take your Game Boy outside and connect with your friends to see what they had to offer, whether that was through trading Pokemon, bestowing tips and information about the game itself, or battling to see who was the best. But Satoshi Tajiri didn't do it alone. The original team behind Pokémon Red and Blue was small and composed of people who didn't have a lot of experience with creating video games, but the raw talent was evident. Ken Sugimori is someone I've mentioned a few times and is responsible for finalizing the game's designs as lead artist. Look at these watercolor paintings. Not only are they just darn good, they're booming with personality and depicted in a format that makes it feel very natural, lush, and wild. Atsuko Nishida was an art designer that was responsible for iconic Pokemon such as Pikachu and the starters, and was someone that was integral to giving this property its lasting charm. She knew that Pokemon needed to be cute as well as cool, friends and companions as well as partners in battle. Junichi Masuda was responsible for every sound you hear in the game as the project's sole composer, and would be someone pivotal to the future of the franchise. Shigeru Miyamoto, legendary game designer and creator of famous characters like Mario and Link, was even involved in the game's development as a mentor on game design, and is responsible for some of the suggestions that make Pokemon what it is at its core. I'm deeply grateful to all these people who created the franchise that myself and so many people love. Pokemon is something I've enjoyed since I was a kid myself, and now that I'm older and work with children every day, I get to see kids now enjoy the same things I did at their age. I used to put stickers of Pokemon on my walls as a child. I used to pretend to catch my favorite Pokemon with my friends at recess. I used to look at the art on my trading cards just to appreciate them. I used to bring the games to school so that others and I could show each other what we caught over the weekend. Seeing kids still do a lot of this today, and being able to connect with them over our shared love of these creatures, is something I can only describe as truly wonderful. If you've made it to the end of this video, I just want to say thank you for sticking to the end to hear what a nobody like me has to say about a few games that are 30 years old. When I first started writing a review of these games in my free time about a year ago for fun, I had no idea I'd actually put together a video for it, and I certainly had no idea it would be this long. I still feel like I could have talked about more and expanded on more, but this video probably wouldn't benefit from being 8 hours long, so I think this is as good as it'll get. I have no idea how long it'll take, but I do plan on covering the next generation of Pokemon games in a similar way I did to Red and Blue, so if you want to see that, feel free to subscribe so that you're notified when it comes up. This is just something I do in my free time, so don't expect any weekly content or anything. It's pretty much just going to be video essays that are too long. Either way, thanks again for watching, leave a comment if I missed something, and hopefully I'll see you again next time in Johto.